Hey, good morning. Welcome, everybody. I'm really delighted to have you on board. I will be speaking in English. Whilst my indigenous language is Tamil, today I'm embracing both my Indian and South African heritage. Joining me today is my colleague Godwin Anwar. Godwin, if you can maybe go over some of the housekeeping for today.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. And Godwin Anwar is my name, as has been introduced. I'll be speaking in English from Uganda, Kampala. So each presenter will have a maximum of 10 minutes to do their presentations in real time. We are going to be very strict on time, so try to endeavor to finish your presentation on time. We'll have a short Q&A session after each presentation, and there will be a Wildly app. A link will be posted in the messaging section, which will allow you access translation services for you to have a smooth involvement in this dialogue. So we want to encourage you to have fun as we have this global dialogue on climate change designed for and among Indigenous youth. So over to you, Tash, in case I missed out on anything.
Not a problem. Thank you so much. So just a reminder, the Wordly translation app will be posted in the chat. But on behalf of the Science Diplomacy in Africa Incubator, hosted by the Global Young Academy, like to invite to the floor Dr. Divina Lovin, who will give us an overview as the global lead for this summit.
Thank you, Dashri. My screen, give me a few minutes. Okay, it's not working.
Lubin, you're actually muted. We can't hear.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Dashri. Sorry for the technical issue. So, bonjour, salama, bawani, molo, jambo, and good morning. I'm Devina Lovin from Mauritius, and my native language is Creole, but I'm going to speak in English for everyone to understand. So, I'm the global lead for this year edition for the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. Today, we are gathering in recognition of the severe challenges our world is facing. Climate change is reshaping our planet in very profound ways, and as it does, it particularly affects the lives and the land of Indigenous people. Indigenous people, who represent 6.2% of the global population, are indeed the most resilient and adaptable communities. Indigenous people who has been living in harmony in nature. Our rich repertoire of indigenous knowledge enables us to observe, adapt to changes. This resilience is not just a testament to our strength, but also a beacon of hope and wisdom for all of humanity. Yet, despite of all the invaluable insight and contribution, Indigenous people are often underrepresented in crucial discussions and decision-making processes at different levels. This lack of representation not only marginalizes our voice, but also deprives the world from our vital perspective and solution. Here, the idea of creating the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change, of course, under the leadership of Dr. Temitope, is so significant. It provides a unique platform to reunite Indigenous people, to foster dialogue, and to lead to a global partnership of Indigenous youth in the spirit of SDG 17 among the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, with capacity to address SDG 13 on climate action. This summit is a safe space where our voice can be heard, our knowledge is shared, our contribution is recognized and valued. I am pleased to share today that the GIYSCC 2024 registrant come from 98 nations, representing more than 230 languages. So having you here today is indeed powerful, a powerful indication that we are all hopeful for the future. It shows our collective commitment into inclusion and representation and the shared pursuit of solutions to the challenge we are facing. The GIYSCC is actually a virtual dialogue by for among Indigenous youth with global inclusion. As you all know, this is a summit that circulates, across 3 8-hour time zone on 9th August on the International Day of World Indigenous People. So let me wish you happy International Day of World Indigenous People. And this summit is not possible without the contribution of our Indigenous youth leaders that come from different continents. Thank you so much. As we move through the journey of GYSCC, we want to be more focal and more inclusive. And one of the strategies that we have adopted this year is to focus on countries that were not represented last year. And one of those countries were actually SID. So as the part of the strategy, we conducted a pre-summit conference, and the title was a global discussion on socio-economic impact of climate change for small island developing states. So this pre-summit conference was conducted in Mauritius. It was a hybrid event, and it was funded by the Commonwealth Scholarship Commission. Coming back to the SID, so as I mentioned, this year edition of Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change has a very special focus on small island developing states. The acronym is SID. SID is the groups of low-lying island nations that are home to approximately 65 million people. Despite being responsible for less than 1% of global green gas emissions, SID are extremely vulnerable to the impact of climate change. It always gives me goosebumps when I think about the flash flood, the strong cyclone that Mauritius is facing. It always gives me goosebumps when I think how people of Garda Island was forced to be relocated on the mainland of Panama. And they have to leave their home, the culture, their surrounding, because it is predicted that the island will be covered by water in few years. So just actually highlight why it is so important to discuss these challenges all together, because we can't really address this problem alone. Not a single country can do it alone. So we need to work together. Some of the key outcome of the discussion of the pre-summit conference is that there are narratives surrounding SID are often dominated by actors from the global north, leading to solutions designed for SID rather than with SID. Therefore, it was suggested that while the North and South collaboration remain crucial, it is imperative to adopt for a SID-by-SID approach to ensure that local expertise and traditional knowledge stay at the forefront. Before concluding, let's take a moment to celebrate the remarkable success of the first edition of Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change 2023, under the leadership of Dr. Temitope Sugnabanu and her mentor, Professor Paul Arthur Bergman, who is also my mentor, has achieved great heights and has left a lasting impact. One of the standout achievements is the inclusion of the summit in the Nature commentary, which is a testament to the importance and influence of the work. Another achievement is that the Indigenous youth leaders are channeling their experience and insight into a book that will be published by Springer Nature. And the call for book chapters is open, so please contact Dr. Temitope for it. Friends, this is just the beginning of an incredible journey. We are all together on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Davina. We're going to move swiftly along, but please stay on the call so that we can engage with questions, especially on your experiences that has been so important, to bringing you here today. So guys, given that the Global Indigenous Young Summit on Climate Change originates from the Science Advice Skills Development Program, it's with a great honor that I welcome on board Dr. Shaheen Mutala Timor, and she will then introduce to you our esteemed guests. And we're hoping that we can ignite some amazing conversations as we start the session.
Hello everyone, and greeting from all. So bonjour, as we say in Mauritius. So I'm Shaheen Mutala Timor, and I am from Mauritius, which is a small island development state, as Davina mentioned, in the Indian Ocean. My mother tongue or indigenous language is Creole. And today, before I start this presentation or conversation, I just want to have a thought for the people of Chagos that belong to Mauritius and that were forcefully displaced from their island by the British prior to the independence of Mauritius. So these are indigenous people that are still fighting for their land. So I am the chair of GIYSCC Africa, and we are very happy today to participate with my colleague Doyin and Richard in this very important dialogue led by indigenous youth from across the world. And I think this event gives a voice to young people who are passionate about serving and protecting their indigenous communities and sharing indigenous knowledge, which is essential and which, as someone mentioned earlier, is universal. So this is some kind of universal knowledge that everyone should be partaking in, because this is important for the future of the earth itself. So we have been seeing in the news, in the limelight, how youth activism is essential to bring change to the world. And I think this is where the people in this dialogue are very important. So coming to GIYSCC Africa, GIYSCC Africa is the African chapter of the International Network for Governmental Science Advice, which aims to connect science and knowledge for policymaking, for decision-taking, and these are what shape our lives. So we are 11 people in the steering committee of GIYSCC Africa, coming from different regions in Africa, different countries in Africa. So what we do at our level at GIYSCC Africa is that we provide capacity building at individual level, at institutional level, to people in science advice. So we also aim to connect scientists and their research to policymakers, to government. And I think that this global summit itself is a testament of the value of connecting people, sharing similar passions. And we are very proud to have had some kind of a hand in having this forward. So before I go forward, I would like to introduce my two colleagues who are here in this summit. So I have Dr. Oladoyin Odubanjo, who is the former chair of GIYSCC Africa. So he has been working really hard in the past several 8-10 years in science advice, and he's also an ISC fellow. And he is also a very important person in Nigeria, where he is the executive secretary of the Nigerian Academy of Science. And he has been key to the development of GIYSCC and GIYSCC Africa, working at grassroots level, across communities, building bridges and undertaking capacity building in Africa. The second person we have with us, I would say he is the right and left hand of GIYSCC Africa. He is from Ghana, Dr. Richard Glover, and he is our regional program officer. And he has been working as an academic person in Ghana. He is also a researcher and also worked at ISC. So the three of us, we are very happy to be here today, and we are really looking forward to this dialogue. Thank you.
So guys, I think the idea is for us to maybe start looking at, you know, what did we say? We want to look at looking into the future. Where do you see this conference, this summit, and our current concerns and fears? How do we look towards the future?
If I would just talk about the Science Advice Skills Development Program. So we have launched the third cohort of this program recently. The call is over now, and we have had so many applications from the African continent for Menti, and there is a real need we have seen for researchers to connect with decision makers. And I think that for INCS Africa, what we want to do is to work with all the people who are really working on the ground at grassroots level. We want to work with experts in science advice, and we want to make this connection for mentoring, for capacity building, because we think that this human connection is what will make the change happen in Africa and over the world. We also have other chapters at INCSA, and we aim to connect across and beyond continent. So this is something that we are planning. This SCSDP, the theme was on climate change. And what we have seen is that from the mentees' research, a lot of them are already working on indigenous issues, indigenous knowledge, for example, the natural resource management at their level, biopesticides. So we have a range of research being conducted in Africa that need to be supported by the government. And we hope that this summit will also give a voice to these other people who are here today. I hope that they are here. We have invited them to be part of this summit. But I would love to hear from my colleagues and you also, how we can work together, to move forward in the future.
Can I briefly
Yeah,
add to
Joy.
that? Yes,
Yeah,
to
maybe
say
you
that
can.
with the SSDP that Shaheen rightfully mentioned, the idea is that INCSA works in the interface of science research and policy making. But the big question is what constitutes, research, what constitutes knowledge, if I may put it that way, because INCSA is after evidence-informed policy making, but what constitutes that evidence? And what the SCSDP is stemming or flagging out into the GIYSCC, this Indigenous Youth Summit, is throwing up is the fact that you need all the knowledge from the indigenous people themselves. It's not just knowledge coming from the universities, research institutes, professors, or what have you, but you have to get all knowledge, in order to have rounded view of the issues for appropriate and effective policy making. And the SSDP threw up that opportunity with the mentorship program, but did see Dr. Beckman working with Dr. Shobamu last year on the first cohort come up to say, look, we need to do this. And INCSA saw that as a major opportunity, and therefore what that means for the future is that this is very important. This should grow and grow and grow until all the policymakers begin to take note of the indigenous knowledge and indigenous views in their policies. I think that will be the fruition or the fulfillment of the vision of this, as it were. And I note that Dr. Beckman did not introduce himself or has not been introduced, so I'm sure we'll get that in due course. But glad to be here and glad to be able to point out that I think the future is bright. The future is important. I'm glad that there are other players coming on board. But it's absolutely important that we do not ignore the indigenous views on such an important matter as climate change. Thank you.
If I may, I would like to invite Paul to introduce himself, because Paul has been really a key person in this Global Youth Summit. And not only that, he has been a key person as a mentor in the SASDP. I just want to share, but Paul will not remember, I met him when I was in INSA, Japan in 2018. And he was so kind to all of us. I was younger then, I have to say, a few years back. So he was really kind. And he said that if you ever need me, please just contact me. So when we launched this program of SASDP, the first person that came to my mind was really Paul Berkman, even though it had been 4 years since I had last seen him, and I wasn't even sure that he would be participating, but he replied, I would say, in the instant. So we are really glad, Paul, that you have been part of this journey with us. This is a great thing to have you, because your expertise and your kindness, I would say, this is something that we are really happy with. And please, the floor is yours, Paul. Paul, you're mute.
Thank you very much, Shaheen, for your kind comments, and Doyen and Richard, certainly Tope from last year, and Davina for this year. I would say it's an honor, and as well as a pleasure, to assist in empowering a global partnership of Indigenous youth. An observation, and clearly I'm neither Indigenous nor youth, but an observation as Indigenous to Earth, is that the cultures that go back thousands of years, and the resilience that exists among Indigenous communities around the world, the sense of how to operate across generations, is what the world needs on a planetary scale, across at local to global scales, at personal to planetary, forever. The ability to operate across generations. And so in this journey that began last year, the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change, the opportunity to engage with Indigenous youth in context of climate, which is planetary, in a sense, resonates with forever. And I imagine that we're just at the beginning of this discussion, introduced by INSA Africa with the Science Advice Skills Development Program, but with capacity to mature. One observation, just in terms of setting a very high bar, and inspired by Jules Verne. In 1865, he wrote a book, From the Earth to the Moon. At the time, it was science fiction. It wasn't possible for humans to imagine at that point, even other than fiction, going to the moon. 100 years later, humankind was on the moon. I imagine, in the context of this global partnership of Indigenous youth, there are on the order of 7,000 Indigenous languages on Earth. With technology that we can share right now in speaking with each other, have a dialogue among Indigenous youth leaders, inspiring, capacity building, that at some point in the future, it will be possible to have a dialogue that possibly could resonate across 7,000 Indigenous languages on Earth, to touch the entire world in terms of reaching back across generations with hope and with inspiration. And just in terms of an observation, if you indulge me for a second, I'd like to read the list of nations that was inspired by the Global Indigenous Youth Leaders this year. The number of nations is this year 98. Last year it was 112. But the point is, this year there were over 230 languages that were represented in the Global Indigenous Youth Summit. Last year there were 88. And I attribute that to there being 35 wonderful Indigenous youth leaders from around the world versus the 13 in the first year. And my hope is this grows into the future. So if you indulge me for a second, I'll read the nations in the sense of it being a global dialogue with inclusion. Afghanistan, Albania, Algeria, Argentina, Austria, Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Benin, Bolivia, Brazil, Bulgaria, Cambodia, Cameroon, Canada, Chad, Chile, China, Colombia, Congo, Cook Islands, Cuba, Ecuador, Egypt, Ethiopia, Finland, France, Gabon, Gambia, Germany, Ghana, Greenland, Guatemala, Guyana, Honduras, India, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Ivory Coast, Jamaica, Japan, Jordan, Kenya, Kiribati, Liberia, Madagascar, Malaysia, Malawi, Mali, Mauritius, Mexico, Morocco, Mozambique, Myanmar, Namibia, Nepal, Netherlands, Nigeria, Norway, Palestine, Pakistan, Peru, Philippines, Puerto Rico, Romania, Russia, Rwanda, Senegal, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Singapore, Solomon Islands, Somalia, South Africa, South Sudan, Spain, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Switzerland, Taiwan, Tanzania, Thailand, Timor, Togo, Tunisia, Uganda, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, United States, Venezuela, Yemen, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And this is probably incomplete, but it is a tribute to the Indigenous youth leaders, and it's an honor as well as pleasure to contribute to this dialogue. Thank you very much, Shaheen, for the opportunity, Doyen, and Richard.
Thank you so much, Paul, and thank you for reading this list. I think it is important that we see that we have endorsement for our global summit and that this could be adapted and reproduced and they could join to make this stronger for the future. And I think that the future lies with the young people, but they need the support of the elders to move forward. And I hope that this next year we'll have even more people participating in this summit. Thank you.
Dr. Glover, as a senior program coordinator, would you like to share a few words?
Chief.
Thank you, Tash. Yes, I've always mentioned to Paul, anytime we had our leaders meeting, he will ask me, what do you have to say? And I say, I am solidly behind you. So for the 2 years we have been on, and it is my strong belief that it will continue to grow and grow. And for the last year, I suggested that perhaps the globe is very big. Is it possible that we build up from the continents, from the regions, culminating into the final program on the 9th of August? Davina has shown us that that is possible because they've done a pre-conference for the small island states. That way you get more people on board. So in short, I just want to say that I see a very bright future, as Shaheen said. I also agree to that. And we will be around for a very long time, as Shaheen said, for as long as GIYSCC Africa or GIYSCC exists and SASDP continues to grow. But let's get everyone on board. As a traditionalist, we don't get up to just go and hold a deba in a place without involving the people on the ground. You start from one end, it's house to house. So by the time you get to the deba grounds, everybody has been sensitized and they all join. So I think that this is very beautiful. Let's start from our regions. We have a whole year to plan the next year one. Let's go from region to region. They should have a kind of regional summits, if we want to call it that way. So when we come to the global, we'll have more people on board. I see only 33 for Africa and Europe, and it's not very encouraging, but I think that if we do something like that, we'll have more people joining. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think what we can take back from these very inspiring words is as the years go by, we're gaining more momentum, and I definitely think next year, this time, we'll be even prouder to have such a diverse and welcoming Indigenous community. So we're gonna move swiftly on, colleagues, but please, it's been an honor just being on the same channel with you. And Godwin, would you like to introduce our next speaker?
Sure.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that engagement. It has been very informative, and I can feel the momentum building. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to invite Marie Stefania, who will introduce the panel discussion and panelists on navigating climate challenges and the role of indigenous youth in climate change. So, Marie Stefania, the honor is yours.
Thank you, Godwin. So good morning, good afternoon, everybody. So welcome to this session on navigating climate challenges, the role of indigenous youth in climate advocacy. So I'm Marie Stefania Perrin, and I hail from a semi-autonomous small island called Rodrigues, which forms part of the Republic of Mauritius. I am also a doctoral candidate at the Island and Small States Institute of the University of Malta, and my research centers on leveraging traditional and local knowledge for climate change adaptation in seeds. So I'll be your moderator for this session. So the purpose of today's session will focus on the critical role that youth from small island developing states of an Indian Ocean region play in climate advocacy. We'll explore their unique perspectives, the challenges they face, and the innovative solutions they bring to the global climate change agenda. So just a few housekeeping notes before we begin. For those who have just joined us, we invite you to update your Zoom name with your name as well as your country. Speakers who are going to participate in this session, they have allocated amount of time to answer questions. And you are also advised to keep your microphones muted unless you are speaking. Feel free also to submit questions in the chat throughout the discussion, and we'll address as many as we can during the question and answer session at the end. And during the question and answer session, if you have further questions, please raise your hands. And once you have a floor, unmute yourself and turn on your video. So we also have Wordly, which you can use for translation purposes in different languages. So the link is available in the chat, so please don't hesitate to use it. So as Davina mentioned at the beginning, climate change is a very pressing and global challenge that affects us all, but its impacts are particularly felt in small island developing states. So SIDS, as we call them, they are at the front lines facing rising sea levels, extreme weather events, the loss of biodiversity. And for communities living in SIDS, the stakes are even higher as climate change threatens not only our environment, but also our cultural heritage, ways of life, and identities. So today we are here to spotlight the voices of youth from SIDS and the Indian Ocean regions, young leaders who are at the heart of climate advocacy. They are not just the future, but the present drivers of change, drawing on deep cultural knowledge and innovative approaches to fight climate change in their communities. So without further ado, I'm delighted to introduce our distinguished panel of speakers, each of whom brings a unique perspective to this discussion. So first we have Mr. Krishna Pentaya from Mauritius. We have Andrea Miarosa Naiaro from Madagascar. We have Alvinia Lowen from Seychelles and Marlena Mubai from Mozambique. So welcome. I will now give the floor to each one of you to briefly present yourselves. So we start with Nairo.
Okay.
Nairo, yeah.
Hello. So it's Niahu.
Okay.
I'm from Madagascar. So it's a pleasure for me to be here today. For the background, I'm an agronomist. I'm an engineer. I have a background in marine sciences, and I work in blue economy as well. But I have also a background in agribusinesses and on climate change. So today I will be speaking as the president of an association named Climate Madagascar. So we are working with the 1,000 youth around Madagascar. We are more focusing on empowerment, advocacy, and research. So, but I'm also part of the Yali networkship and the YLTP networkship. So that's for me. Thank you.
Thank you. So next we have Krishna, please.
Hello, bonjour everyone from Mauritius. And I'm Krishna Pendaya, today representing Mauritius, a small island in the Indian Ocean, but which also has a big ocean state. And my native language also is Creole Mauricien, a language that carries the essence of our history, our struggles, and our resilience. I'm also the founder of a youth-led non-governmental organization in Mauritius called Sauve la Nature, which means to save nature. And we have different grassroots projects, which are mainly multidisciplinary and intersectional at their own basis. As a mechanical engineer, I also work mainly in the field of renewable energies for many small island developing states, and I also advocate for culture and language preservation in Mauritius. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Krishna. Next we move to Alvania.
Sorry, bonjour tout le monde. My name is Alvania Lawen. I'm from the Seychelles. My native language is Creole Siciliois. And as most Indian Ocean islanders, we're a melting pot of cultures in Seychelles. Our ancestors come from Africa, Europe, and Asia. Me personally, my background is heavily in volunteer work. I started very young in the Seychelles with environmental activism. I just graduated with an undergrad in BSc Environmental Management and Sustainability. I'm also a scientific researcher. I've published a paper about citizen science relating to plastic pollution in the Seychelles.
Thank you, Alvania. So we also have Molino. I don't know if Molino has joined us yet. Okay, I don't think so. Okay, let's proceed, and then if he joins later. So before we dive into our discussion, I would like to invite Krishna to share a poem with us. So the poem will be in Mauritian Creole, which is the mother tongue in Mauritius. So everyone, you are welcome to use Wordly for translation. Krishna, the floor is yours.
Matin, on fait plever, t-shirt même, mon panko mettait. Les dents panko brossées, maman criez-moi. Alors vite, me sorti dehors, moi dans tisardin. Pieds nus me mord sur la terre, et la terre mouillée, la pluie fait tomber. Là-haut, comme on guettait, on trouvait la liane mélangée comme on nous était. Un petit copain en bas peut faire l'amour, un moustimiel là-haut peut sauver le monde. Un abri soufflé contre mon CV bouclé. Un bout de pollen a pu monter. Mon guette là-haut, suivi, me trouve un plafond blé. Mon maman avait crié. Vite, vite, me casse-lit avant mon gars batté. Mais après, on respire bon les frais. On continue de rêver. Me demande-moi, comment la vie tu peux être si me tiens un bout de pollen, loin près de sirop mouillé.
So
Yes.
this was a small poem that I wrote in the Mauritian Creole language. The meaning behind it, there are layers of meanings. One is a conversation between me and my mother. So my mother is wanting me to bring some vegetables from the garden. But then deeply rooted in the abstractness of it is actually a conversation between a son of Mother Nature and the real world, the busy world, the world which is hustling. So when I say, there is a part when I say that I'm dreaming about what I'm seeing. So mainly in this poem, I describe the world as seen through the eyes of someone deeply in love with nature. I speak of bees, small yet mighty creatures who are tirelessly working to pollinate flowers and to save the world. But also there are small snails on the ground who are in a dance and making love and trying to preserve the soil's ecosystem. So the main work behind this is, I don't know if you've noticed it, but in the Mauritian Creole language, we don't really have a proper translation metric or an IT integrated translation system. Even in Google Translation, we can't find, for instance, Creole Mauricien. So there's a lot of work that still has to be done in terms of linguistics, language, and integrating technology for the Creole Mauritian, I think for a lot of Creoles as well. So one of the way to democratize and also to make the language more accessible, but also more beautiful, because there are still people who think that Creole language is not beautiful compared to colonial languages. One of the ways we're doing it is through poetry, through using the language in symphony in an artistic way. So the main work behind this is not just in an artistic way, but language also it creates our minds, it creates our mindsets. Language creates the way we think, the way we see the world, the way we define things, the way we define our connection, our relationship. So, so Blanatier also has interesting work being done in terms of the decolonization of the psyche. So what I mean by this is we have we have different levels of colonization, material colonization, we have emotional colonization, dehumanization. But right now, the youth are realizing that we are at some point still colonized in the psyche, and also even in the soul. So a lot of spirituality have been lost just because of colonization. So we are using language, but also different kind of disciplines like sciences, linguistics, philosophy, to try to bring back the lost knowledges, but also the lost way of philosophical thinking in terms of our relationship with nature, not in an extractive manner, but essentially in a manner where we all live together in peace.
So thank you very much, Krishna, and that's very impressive what you are doing. So keep it up. So let's proceed now to our discussion at hand. So I'm going to ask our panelists our first question. So based on your experiences, what role do young people play in climate advocacy? And what are the main obstacles that they face when addressing climate change? So each one of you have 3 minutes to answer these questions. So let's be a little bit mindful of time. So let's start with Nayaro from Madagascar.
Thank you for the question. So for me, I think the youth play a pivotal role in climate advocacy. We can talk about catalytic. They are a catalyst for change. I mean that youth are often at the front row of social movements and are more likely to challenge the status quo. And since they are so young, their passion and energy make them powerful for being an advocate for urgent climate action. And in Madagascar, youth-led organizations and initiatives have been instrumental in raising awareness about climate change as well, and advocating for sustainable practices and pushing for policy changes. We have climate, we have the ICA. So ICA is the Thirst Alliance for youth around for all Madagascar. for the region in Madagascar, and we have all the association which are part of IGA. So IGA will be the catalyst, catalysts for change, and we are also thinking that youth is some innovators and solution seekers, if I may say so. I mean that young people are often more open to adopting and promoting innovative solutions to environmental challenges rather than the elders, and they are tech savvy and can leverage digital platforms to spread awareness and mobilize support for climate action as well. So, the Malagasy youth have been involved in various projects that incorporate modern technology and traditional knowledge to address climate issues. For example, we have TAVI. So TAV is the shifting cultivation. So TAV is a traditional slash and burn agriculture method used by many Malagasy communities. And historically, this practice involved clearing small patches of forest for farming, which were then left to regenerate naturally after a few years. So to adapt to climate change now, in response to that, TAV practices are becoming more sustainable. For example, they have started to integrate agroforestry techniques and planting trees alongside crops to actually improve soil fertility and to reduce erosion and maintain forest cover. This adaptation helps to sequester carbon and mitigate the impact of climate change while also preserving agricultural productivity. So it's just an example, but as a youth, I think that we have a bridge between generations. Youth can serve as a bridge who may hold traditional knowledge, and newer generations who bring fresh perspective and technology skills. And this intergenerational collaboration is crucial for creating holistic and sustainable climate solution at the same time. Thank you. That's what I was thinking, but I want to hear more about the other perspective of the other country.
Okay, thank you. So let's move to the Seychelles now, Alvania.
Hello. I totally agree with Madagascar, and it is true. I think I'll speak for a little bit about what we need as youth to advance, and then I'll focus on the obstacles because there are many, and there's a big elephant in the room. So we youth are very passionate and driven, and we want to make things happen now, but we need to be empowered. A lot of capacity building needs to be invested into youth to frame our passion and empower our passion, but then allow us the liberty to express ourselves and also make the solution contextual to our countries as well, according to our customs and traditions and what is viable for us in our country. One of the biggest barriers, especially when it comes to conferences or speaking internationally as youth about challenges of climate change that we experience, especially as islanders and young people, or even as an African, is that we are often seen as tokens. And that's a big thing that's been all over the news and discussed. And a lot of people view young people as only tokens. And to that, honestly, I say Africa, indigenous people, and islanders are not represented in G8. And the only spaces where we get a similar platform are conferences such as COP, Conference of Parties. And so, we shouldn't let opinions of people saying we are tokens and that we shouldn't speak at these conferences or shouldn't participate. We shouldn't let these comments get to us as Africans, as islanders, and as indigenous traditional people, because we need a platform to speak in if we want to have a say in decision making in the world, we have to engage with these things. We have to be on the same table as these people in any capacity that we can. And so we shouldn't let comments such as that demotivate us and make us feel like we are not there. Because we are. And for example, the Alliance of Small Island States, they've had such a huge impact in climate discussion world, and the IOC as well. And more we're getting there, maybe slower than other people, other countries, our big brother nations, but that's what they've done to us. But we have to be determined when it comes to that, and I think that's one of the biggest obstacles. But with that same passion that we have, I think we can do it.
Thank you, Alvania. So, Krishna?
Yes, I definitely agree with Alvania, because recently I was at the International Seeds for Summit, mainly for the youth. And the tokenism of the youth was really talked about on how mainly at times even governmental private bodies merely use the youth as a tokenism to get their own ways and propagandas ahead. So this is also one of the obstacles that we encounter in Mauritius. But one of the things that the youth have, one of the main powers, I might say, that the youth has is they can be the catalyst of a new future. First of all, we are inheriting a problem that not many us created, but we are the ones who would be needing to find the solutions. But one of the optimistical way that I always see it is that even if we are inheriting something that we didn't create, we're also being equipped with something that maybe our predecessors were not really equipped with. A simple example is I am a fifth generation Mauritian. I have both African and Indian origins. So fifth generation from India. My father was, when he was my age, he was still working like in sugarcane fields, and his family was still a very vulnerable, in their vulnerable community. But the rapid way that this changed, and the rapid way that my parents work hard for us, like the youth, to get there and to get proper education, to be equipped with what we can use to change our future. And this is really admirable. So we, the youth, are at times really equipped, not just in terms of education, but in terms of accessibility, the internet. But now, not all of us are equipped in this way, because we still have vulnerable communities, especially we're working in Sauve-la-Nature, in a mangrove restoration project, which is mainly led by the youth. And we're working with fishermen and the children of those fishermen, and their realities are completely different to realities of people who have some kind of privileges. So we have to understand that at times, even being eco-friendly or being ecological can be a privilege, because in some communities, they just need to get the wood to warm the food. So they have to cut some trees, even when it comes to mangrove trees. In the mangrove restoration program. So it is essential as the youth to understand the multidisciplinary, the interconnectiveness of different problems happening, especially the climate crisis. So we do have obstacles, yes, but it is essential not to let those obstacles put us down or demotivate us, because the climate activism is really demotivating at times. Especially when we're not taken into proper consideration in the tokenistic way. But it is essential to know that we are also equipped with things that maybe our predecessors were not totally equipped with.
Thank you, Krishna. So we've talked about challenging the status quo, and you've been taken as granted just to fill a quota for sometimes international events, etc. So we've also talked about using youth as tokenism. So what can be done? How do you think youth should be more supported, and what resources are needed? So who wants to go first?
I think my answer would be short.
Yeah.
I think mainly, as we've mentioned before, capacity building to put that passion and drive and fire in a very efficient and actionable way. But then also funding. There's a huge lack of funding for this region, and then you go further down, youth in this region as well. So definitely these two, I would say.
Okay, thank you, Alvania. Anybody else? Krishna, perhaps?
Yes, when we speak in the international platform, being a youth itself comes with obstacles, but now being a youth from a SIDS, it's another kind of obstacle because first of all, in terms of exposure, we are not exposed enough to the mainstream news, mainstream media. And the Eurocentric world mainly see the problem as also from Eurocentric perspectives. They don't really know what's happening outside of the Eurocentric philosophy and ways of thinking. So it is essential to put, like they said, more funding, educational opportunities, but also mentorship programs, because many young leaders, at times, the experience that I have, there are many times where they are on their own and they're building on their own the systems, the different ways they want to bring the change. So mentorship programs are essential, not just mentorship programs for to have, just a say or to have on paper as, again, tokenism, but really international organizations can help by creating networks just like this one to create young climate activists from SIDS and global experts and resources to connect them together, because it is essential to realize that as a youth, we do need mentorship from the elders so that the continuity can be done in a proper manner.
Thank you, Krishna. So Nayaro?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear the question.
So how do you think young people can be more supported and what resources would be needed?
Oh, okay, thank you. So apart from what my colleagues just said, I think except capacity building, they already say that.
Yes.
But I think that we need to leverage digital platforms like this one. So we have to encourage the use of social media to amplify youth voices. We can do some kind of campaigns led by youth, and those kind of things can quickly gain traction and reach a wide audience, both locally and internationally. So it will be really, really important for us to create an online platforms for dialogue. So these platforms is a place where young people can engage in discussion about climate change, share ideas, and collaborate on projects. This platform can also serve as a resource hub for educational materials and advocacy tools as well. So we can share those kind of things on those platforms. So the other thing is that we can also support youth-led initiative by providing financial support, resources, logistical assistance to youth-led environmental initiative. So the main thing in Madagascar is that we don't have access to funding, but we also have a lack of knowledge, of basic knowledge. So our language is Malagasy. So we speak Malagasy, but we also speak French. But only a few people can speak English. So it's very difficult to have a dialogue on an international level, because we have a lack of knowledge in all the basic education mostly. So it will be also important to collaborate with schools and university, so we can integrate climate change education into school curricula to raise awareness from an early age. And school can also host climate action projects and clubs. We can implement those kind of things. So with the university, we can involve students in research, in policy analysis, and fieldwork related to climate change. So it's not always about money. It's also about It's also about the culture. It's also about the education, the relation between the people and the land. It's also about it's really complex as well, because here in Madagascar, when we are talking about climate change, they don't really believe, some people don't believe that there's climate change because of this lack of knowledge. So it's really interesting to talk about it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So based on what you just said, all three of you, so so capacity building has been mentioned, exposure, educational opportunities, language as a barrier, and school education that is having a specific curriculum on climate change in the school. So based on my personal experience also, because I've been involved in the youth climate change agenda for quite a long time also. So there's something that's coming up saying that capacity building is good, and also that sometimes capacity building, especially on climate change related matters, we get it from people from the north, that is from European countries, from the Western countries. And there's also the thing that capacity building should be retained in, for example, SAID's countries. But sometimes the knowledge that we get is based on Western knowledge and not on knowledge from our own context. So what is your view on that? So how can we change the status quo? Alvania? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I would say dealing with the local communities in Seychelles, I'd say the word climate change is quite a technical term. So if we use that to begin with to speak to fishermen communities, to my grandparents, to anyone's grandparents, the older generation, it's quite a hard thing to sort of explain. But if you sort of use the words, have you realized the temperature has risen, like it's hotter now than a couple of years back? Have you realized you can't find this type of fish at the market anymore in July? Or have you realized we have more floods, there's more rain, things like that? Then people do realize. I feel for people that are not directly involved in the environmental world, the climate change world, it's things like that that will make people realize, and they do, and everyone notices it because we're living it. And often in the Western world, when climate change is talked about island states and vulnerable groups and parts of the world, it's talked about as if it will happen in the future, when no, it's happening right now. In Seychelles, we're experiencing lots of floods, a lot of rainfall, very, very high temperatures. I know in Mauritius, you had a terrible flood back in February, and it's the same in the Caribbean as well, and it's the same in the Pacific Islands, and we're experiencing it right now. And it will get worse. I have a friend who's a navigator and also an islander, and crosses the Pacific quite a lot. And when you're on a ship, it's a massive ship, but in comparison to the ocean, it's minuscule. And you have to avoid low pressure points, because that's where cyclones on this part of the world, Indian Ocean, we would call them cyclones, but on the other side it's hurricanes, because it turns the other way. You have to avoid low pressure points, because obviously you'll get into these kind of trouble. And people that have been doing this work for 10 years have seen the difference from not having to change routes at all crossing the Pacific, to now, within less than 10 years, having to change routes more than 8 times because they're avoiding low pressure points in the ocean. And us in Seychelles, we're positioned exactly that we don't get cyclones, which I always found very weird, because Mauritius is very close to us and you guys get cyclones. And I always thought, why is that? That's so weird. We don't get any type of horrible weather And I think it's only a matter of time, to be honest, and it's a very sad reality. It's only a matter of time, because if in the Pacific there's a high amount of low pressure points like that, I know in the Indian Ocean there are, and they're moving, and they're so sporadic, and they're gonna reach us at some point. And so I think when it comes to traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and even integrating traditional communities and local communities in all of our countries, it's important to mainly look at, I think, their role and our role as well, is mainly on the awareness side, and building on collecting information, documenting things on this part of the world where we don't document a lot. I know for Seychelles that's very true, and I feel that's very important for us to do. And when it comes to solutions, we have a lot, but we don't have a lot that comes from traditional knowledge. And we have one main thing that perhaps I think another question later I could touch on with that solution. But since climate change is so rapid, so fast, than any change in the climate previously, I feel most indigenous communities would not have a concrete solution for it, because it's so horrendously unique that it's not what, and the only thing that we can do is build information and then use innovation, technology, and our own thinking and youth engagement and drive to find solutions based off of the information that we have.
Thank you, Alvania, for those very interesting points. Naira, you wanted to add something?
No, I think she covered it all.
Okay, thank you. So, Krishna, any thoughts?
Yes, maybe in the short-term basis to use mainly local mentors, local knowledge in local contexts from the help of developed countries. I think it is important to make sure that the help coming from developed countries do collaborate properly with local experts, because we do not really lack local experts. We have them a lot. We have a lot of scientific documents in the cardboard, even at the University of Mauritius. A lot of research have been done, but most of those researchers end up dying somewhere else, whereby the reality is sad. It's like this, where mostly Western or developed countries experts would come and do their new research and would say, okay, this research is the good one. And then because of the funding inequality, we will be forced to follow those kind of methodologies. Even in the scientific world, it's a reality that we discussed amongst other SIDS country youths. So that's in the short term. It is essential at the strategic planning level to involve those local experts and indigenous experts. And in the long term, really in the long-term level, to really use knowledge, local knowledge in local contexts or specific contexts, it is essential to understand how really the system in itself at a certain degree is still under the influence of colonization. So it is essential to decolonize the system, the educational institutions, for instance, and even scientific methodologies, because the colonized way of thinking science is very different to the way an indigenous person would see science to be. So they would see it in a more circular manner, in a more interconnected manner, than in a more linear manner or in a more disconnected manner. So often anthropogenic sciences see human at the top of the ladder, where ecocentric sciences see human as the part of a whole. So to be able to manage knowledge in itself is a huge feat in itself, but the short-term way would be to include local people in the strategizing planning level, and the long-term would be to really act on the strategies of how to decolonize the institutions.
Thank you, Krishna. So being a little bit mindful of time, so we've had quite a rich discussion so far, and I would like to open the floor to questions from our audience. So if you have any questions, please raise your hands. I see Godwin. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much for the very engaging and lively discussion. Mine is maybe between a comment and a question. I want to pick up on something that caught my attention that Krishna shared about decolonizing, and there seems to be a very big wave of decolonization across the continent. For example, the whole debate on museums, repatriating some of the things that were taken, decolonizing the education sector, the mines and the like, because the colonial system actually took away many, things about our lives. And I like the fact that there is an engagement towards that, and the fact that it can be a catalyst for change. Krishna and the rest. Thank you. Yes, over to you.
Thank you, Goodwin. Krishna, would you like to
Thank
react?
you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Goodwin. But I think this is an example of how really youth can be inspired again with the help of more experienced people, because actually we do need those also words of encouragement to know if we are going in the right way. And speaking on the decolonization movement, there's the CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice, which the Caribbean regions have completely written, but it's only very much known in the Caribbean region. I've seen that in the Indian Ocean region or even in the Pacific, it's not really known. So it's called the CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice. So I would like for you guys to go into it and us too. And in terms of mentorship, I think we should always be grateful to have so many inspirational people around us to really push us forward.
Thank you, Krishna. I see Paul. Alvania, yeah, you want to say something? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that. And in regards to decolonizing things, one thing that I'd like to encourage all of us here on the call today is to tell our own stories. And that's why empowerment and capacity building is important, because when it comes to issues like Madagascar mentioned, language barrier and access to a lot of opportunities and stuff like that, we have to make use of the most to get make the most out of the opportunities that we're given and tell our own stories, because we can't keep letting people tell our stories. And Godwin touched on a bit on that as well. We really need to empower people that have these amazing knowledge, traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge in our countries, and solutions for it. We have to empower them so that they can tell the world about their story, and not let someone say there's this person in Seychelles who is doing this and I've learned this and whatever. We have to empower our people so that they can speak for themselves.
Thank you, Alvania. Paul?
I just wanted to follow up on Krishna's comment about encouragement and moving in the right direction. The answer is absolutely yes. The indigenous youth that are on this call, the indigenous youth leaders who assembled the agenda, invited the presenters in this dialogue, they are providing leadership that is not temporary, it's lifelong. And one of the things to imagine, I'm 65, be 66 next week. So I'm no longer youth per se, but I think like youth. When I was in my 20s, in my early 20s, I remember recognizing questions that propelled me for the rest of my life. Questions, for example, about why the United States and the Soviet Union cooperated continuously in Antarctica and outer space was a question I asked when I was 22. And I've spent the next 40 years trying to address it. And I imagine for the Indigenous youth leaders on this call that the questions you're asking about decolonization and the ability to participate in these discussions, these are issues that will travel with you for the rest of your life. There is passion, clear passion in this discussion. And so, Krishna, to your question about being encouraged, absolutely. The things all of you are doing is special. And one observation, just in terms of, trying to be helpful, is that as a youth, it's hard to understand time because you've not lived very long. But time is an answer. It's a tool to use. And just imagine that many of the Indigenous youth, the young people on this call, may be alive in the 22nd century. Humanity on a planetary scale has yet to understand the skills to operate at century timescales. Indigenous communities have it historically. Grandparents, parents, children, grandchildren. The concept of working across generations is fundamental to working into the distant future. And Indigenous communities understand that perhaps better than any other source of knowledge on Earth. And so, encouragement, absolutely. I encourage all of you to be inspirational, to be bold and to be brave and to speak to power and to seek change where it's necessary. The concepts of colonial, it's detrimental to all of us. Power and abuse of power exists, and it's not limited to Indigenous communities. But the Indigenous communities have a skill to operate across generations, perhaps better than the rest of the world.
Thank you, Paul. I see Niaro. Do you want to add something? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to add that when we are talking about colonialization, the main point is that, on my perspective, I think we need to heal our memories. We need to heal our histories. We need to accept the fact that we have been enslaved, we have been colonialized. So because the third thing is that we can't put history on trial. That's what I said every time when I'm talking to people. We can't put history on trial. We can't actually fight with French because Madagascar was colonized by French people. We can be mad at French people all our lifetime. We have to heal. We have to do some kinds of reflection and adaptation all the time. But what I can suggest is that as Alvania said, we need to talk about our story. We need to talk about all the injustice that we had to face. We have to point out those who do something bad to us in order to heal in this process. Because when we do that, it's the only way we can actually go forward to move on. We need to move on. In terms to move on, you need to actually accept the fact that it happens, it's in the past. So you to move on in the future, you need to face those kind of things. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we'll take one last question or comment. I see Devina's hands up. Devina?
Thank you, Stephanie. So we are talking about climate change, youth, climate diplomacy. I don't if we have like few minutes more, I would like maybe invite Paul to speak about his bold decision he took in the early 20s for the scuba dive. The story is so inspiring. Like I always like to listen to that part. Maybe it will motivate many of us in this room today. Paul, please, if you could really talk about your experience. for the scuba diving, the Arctic.
Okay. Thank you, Davina. When I was 22, I spent a year scuba diving under the ice in Antarctica. Made the deepest dive through ice on Earth. It's a world record when I was 22. I didn't request it until 4 decades later, but the observations that I would share are less about Antarctica and scuba diving under the ice, but in the context of decolonization. This is a sincere discussion. My mother was born in Germany in 1933 and was forced to escape in 1938 and was forever, in her mind, traumatized by that experience, as were millions of other people, many of whom didn't live through the Second World War. And for me, as a child, as a young child, I felt a personal responsibility to forever prevent that, to the best of my ability, to prevent such atrocities from ever happening again. So my journey was always one of, at a global level. And if we look at where we are as a civilization on a planetary scale, context of a planetary scale, the 20th century was the first time we had world wars. They weren't regional, they weren't continental, they were planetary, they were world wars. And human history, written human history in terms of calendars, goes back about 6,000 years. So that's 60 centuries. And the reality is 1 century, the last century, is 1 century out of 60 centuries. We are just in our infancy as a globally interconnected civilization. And how do we create those connections? And it was those types of questions that, a matter of serendipity, certainly with GIYSCC Africa and the Science Advice Skills Development Program, that brought me in touch with Dr. Temitope Sogbanu last year and Dr. Davina Lobine this year. But those questions that were part of my youth, my childhood, brought me for the rest of my life. And I imagine that there's a level of responsibility to share those types of experiences and insights, to inspire next generation leaders to do similar things, to do better, to go further, to awaken capacity as a globally interconnected civilization. We're still a bunch of nations trying to control each other and dynamics, and we can see this all over the news constantly. But somehow we have to survive beyond that. We have to operate on a planetary scale. And where do those skills come from? They're connections between environment. Economics is important, and society, but it's not one or the other. It's all three of them. We have to figure out how to create these bridges. And so you asked me to share comments perhaps about diving in Antarctica, and I'd be happy to share stories of diving under the ice with 600-foot visibility. And temperatures down to 115 below zero, and water that you could throw up into the air, and boiling water, and as it fell to the ground, it crackled because it froze. But I won't do that. I just wanted to share the story of my mother. And in the same spirit that I've learned from indigenous cultures, first thing is always with respect to the culture. It's not about who the individual is, it's about the culture. And I think that's being lost to a significant extent around the world. So again, going back to Krishna's comment about encouragement, I encourage global indigenous youth leaders around the world to develop a partnership, as Tope and team imagined last year in their Nature article, that indigenous youth must be at the forefront of climate diplomacy.
Thank you very much, Paul, for this comment and for this inspiring story. So we need to wrap up because we're running out of time. So maybe one last word from our speakers. So what advice would you have for other youths who want to engage in climate advocacy? Krishna?
Well, I would just tell them to go for it, to think about how to go for it, but definitely to take passion as one of the main things to drive it forward, and listen to the elders as well, not just go for it brainlessly.
Thank you, Krishna. And Alvania?
I would say go for it. Don't be scared of anything. Don't let people's mindsets and thoughts and keep us behind. We are such a rich continent and a rich ocean in every aspect, every single aspect. Don't let the Western world dim our shine. Because we're so bright and we have so much to share with the world and so much more to do. The fact that we're underdeveloped doesn't mean that we are behind. Don't view it as that change narrative. It means we have a lot to go. We have a long way to go, and we have a lot to do. So get on it. Fire up.
Thank you, Alvania. And Nayaro?
I would say you have to leave a legacy. When you are thinking, think on the long-term goal always. Consider the long-term goal impact of your actions and strive to create sustainable, lasting change that will benefit for your children and the children of your children. And you also have to inspire the next generation always. When you are doing something, you have to be aware that you will be the bearer for all those generations, and you have to be the mentor and also the parents and pass on your knowledge. Thank you.
So thank you, everyone, for sharing your experiences, for sharing, for participating in this very rich discussion. And thank you, Davina and team, for hosting us today. So I leave the floor back to Goodwin for the next session. Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the speakers and Professor Beckman and everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Godwin, I'll do this one since you'll be sharing next one. Let's keep some different perspective here going. So guys, building on the excellent and passionate session that we just had, I'd like to invite to the stage the Global Young Indigenous Youth Leader, who is uniting youth at the forefront of climate change that Paul just mentioned, Dr. Temi Tope. The honor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining us from. It's really exciting for me to see how this summit has evolved since last year when it debuted. But just before I go ahead, I will be doing my presentation mainly in English, but because this is an Indigenous Youth Summit, and as I did last year, I would like to say some few words in my own local language first. So I am Nigerian. I'm actually from the Yoruba ethnic group, and I'm particularly sub-ethnic group Ijebu people. So orúkọ mi ni alábìnrin Tèmítọ́pẹ́, àwọn aya wọn ní Abẹ́òkúta, àwọn ìdílé Ṣógbámú. A kí yín lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀, a dẹ̀ kí yín káàbọ̀ sórí ètò yìí. Ètò tá à ń ṣe lọ́jọ́ òní, ó jẹ́ ètò nípa àyípadà afẹ́fẹ́ káàkiri gbogbo àgbáyé ni o. Inú wa sì dùn ní pé ó jẹ́ ọdún kejì tí a bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò yìí. A dẹ̀ ń ṣe ètò yìí fún particular àwọn ọ̀dọ́ àti àwọn àgbàlagbà tó nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí ìlọsíwájú àgbáyé tí àyípadà afẹ́fẹ́ yìí ó ń jẹ gbogbo wa níyà káàkiri gbogbo àgbáyé. So a kí yín pé ẹ káàbọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i, pé kẹ̀dẹ̀ máa bá wa ká lọ. With just a few words, I just greeted everyone in my language, like I said, once again. And we're really thankful that we're all here. Building up from last year, and it's quite auspicious that I've been given this topic to do some reflections on how the GIYSCC has evolved. I would try as much as possible not to repeat most of all that has been said, starting with Region 1 about 8 hours ago and following from the elders panel session and then just this immediate past session. As we've been hearing since I was the inaugural lead last year, or more like a co-lead, but the Africa lead. And this GIYSCC actually evolved from Paul's conversations with some Arctic indigenous youth, and then which followed through with the INSA Africa inaugural Science Advice Skills Development Diplomacy Program, which debuted last year, and Paul was my mentor in that program. And so we essentially co-developed the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change last year, and it debuted on the 9th of August last year. We had over 1,300 registrants from almost 115 countries in 8 languages, and we had participants ranging from 17 to 75 years. I was very excited to hear from Region 1 that we actually had presentations from 15-year-olds, and I think in Region 3 later, we are actually going to have even younger than those ages presenting, and that's just showed how the summit itself was involved in terms of inclusion, because as we say, we are truly inclusive in the use of the word indigenous, and we are also inclusive in the use of the word youth. And that's why we can have 75-year-olds, 65-year-old Paul, and everyone basically join to contribute to this. I'm excited that we all already get the gist of what the Global Indigenous Youth Summit is all about. And our aim when we were co-developing this last year, and I mean, really started in 2022, and then debuted last year. So it was really almost a year of planning and engagement to get to where it was when it debuted last year, and happy that this is continuing this year with also that much amount of planning, months of planning going into it. We've mobilized partnership, and if you see the previous slide that I had shown, these are the partners we had, and last year we were hosted by the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. And as you will see later on in my acknowledgement, we will see that partnerships have really built up. And we've added not just more youths into that partnership, but we've also added more organizations and institutions that are actually supporting what we're trying to do with the GIYSCC, which is mainly to advocate and to dialogue about climate action and to ensure that the voices of indigenous youth counts is just great. The last panel, the last lady was talking about, youths, indigenous youth being bold, not minding the fact that we're undeveloped and developing. And that's actually the spirit of the GIYSCC. We are trying to address contextual issues of climate change. But as we know, even though we have contextual issues, climate change is a global phenomenon. And it's something that occurs through our lifetimes. And as I started talking about last year, that the truth is that the youths are the now generation. We are no longer the future generation that has been told us in times past. We are actually the now. So it means that the future is actually in our hands, and the decisions that we make will actually make or mar what the future will be. But not only for us when we get to the future as elders, but also for our children who will be the youth at that time. And so we have started the inspiration last year to get us indigenous youth, and not just the youth as well, but the leaders, to think from short to long term. So to think right into the future. Paul already challenged us to think even into the 22nd century and throughout our lifetimes, and to engender sustainability, partnerships, co-creation, co-production of these very, very original and centuries-old knowledge that is deep within our different cultures and societies. Just a brief about how the summit went along. We had the same 3 8-hour region last year, was also virtual. Last year, we actually did have regional hubs. I'm not sure that was able to be facilitated this year. We had a regional hub in Asia. We also had a regional hub at the University of Port Harcourt last year, where we actually had the women folks and some folks from the community, local communities, they come together to be part of the sessions and make presentations, but also dialogue about both challenges relating to climate change and how they're resolving that. And we also have different formats. One of the last speakers talked about the challenge of languages. Unfortunately, that challenge is still there, but I'm very happy to say that, and this is one of the reflections, that this year we had the opportunity through Future Earth to engage AI-powered language translations worldly, even though it's still not all inclusive of the 7,000 plus languages, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. And this is my challenge to you all. Will become Indigenous youth leaders that will carry forward the GIYSCC in 2025 and going forward, to use our innovativeness and our skills and talents to see how we can overcome this pressing challenge of ensuring that this message gets reached out to everyone in their own languages and they are not left behind. We talked about these themes last year. These themes are carried forward into this year. But another thing to note this year is that we had, for the very first time, the small island developing states featuring across the 3 regions. And I must say that's a big kudos to the lead for this year, Dr. Devin Lobin, who is actually from Mauritius. And the last panel was from the small island developing states. I'm challenging us once again. We still need to engage people and indigenous youth from Oceania and Australia. I'm not sure that is quite reflected this year. So it's some lagging points that we still need to fill going forward into the GIYSCC in the near future. A lot has been talked about the nature commentary that was invited last year. Just to also emphasize that last year we had seed support from Springer Nature. And I'm very happy that with this very high call to action, and we've seen that it is motivating youth around the world. I personally, as a co-lead for last year, continue to receive interest, continue to receive calls, continue to receive engagement from youth from all over, especially from within my context, about ways that they can contribute to the issues of climate action and diplomacy from their own realms. And the technology facilitates it. You just need to have a social media handle, for instance. And one of the last speakers echoed my sentiments. It's not all about funds. It's not all about money. You can actually make do with what you have to showcase the skills and the knowledge you want to put out there. Because at the end of the day, our aim is that we want to ensure that youths get a seat at the decision-making table. That was the essence behind that nature commentary. And it's also the essence of the book collection that I'm going to talk about shortly. The truth is that, as we've seen, we youths are actually intermediaries between the old generation and the future generations. And that's why I call us the now generation. And so being intermediaries, we stand at a fortuitous point in time in our lives, but also within the current climes or discourse on climate change. But also ensure that we facilitate indigenous and Western knowledge systems, so that we can have sustainability, because we want to be able to address our own demands in this current generation. But also we do not want to compromise the resources that should be available to our future generations and their own generations to come. So we call to action with that nature commentary, and we continue to do so with engagements with facilitating the GIYSCC every year to co-create this dialogue. And just to emphasize again, as we did last year, that this is not a conference, it's not an academic meeting. So it's open to everyone. And what we're doing is that we have been dialoguing. And that's what we've seen throughout Region 1. That's what we've seen starting with Region 2, facilitating dialogues between indigenous youths and peoples from across the world. So Region 2 is doing this within Africa and Europe. And that's the spirit of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 17, talking about partnerships that should be sustained across short to long term, but also encouraging us to play active roles in high-level discourses. We emphasize high-level discourses because these are the levels like at the United Nations and the IPCC, in the UNFCCC, at the IBES level. This are the points or negotiating tables when decisions that are far-reaching and binding on all of us are actually made. We must ensure that as youth, who the future is or the generation is now, we ensure that we get a seat at those tables. And I'm happy to say that we've seen some development, even though minute, but we've begun to see that youth are actually being called to the fore. Where we are now is to ensure that you are called to the fore, but you need to be emboldened. And that's what this GIYSCC does. We need to be emboldened to ensure that when you get that seat, you actually do what is needful. Do not be intimidated by the adults, or do not be intimidated by the sheer quantum of wicked problems or challenges that we have in the world, because as humans, we have the capacity to be able to solve those. So we're inviting inclusion. We have done that. We've seen it. And we're ensuring that we're facilitating this inclusion of indigenous youths getting a seat at the table to make decisions. And so it was in that spirit, in the invited commentary, we just had a few short things that could go into the comment. We had long information contributed from indigenous youth leaders across the world. And we felt that in order to make this a truly legacy document, and in the spirit of sustainability, we had the mind to develop a book collection of contributions and presentations. A lot of the presenters last year and participants were interested in documenting what they have put together and also documenting the knowledge while also respecting the intellectual property rights. And so we were very excited to have the Informed Decision-Making for Sustainability book series, which is published by Springer Nature, potentially in principle accept our proposal for this book, which will be published on climate action with global inclusion, where we are going to, or we're inviting perspectives, lessons, observations from indigenous youths on climate adaptation and resilience. And just to say that Informed Decision-Making for Sustainability book series has published 2 books already, one of which is the one showcased here about building common interests in the Arctic Ocean with global inclusion, edited by our coordinator, Paul Berkman, and his colleagues. And this year we have 5 of us indigenous youth leaders who are actually co-editing this book and who are also in this dialogue. So myself, Temitope Shugbamu, we have Professor Adeyemi Aremu, who is specialized in indigenous knowledge systems in South Africa. We have Professor Ranjan Datta, who is also an indigenous knowledge specialist in Canada. We have Dr. Eda Suyak Jingodan, who is actually the North American lead and is also an indigenous specialist. She's also a Fulbright scholar. And then we have Dr. Lassin El Yousfi. He's actually from Morocco, and he actually led very significant inputs last year. He's based at the University in Morocco. And we're inviting these contributions to all the themes for which the GIYSCC has covered between last year and this year, but they are not limited to these contributions. Our main objective is that we're inviting contributions from everyone and anyone, not just presenters, but any interested party or persons speaking about issues around climate action and perspectives and lessons. In this first instance, we're inviting contributions on or before the 31st of August, contributions of a working chapter title and a 250 to 300 words abstract. This is the QR code and the link to submit that. But if you also have any questions, we invite you to also write us by email. Following your submission of your abstracts, this will be peer reviewed and you would get feedback by September 30th. We just want to say that perhaps there's some articles that don't meet the rigorous criteria of publication. Then we also have other forms and formats, like in forms of blogs and magazines, including through the Science Diplomacy Center magazine, where those articles can feed into. And we will support that, and that's why we have a dedicated team, including all the global indigenous youth leaders for this summit. And we expect that following acceptance, we would have full chapters submitted on or by the 31st of January. Thereafter, 2025, thereafter we go into peer review process. And long forms and short forms of 3,000 to 6,500 words are invited. This is just a rundown of the process, just for you to know how much work we've put into preparing this. And so we're highly looking forward to your contributions. I have had requests from potential authors or contributors asking if they will be required to pay APC charges. No, there are no APC charges for contributing authors to this book collection. And then we also indicated that we might be able to support, because being an Indigenous Summit, there may be some authors who want to contribute in their own Indigenous language. We're hoping it is May that we might be able to get support to have these those contributions published in that language, but also translated, in order to ensure that a lot of people will be able to access it. If you have any questions, please feel very free to write us at gyysccbook@gmail.com. That email is published here and accessible to us all, and we will ensure that we give you feedback within the shortest possible time. Just on the last note, I want to acknowledge the founding partners of the GIYSCC. For the debut edition last year, it took a lot of mettle. And I sincerely, particularly acknowledge the INSA Africa team, as you can see, providing very robust support even to the lead for this year. They support the idea. I mean, we had a lot of feedback before that debut edition. A lot of people said it's not possible to do that. You don't have the resources, both human and financial. And so we're also thankful to Springer Nature for little seed funding that they provided last year, for the invited commentary in Nature, which also helped to provide a lot of support and credence. Of course, to Paul Berkman, who was my mentor, the mentor for this year, and continues to coordinate. UNITA, which provided the United Nations backing last year, and several other organizations, as we can see here, including my own institutions. And I see that those institutions are also supporting this year, but we also have additional partners. And like I said, we're hoping that these partnerships continue to expand and to increase in the coming years, and looking forward to working with the next GIYSCC mentee with Paul for next year, and to host the GIYSCC 2026 edition. I want to thank you for your time, and happy to be part of the dialogue this year and this day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tim. I'm sorry we don't have time for questions, but I'm sure any questions that go through the chat room, you'll be able to address them, especially maybe the links for the book chapters, etc. So colleagues, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Godwin, and we're going to quickly segue into the next session. Thank you so much for staying on the call, and we hope you enjoy the interactive dialogues going forward.
Okay, yes, thank you everyone for the lively session. As you have heard, time is not our best ally. We are meant to have a comfort break, a short music interlude. But with your indulgence, I beg that we transition into the next session, which I will have the honor, actually the double honor of moderating and also giving the first presentation. But before I go into that, allow me introduce myself once again and welcome those who are joining us for the first time. My name is Godwin Anywar. I'm from Uganda, and I am an Alur from the northwestern part of the country. We share a border between Congo and Uganda, but I'm on the Ugandan side. So according to the program, I will be presenting, I'll give the first talk, which will be a 10-minute talk. I'll try to do it in less than 10 minutes. Then we'll have a short question and answer session. But just a quick check, just to make sure that all the presenters for this session are around or are ready. We have Ben Mabiala from DR Congo. And we also have Nancy Kadenyi from Uganda. I hope you are on the call and will be ready to present. Post your questions in the chat, and remember to use the translation tool, the Wordly app. I'll be doing my presentation in English. And without further ado, allow me to share my screen. Yeah, just a second. Okay. Okay, I hope you can all see my screen. And since I'm presenting, I will ask Tash to time me. Please remind me in case I go overboard. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to talk about indigenous knowledge at the nexus between climate change and emerging and infectious diseases in Africa. So I will tell my story through 3 vignettes. And for starters, this is where Uganda lies, right in the heart of Africa, a tiny little country, and this is how it looks like when you zoom out. So indigenous knowledge and emerging infectious diseases in Africa will be my first vignette. Without going into details, we all know that indigenous knowledge plays a very crucial role in addressing emerging infectious diseases and climate change. And it is rich, it has a rich repertoire of experience and many other attributes. So the first vignette is on HIV/AIDS, and this map from Global Map actually paints a picture of the HIV/AIDS scenario globally. We can see that Africa is disproportionately affected. It has more than 2/3 of the world's roughly 37 million people infected with HIV/AIDS, which at one time, not so long ago, was categorized as an emerging infectious disease. So the first epidemic in Uganda was reported in the early 80s, and there was no treatment for this disease. It was described as a new disease in nature, and it was called SLIM because of the characteristic slimming it produces. So as I was growing up, I happened to see people that were wasted by this disease, and that image, remained ingrained in my mind. So traditional healers, who are the custodians of some aspects of traditional knowledge were the first point of care when this disease first broke. And they basically managed the opportunistic infections that patients presented with at the time. And we'll use an example of a patient I will call John, who presented with a severe skin rash. And he had herpes zoster, which is a characteristic infection that appears as a belt around the back or the waist. Hence the name Chisipi. In one of the local languages here, Chisipi means a belt. So if you had this characteristic skin infection, which went round your back or your waist like a belt, someone would know that you are suffering from HIV/AIDS. John had severe loss of appetite, vomiting, diarrhea, plus many other conditions. And then he lost his wife a couple of months ago. Many thought this was witchcraft because it was new. Having nowhere to go and nowhere to run, John is taken to a nearby traditional healer. And unlike many who were unfortunate and succumbed, John made a remarkable recovery after being treated continuously with herbal medicines prepared by this experienced traditional healer. So these are some of the plant species that the traditional healer used for treating John. We have Sorospermum febrifugium, that's the botanical name, but in Swahili it's called chakwe, and in Luganda it is called kanzironziro, which has actually been proven to have antiviral activities. So it actually treats this and other skin infections. Acacia hawkeye, called Kasana in Uganda, has been shown to have some antiviral properties in the lab against HIV type 1. So these are different herbal preparations. The herbalists basically mix herbs with clay to make some kind of tablet, a clay tablet, and the clay actually serves as a binding agent and has many other properties. And these are characteristically given to patients with HIV/AIDS, but patients, suffering from other conditions as well. Vignette 2 is about the COVID-19 pandemic, which is still fresh in our minds. At the height of the pandemic in Uganda, the government of Uganda, the health authorities actually approved a herbal remedy called Covidex for the management of COVID-19 in Uganda. I remember at this point in time, we had no vaccines and people were dying in droves. There was no known treatment. This is a new infectious disease, and still the first point of contact or care are the traditional healers. Using another patient, Jen, who was on her deathbed, we'll call her Jen. There were no vaccines at the time, no treatment, no oxygen, no ventilators, and intensive care units were overwhelmed. She stumbles upon Covidex and applies a few drops into her nostrils and throat, and she makes a remarkable recovery. Covidex contains different plant species, mainly Xanthoxylum and Wabugia. I'll show you the pictures in the subsequent slides. These plant species are traditionally used in Uganda for treating many conditions, including respiratory tract infections. This Covidex was actually made by one of the local scientists using traditional knowledge, combining it with modern scientific knowledge. He used Wabugia ugandensis and Xanthoxylum chalybium This is called Abasi in one of the local languages, Luganda, and this is called Mutatembwa in one of the local languages. So he made a product from this, which apparently saved many lives. This is indigenous traditional knowledge at work. So, ladies and gentlemen, my last vignette is on indigenous traditional knowledge and climate change. Then I'll just juxtapose these. It's common knowledge that communities in Africa have long adapted to the changing environmental conditions through a variety of ways, including diversification of crops, crop rotation, etc. Indigenous knowledge also encompasses highly sophisticated systems, including weather prediction, and many of these methods are actually accurate and specific in certain contexts in Africa. So using this last vignette, Walter, a frustrated farmer where I come from, lamented that the rains are erratic. And he says, if I may quote, "It never used to be like this," he laments. "The seasons have surely changed," he goes on. "The rains do not come when you expect them, and when they do, they are scattered and erratic. The sunshine is killing our crops, and we see strange pests and diseases nowadays." After consulting with the elders, knowledge solutions begin to emerge, to come to the fore. One grandmother talks about a hardy, drought-tolerant type of millet and other crops. Grandpa talks about some hardy famine foods that will enhance their survival. What comes out on pest management using a combination of different plant species, ash, and cow urine? Because with change in climate, we know the pest ranges for some pests increase, enlarge. So in some cases, you have pests that you never used to have in the past. Stories surface about the location and use of some wild, neglected, and underutilized plant species. So all these are solutions coming up or cropping up in this particular village in the context or against the backdrop of climate change. So these are some of the wild, underutilized, or neglected plant species that have been put to the fore, that have been used to mitigate the effects of climate change. And, hunger, it comes with hunger, food insecurity. And some of these plant species have been stigmatized. Traditionally, they were neglected and considered food for the poor. But because of changing times, people are resorting to them again. So we have the leaves of Leptadenia hastata, alungu in Alur, my language, one of the lilies of the Nile. Then we have another wild indigenous vegetable, akeo, and a wild fruit called achoga. We have a variety of other plant species that were forgotten, in quotes, but are resurfacing because of their potential because they are, resilient, and they have a lot to offer in terms of withstanding the adverse effects of climate change. So through those three vignettes, ladies and gentlemen, I want to conclude by saying that indigenous knowledge is a vital source in the fight against emerging infectious diseases and climate change in Africa. Therefore, by valuing and integrating this knowledge with modern science, we can develop more comprehensive and resilient approaches which are context-specific to these pressing changes. The inclusion, therefore, of indigenous perspectives and practices not only enriches our collective understanding, but also promotes sustainable development and resilience in African communities. Thank you very much for listening. Afoyo Makwo. Allow me to stop sharing my screen. And Tashvi, how am I doing on time?
Good on our side.
Okay, that's good.
I'm just checking for questions for you. Colleagues, do you have any questions? Ben? Nancy, maybe you have a question as a fellow panelist?
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead, Tofi.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gavin, for the very nice presentation. You mentioned a really interesting topic about these infectious diseases. I was inspired. So, for example, one of the diseases that you mentioned is HIV/AIDS, and the different roles that indigenous knowledge could take to kind of heal this kind of diseases. But do you think you can make a kind of comment on the preventive role of this indigenous knowledge? What kind of role would they take to prevent before this kind of problem happening? There are roles because in Africa we have, traditions. We have some advices from elders that we don't do this kind of thing. So there are roles that would help us prevent from happening this disease from happening. So what is your comment on that? And then I would love to hear from you if it is possible to develop this capacity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that very important question, Taufik. Prevention traditionally used to be and is still a very important part of the traditional lifestyle in Africa. There are many customs. There are things that the elders used to tell us not to do. Sometimes they were shrouded in mystery, but if unpacked, there is a science behind them. Traditional healers, being the first point of contact in many of our communities, can play a very important role in spotting some symptoms. For example, during the recent outbreak of Ebola in Democratic Republic of Congo, the traditional healers played a very instrumental role because they were the first point of contact, first point of care. So when they spot some of these unusual things happening in the community, and they are equipped with knowledge, with skills, they can be able to identify some of these things and report to the authorities, because some infections like Ebola are actually very dangerous. So there are cases where traditional healers have been trained, they have been equipped, and they have helped in stemming the tide or cutting the spread of certain diseases, using the example I've just given you. So by working together, by bringing traditional knowledge together with modern scientific knowledge, we can actually enrich the scope, and we can provide better healthcare and many more solutions to our people, rather than if we looked at them in isolation and let them operate in silos. Thank you. Okay.
So, Godwin, in terms of regulatory, how do you think science advisory and scientists can work together, in order for these two entities to come together? And that can be the last question before we move on.
Okay, thank you for the question, Tashri. Yes, it's very important, it's fundamental, and in my opinion, the first step would be dialogue. Bring, for example, the traditional health practitioners together with modern healthcare providers together to begin dialoguing. Once the dialogue begins, once they begin to understand each other, then modalities can come into place, can be put into place, frameworks can be put into place where these two can work. We have seen examples of this with some NGOs in Uganda, where traditional healers at the height of the HIV AIDS pandemic, traditional healers came together with doctors and they got the best from both worlds to help patients actually have better healthcare outcomes. So it is actually possible if there is dialogue.
I think one last question, just to bring everything back full circle. Have you noticed through your research how climate change has affected traditional medication? Or, you spend a lot of time in the field. Have you noticed any changes?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, there are very big changes. One of the biggest changes we're seeing a lot these days is the traditional healers telling you how scarce or how difficult it is to find some of the critical medicinal plant species they use for treating patients. And one, of course, there are many possible contributing factors, but one of the key factors we believe to be driving this is climate change. It is making it difficult for some of these plant species to grow in the habitats where they used to grow before. Some of the habitats are being degraded or destroyed, and climate change is definitely having a role in this. So it is changing the practice. People are looking for substitutes for some of these plants. Some of the plants are not readily available. They have to walk longer distances to get them. So in the long run, the shape, the dynamics of traditional practice of healing is actually changing.
Thank you, Godwin. That's all from me. Hand over back to you.
Okay, thank you, Tashri, for helping out on this. So now that I have the floor is with me, allow me to invite Kadis, I hope I've got the pronunciation right, Ben Mabiala from the Democratic Republic of Congo, who is going to share with us a presentation on indigenous culture, an effective means to mitigate anthropogenic effects on climate. Ben, the floor is yours. You're welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Godwin. I will speak in French to be more explicit. Donc, you hear me? Vous m'entendez?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can hear.
Okay, thank you very much. Je vais donc partager mon écran. J'espère que tout le monde a mon écran. OK. Donc, merci, bonjour à tous et je dirais peut-être encore, je remercie l'initiateur de ce sommet dans le Dr Paul Arthur et le leadership aussi de celle qui coordonne le GYC 2024, le Dr Devina Lobin. Et merci à tout le monde aussi, ces jeunes leaders autochtones qui continuent à mobiliser cette année cet enthousiasme pour promouvoir, comme on dit, le sommet mondial des jeux autochtones au niveau. Donc ici, pour moi, le but, c'est vraiment mettre en avant la culture autochtone pour mettre en avant cette culture qui est un moyen efficace de lutter contre les effets de changement climatique. Donc ici, vous avez, comme on dit, le titre et le thème qui est simplement le patrimoine autochtone et les stratégies d'intervention sur le changement climatique. Suivant. Ici, bien sûr, nous sommes cette année au sommet mondial des jeunes peuples autochtones et du changement climatique 2024. Dans l'illustration. Désolé. Alright. Okay. Donc ici, c'est un petit aperçu, un petit résumé sur ce qui est le bassin du Congo. Peut-être beaucoup donc du coup n'ont pas une idée assez précise, mais le bassin du Congo fait partie des, euh, on dira peut-être du poumon en fait actuellement, l'un des poumons les plus considérés pour la lutte contre le changement climatique. Et pour moi, c'est très important parce que ce bassin permet de lutter contre ce changement climatique. Et ce bassin est normalement presque plus mis en avant, mais surtout mis en avant sont les auteurs principaux dus à cette lutte contre le changement climatique dans la communauté Baka. Donc, je vais illustrer je vais illustrer, comme on dit, ce sommet. Donc, ici, nous avons la communauté Baka, connue qui est dans la région vraiment du bassin du Congo. On peut retrouver au Cameroun, au Gabon, en République du Congo et en RDC, mais sous différentes appellations. Vous pouvez avoir les Bayaka, etc. Mais je garde toujours le contexte de Baka pour permettre qu'il y ait un nom un peu commun dans toutes ces régions. Donc ici, c'est une communauté qui vit carrément dans le bassin du Congo qu'on retrouve dans différents pays aux alentours du bassin du Congo, mais une communauté qui est peut-être plus mise en avant depuis ces dialogues de changement climatique, ces dialogues de peuples autochtones qui n'ont peut-être pas encore euh, qui- de voix, comme on dit, pour pouvoir faire entendre leur voix, faire entendre leurs problèmes, faire entendre leurs difficultés actuelles. Donc ici, toujours avec la communauté Baka, nous sommes sur le... J'espère que mon écran s'affiche toujours. Voilà. Donc ici, nous sommes toujours avec ces derniers, mais qui, à leur niveau, subissent, comme on dit, certains déficits, subissent certaines difficultés dues soit à la déforestation, parce qu'ils perdent leurs habitations. J'ai suivi tout à l'heure, lors de asiatique, euh, la séance asiatique, un autre jeune leader autochtone qui parle aussi de ces entreprises qui viennent pour déforester, qui viennent pour euh, réduire, comme on dit, au silence cette communauté qui vivait, eux, à travers déjà les activités, à travers leur culture ancestrale qui se retrouve au niveau de, au niveau de ces forêts tropicales. Et ce qui subit, c'est cette déforestation élimine en même temps aussi, euh, qui élimine en même temps aussi leur savoir-faire, mais qui élimine aussi en même temps leurs habitations, qui les pousse à aller soit se réfugier un peu plus loin, mais souvent aussi de sortir euh, de cette culture autochtone. Et bien sûr, on a le déclin de la biodiversité. Et on dira peut-être, c'est une communauté qui vit depuis des années grâce à la cueillette, grâce à la pêche. Et à cause de tout ce changement climatique, ils sont obligés souvent il y a, comme on dit, le déclin de certains produits qui les aidaient. Excusez-moi, le déclin de certains produits qui les aidaient à survivre, le déclin de certaines pratiques qui les permettaient de vivre. Et à cause de ce changement climatique, ils subissent tous ces problèmes que nous devons aussi mettre en avant, que nous devons aussi revoir pour les permettre de continuer à faire avancer la biodiversité. Ok, ici, nous sommes au point où je voulais simplement soulever, je crois qu'il y a eu peut-être une petite erreur au niveau du thème de biodiversité, la conservation de la biodiversité. Je crois que l'équipe technique a fait une petite erreur. Mais quand on parle de quand on parle du premier point, par exemple, de biodiversité, ici, le but, c'était simplement faire ressortir cette possibilité avec ce peuple autochtone Baka, la communauté Baka, qui permettait de conserver la biodiversité. Parce que grâce à eux, ils ont eu à protéger certaines cultures de la flore, etc. Ils ont eu à protéger certains on parlera peut-être de produits végétaux, etc., qui permettaient de lutter contre le changement climatique. On ne le retrouve presque plus parce que on ne les accompagne pas dans cette lutte contre le changement climatique et on ne met pas en avant leur savoir-faire. Et c'est grâce aussi à eux qu'on parle toujours ce système de mise en place de, de plantation que certainement beaucoup de gens de la ville n'ont pas encore établi, mais c'est eux, c'est ancré. Toujours vouloir planter un arbre après l'avoir déplanté ou bien après l'avoir coupé. Ils ont toujours cette manie de vouloir non seulement déforester, mais aussi promouvoir, comme on dit, l'agroforestation ou la plantation de culture. Ils ont aussi cette manie de savoir conserver. Pour moi, c'est très important de mettre ça en avant parce que grâce à eux, on retrouve des plantes dont on n'avait peut-être pas encore connaissance, mais qui existent encore dans les forêts tropicales, qui existent encore dans le bassin du Congo. Et c'est grâce à cette communauté qui n'est toujours pas mise en avant, qui n'est toujours pas prise en compte. Et c'est vraiment dommage pour nous de vraiment pas revoir cela. Et c'est vraiment dommage pour nous qui ne soient pas entendus sur le plan international. Euh, Ici, nous avons quelques projets, j'ai voulu aussi mettre en avant quelques projets d'investissement durable dont nous pouvons faire ressortir de ces communautés autochtones. Qui est la communauté Baka. Nous savons tous que tous les peuples autochtones ont certaines des traditions. Ils ont des traditions médicinales, ils ont des traditions qui soignent, qui aident, mais c'est faisable, c'est possible de pouvoir les accompagner, d'investir dans ce type de structures, mettre en place des structures qui mettent en avant leur médecine ancestrale et aussi mettre en place des projets qui pourront permettre à développer leur culture, partager leur culture sur le plan international et national. Et aussi, bien sûr, toujours prendre en compte leur système ou leur façon de conserver la biodiversité et de conserver, comme on dit, tout ce qui est dans la réserve de la flore et de la faune. Pour moi, il est simple de lancer un appel à l'action. L'appel à l'action consiste non pas seulement de faire du bruit, mais aussi d'inciter les jeunes autochtones, d'inciter toute la communauté autochtone, d'inciter les ONG, les gouvernements à promouvoir l'inclusion du savoir des peuples autochtones. Ça, c'est très important. Ils ont un savoir qui doit être conservé, un savoir qui doit être mis en avant, un savoir qui doit être utilisé pour pouvoir lutter contre le changement climatique comme ils l'ont toujours fait, su le faire plutôt depuis ces décennies. Nous devons investir aussi dans ces projets de business autochtone pour non seulement permettre à cette communauté de pouvoir vivre de leur savoir-faire, vivre de leur culture, mais aussi de pouvoir accroître, comme on dit, certains revenus par rapport à leur connaissance et leur savoir-faire. Pour moi, il est aussi important d'éduquer, de sensibiliser pour que chacun d'entre nous comprenions que ce ne sont pas des communautés qu'il faut mettre à l'écart. On a l'habitude de remarquer en Afrique centrale, ce sont des communautés qui doivent être prises en compte comme des gens qui peuvent lutter réellement contre ce déficit climatique, qui peuvent euh, partager leurs connaissances, qui pourront nous aider, nous autres, scientifiques, nous autres chercheurs, etc., défenseurs de droits humains, de pouvoir mieux comprendre le système qu'ils ont établi en amont, sans même pouvoir le savoir peut-être au départ, dans la conservation de la faune et la flore, et surtout dans la lutte contre le changement climatique. Merci beaucoup. Je crois que c'est sur ce point que mon slide va se terminer.
All right. Thank you, Ben, for the wonderful presentation. And colleagues, I hope you have been following with the translation for those of you that don't understand French. So the floor is now open for any questions, any comments to Ben. Please use the tools to raise your hand and indicate if you have a question or any comment to Ben. As we wait for questions or comments to come, I will have the first bite. Perhaps this may not be a question. In Uganda, we have communities of people that used to live in the forest areas, the pygmies, the Batwa pygmies, who faced similar challenges. The Baka in Congo you have talked about faced or face. Unfortunately, many of them were displaced from their traditional forest areas. They were pushed out of the forest, and life became very hard for them because all they knew was in the forest, the food, how to survive, the medicines. I don't know what the situation in the Congo Basin is, because there's a lot of demand for forested area, companies that want to mine, there's threat from agriculture, land expansion, then exposure to disease from the outside world, especially for a community that is, isolated from the rest of the world. So I just wanted to know how the situation is in DR Congo concerning this community.
Merci pour, comme on dit, ce point de vue, Monsieur Godwin. La situation, elle est pareille. La situation, elle est pareille en République du Congo. Comme vous l'avez su l'énumérer, la demande, elle est très forte actuellement avec ces sociétés forestières. Mais je crois bien que le gouvernement, je vais peut-être pas parler au nom de mon gouvernement, mais je crois bien que des initiatives sont mises en place de pouvoir protéger ces communautés autochtones parce que aujourd'hui, nous comprenons tous que ces derniers n'avaient pas de mots et ces derniers sont primordiaux. Parce que non seulement grâce à leur patrie, pratique, excusez-moi, ancestrale, on a certains produits aujourd'hui qui peuvent servir vraiment en République du Congo. On utilise vraiment la médecine traditionnelle. C'est certains produits qui permettent de soigner plusieurs types de maladies. Et donc, pour nous, c'est vraiment, depuis un certain moment, c'est vraiment important pour nous de pouvoir nous rapprocher de ces communautés, de nous rapprocher de ces personnes pour pouvoir mieux les comprendre, pour pouvoir mieux prendre connaissance de leur culture et bien sûr aussi protéger ces derniers parce que, comme vous l'avez su le dire aussi en amont, ils ont cette difficulté de pouvoir évoluer hors de leur, comme on dit, hors de leur cercle, hors du bassin de Congo, hors des différentes forêts où ces derniers sont abrités.
Okay, thank you, Ben. I was just checking in the chat to see if there's any question. No questions in the chat. Yes, Davina, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
It's not really a question. It's more like a comment based on your presentation and also from what Kadres has been presenting. We always say like if we lose one plant, that is, if one plant get extinct, we are losing potentially one medicine. It can be a molecule for drug, for cancer, for Alzheimer, or anything. Or if we also losing potentially one source of food. So it's every. I guess the problem is everywhere. Even in Mauritius, Mauritius has a very I would say rich biodiversity. We are one of the hotspots for biodiversity along with Madagascar. And now urbanization is it's progressing a lot, and our forests are being cut down, and we are limited in terms of land. And there are potentially many endemic plants that has not been explored or discovered yet, or varieties, and many of those plants has not been even investigated for diseases. And those plants has been used in traditional medicine years back, and just it has not been documented.
Okay, thank you for the comment, Davina. I will request or ask whoever has any question or comment to post it in the chat for Ben, and ask that we move on to the next presenter in the interest of time. Let's keep the conversation, let's keep the dialogue going. So allow me to invite our next presenter, Nancy Kadenyi, also from Uganda. Nancy will be telling us about engaging youth in climate change. Nancy, I hope you're here with us. Yes, it's an absolute delight to have you. Nancy, the floor is yours. You'll have a maximum of 10 minutes to do your presentation. Then we'll engage in a question and answer session after that. Nancy, over to you.
Thank you so much, Godwin and the team for organizing this and also for inviting me to make this presentation. I'm Nancy Kadenyi. Sorry, Godwin, I'm from Kenya. Just I come from a village that I neighbor Uganda, so it's fine still. I'm the Natural Resources Management Specialist at Meta Research here in Kenya. But today I'm here to talk more of also my experiences and how has it been in the field, engaging with the youth as far as the matters of climate change is concerned. Why do I really like the matters of engaging the youth in the matters of climate advocacy? First of all, for me, I view advocacy as a way of promoting already the existing policies, practices, interventions, plans that are there within a specific country or locations to raise different awareness and engage communities to take action on matters of climate change, adaptation, and resilience. And personally, as a youth, I find we, the youth, being the key players and the people who are really going to save our mother nature, our planet, on the negative impacts of climate change. Because we are still more energetic, we can really do more, we are more creative, we can come up with different ideas, different solutions, engage different people in different ways to make sure everyone is really taking action. Also having in mind, we are the ones who still have a longer lifespan on the earth compared to the older people who possibly some of them are towards the end or do not have much more energy to be involved here. So for me, the youth are very important and critical on matters of climate change. And not only the youth, we are not supposed to forget our indigenous youth, our youth who are really rooted at the grassroots areas or back in the villages or in the places where we stay in. These are the youth who really have more information that is rarely captured or rarely said outside here, whereby they're able to borrow this knowledge now from the older people and be able to bring it back here. In Kenya, I always look at the Maasai community, how they do their own things. If we really don't engage currently the youth in these communities, come 50 years from now, our Maasai culture will be maybe disappeared, will no longer be available. So having this youth really on board, it really helps better to really deepen our connection on the matters of climate change and not forgetting our traditional and indigenous knowledge within the communities where we come from. And also you find they still have a very big power to share out more information here online. Come everywhere. If I can still give an example in Kenya where I come, you will always find a youth with a smartphone. And with the smartphones, the youth can really do much. For example, utilizing social media with various hashtags for climate change, take action. And please allow me to use, for example, the case of Kenya, what we recently had. I'm sure you most saw it in the news on the matters of demonstrations. This was only organized on social media, mainly on Twitter, the X. What if also all the youth can be engaged? We come on Twitter to discuss matters of climate change. I'm sure our leaders, different people from everywhere, will be able to take action, and the youth will be able to involve in these different engagements on climate change, where their voices will be heard and whatever will be being said. And for me, if I can give an example of different ways I effectively engage youth, or we effectively engage youth in different areas where we are, you find the way I mentioned, the youth really have much to say or much to bring on board here. If we really engage them, bring them on board using different ways, we are able really to harvest and utilize the skills and knowledge our youth really have outside here. And we can still use these skills to be innovative and give the youth a chance to lead different initiatives that I'll be able to share an example towards the end. And you always know with technology, you'll always find a youth there. And so these are the people who can really come here, bring out our ideas using the technology here. If you can look at my images on the top right, that's me trying just to present what we collected with the youth. It was more of a baseline survey trying to find out different challenges in the communities. We used a different approach, not the common way where we just go ask people questions. It was more an interactive where we had this youth go to the community, interact with the elderly, go with them to the field, and they show them the transition, what has been happening in different places. And they sit down together, discuss what is it. And after that, we come together in form of what we call here in Kenya, barazas. That's more a community gathering where now you bring in the local administration, the youth themselves, the elders, and everyone. And the youth were able now to share out what they found out in the field to these all people now who are on board here. And now you discuss together with the youth now, with everyone having on board on what can we do, how can we do here. With that, you really find there's a very strong partnership being generated together with different age people, gender being brought on board. And by the end of the day, you already have a clear collaborative citizen science engagement platform or approach for approaching different projects. And as I said, the youth are our future. Whenever we are able to train them as a training of trainers, they'll still have this knowledge that can still be impacted in the community or offer the same services to different places. This is what I was mentioning. For those who are interested, I'll be able to post the link in the chat. It was in one of the cities, what we call the new cities, Nakuru City here in Kenya. We collected data using the digital platform. I think most of us know it, Kobo Collect, but we just didn't stop there on Kobo Collect. We went ahead, now discuss with the youth, how can we share out these news to the county people, to different people in the climate area? So we did what we call Google Art storytelling, whereby they were able to visualize everything and show what was the problem and what was the idea. With the link, wherever you are seated, you can easily see what problems were in this area and what did this youth find out. And you find it really, really attracted the policymakers of Nakuru County, something I'm always proud of. And the people in the county never knew there were some problems. Like there was an area that had a quarry, but very few people knew about it. And it was also an eye-opener to the county, whereby now they really took the initiative on their own. And I'm happy after our baseline, the project was not funded, but just we presenting the results that the youth structured, the country really bought in the idea, and are now doing mobilization by themselves, getting more investors on board. So you can really find the power of youth by using technology, for example, and digital platforms just only in data collection to inform a project. Here, allow me to share one of the projects I'm working on, and I'm mainly working with now a mixed group of people here with the youth, the aged, and mainly also the county people. This is now back in the Eastern Kenya. We call it Makueni County. And as you read on the internet, 80% of Kenya is arid and semi-arid. So you can imagine only 20% that is able to get enough water for supply. But 80%, it's really challenged. So in one of these communities I'm working on, just try to imagine you are a lady or a woman in this area where you need to walk 8 kilometers to go get water, come for domestic use. Will you really be able to have time in your agricultural farm, or again go fetch water to do irrigation in your farm, so to ensure your household has enough water for utilization, they have fresh vegetables or food on the table? So you find with our program, we are really trying to solve such kind of problems. You want, if these women are going to fetch water, let them only go fetch water for domestic use, but have an alternative nearby water source that they can use for agricultural production. And with this, we're also targeting younger women. And our approach, we call it road runoff harvesting for nature-based farming. This whereby we are using roads as a catchment. And I know most of us who come from Africa or anywhere, main mode of transport is roads. And when it's raining, you always see a lot of runoff along the roads. Have you asked yourself, where does this water go? Or what can we really do with this water? Or we only leave it to cause havoc on the roads? Recently in the country, we had a lot of rains and the roads were being swept away. Farms were being degraded. The topsoil was really being carried away. But we can really turn this into something really positive. And I find it's really being a nice innovation where we can really now bring the youth on board in such kind of interventions by utilizing this road runoff harvesting for agricultural production, whereby you'll find now the youth will venture now into green businesses, whereby they can venture into horticulture, planting of fruit trees, horticulture, using different ways by harvesting only this runoff. And apart from just having having increased agricultural production, you find you'll be having a triple win, whereby the road engineers will now have reduced their cost and time for maintaining the roads for transport. For example, there's reduced degradation of the landscapes near the roads, because you find also when the roads are being constructed, they change the hydrological structure of a place. So it really interferes with how water flows in a place, causing degradation in a nearby farm. But by having these interventions, you'll also have secured such kind of a farm, and also the general economic benefits I had mentioned earlier, for example, horticultural farming. These are simple interventions that we can really engage in the youth in our communities to do. For example, just having terraces in your farm, by starting with a meter drain from the road just to direct the water into your farm. And having the terraces, you'll have really saved the topsoil, have more soil moisture content within your farm, and also reduced much runoff within your farm. And for the communities or people who have more capacity or if there is more funding, we can also support these youth to have on-farm ponds. Like if you look at the photo on bottom left here of an on-farm pond, imagine having such kind of an on-farm pond with the different youth in different locations practicing different agricultural practices. Then this youth will really be actively engaged, and I'm sure it will also be a motivation to more other youth somewhere else in different places to buy in such kind of interventions. And generally, it will also inform our governments to adopt such kind of strategies to avoid much of these climate change impacts within our activities. as we are doing this, of course, they always say where there's a solution, you don't lack a problem or you don't lack a challenge. And others say you create a solution to create a problem. So you find by engaging youth, there's also some really specific barriers. You find there's a really interested youth group that is interested in a specific intervention, but due to limited financial resources, they tend to really give up. So nothing really takes up. And another thing that highly affects is having political buy-in. You find different politicians or different political governments come in with different manifestos. After that, you find like sometimes maybe whatever you have on board, it's not of their interest. So you really need to invest or do a lot to convince them for a buy-in for such kind of an idea to be bought in. Or sometimes cultural barriers. For example, where I come from, the Western Kenya, a woman, you're not supposed to plant a tree in your father's land. So you wonder, like, for someone like me who is fighting for climate change, I can't go plant a tree in my father's land. How can we break such kind of barriers to give women a chance to take part in such kind of activities or the youth to participate freely? But as I always say, whenever there's a problem, there's always a solution. We can really engage in different places, have different organizations on board who can support such kind of willing youth. And if we assure or if we adopt locally led adaptations, use, for example, the materials that are available. What is available? For example, for my case, the road is available, farms are available, our parents are farming, and the community is really willing and they know what the problem is. If we try to make the interventions really locally led, best fit into a specific location, it will also be easy for communities staying in these areas to adopt such kind of interventions instead of we just bringing something new and bumping into a community, making it difficult for adoption and also ownership. I hereby try to encourage different people, different decision makers to ensure whenever we are doing any project, let us invest a lot of time in co-designing, co-creating, co-developing these projects and ensuring everyone is really being brought on board for have a clear co-ownership. And mainly you find like if the community really owns a project by themselves, sustainability is perfect. But if you go with the idea the community or the youth is less involved, you'll find ownership is minimal. You'll plant a tree there, you'll hear like those are Godwin's trees, and yet you only brought the seedling. But since you didn't take the community step by step to own the trees, they don't see the value. They're like, you still own the trees. And there's really need to bring more interventions and link whatever we are doing to the existing policies or structures on board for easy buying of different activities. And to my fellow youth, let us really not give up. Let us keep reading, educating ourselves on this transition things, on what is happening. If this climate change is affecting us, when did it start? What is happening? What can we really do? And share out our really messages outside here. Let us learn to talk to others. Let us learn to also teach others whatever we are learning and have a better collaborative way of working, bringing different people on board, different ideas on board. And by the end of the day, we will really have achieved what we need to achieve, which is more of a climate change. With this, I will say thanks for listening, and I leave you with the comment on the screen.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Nancy, for that engaging presentation. I hope we have had time to read Nancy's comment on the screen. Nancy says we are all guardians of our planet, carrying the wisdom of our ancestors and the strength of our communities. As indigenous youth, our voices and actions today shape the future. Every voice, every action, every stand we make today echoes into the future. Let us rise together, united in our diversity, and lead the way toward a world where our lands, waters, and cultures thrive. Remember, change does not come from waiting. It comes from doing, and together we are unstoppable. What a way to end this session. I want to take this opportunity once again to thank the presenters that have presented in this session. I also want to thank the participants for being lively, for being engaging. And I'll give a summary of what has been shared in this session. Our first presenter, Godwin, talked about indigenous knowledge and juxtaposed it with emerging infectious diseases and climate change, using scenarios from Uganda to illustrate how climate change is affecting different aspects of life, and how indigenous communities using indigenous knowledge are responding to these challenges. Our second presenter, Ben from DR Congo, gave us an overview of what is happening among the Baka community in DR Congo. He shared the different initiatives, the challenges that the community is facing, and some of the things that are being put in place by different stakeholders to ensure that the community survives. Then our last presenter for the session, Nancy, gave a very interesting talk showing citizen science in action, showing how the youth are engaged and how we can use, our environment and the day-to-day things that we have to solve problems around us. And using the local context, she talked of a baraza, which is a local community engagement where people come together to have a dialogue, which is contextual, and I think it embraces people in a local context, because not everyone may have access to social media, for example, to engage on that scale. So, ladies and gentlemen, after having this engaging presenters, I want to invite questions and comments. Let's keep the discussion open. Let's have a dialogue. Let's hear from one another. So if you have a comment or a question, please raise your hand, and let's keep the discussion going. I'll check in the chat as I look around. Okay. Friends, let's have a dialogue. It shouldn't be a monologue. Yeah, I see there's a hand up from Paul. Paul, was that you? Yes, yeah. Please unmute yourself and go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I enjoyed and appreciated your presentation, your observations, your creativity. You mentioned in your presentation the concept of training the trainers. And in that context, reaching out to you and to all of the Indigenous youth on the call, and the concept of training the trainers, with you being a trainer, taking the lessons learned from this dialogue, which is an open dialogue, it's built with inclusion, in the context of river or road runoff. If you were to imagine the stakeholders in a locality, who they would be, the decision makers of various flavors, but the stakeholders, the community, the politicians, the businesses, who would be interested in such a dialogue. How would you convene that dialogue? How would you go about not taking ideas and handing them to others with the idea that they're going to make a decision, but how would you, as a leader, bring together the community to think together, to build common interests, to solve a common problem?
Thank you so much. Okay, sorry, I was still muted. Thank you, Paula, for the nice question. I was trying to type the long response in the in the chat. You find that this under road runoff harvesting for the TOT's training. It's personally I view it simple because I've done it several times. I mainly use what we call focus group discussions and key informant interviews. If I go direct to the focus group discussions, you first identify which road are you talking about. Is it a tarmac road? Is it a rough road? So you need also to know which type of road you are talking about so that you know the specific stakeholders you would like to be engaged. For example, for the road I'm currently working on, it's more of a Maram road. So I will first bring on board the county people where I'm working in. And you find with the road runoff harvesting, cuts across different sectors and different departments. I look at people in the departments of roads, water, agriculture as being my main key stakeholders and partners. Why am I saying so? You find with the road engineers, water is an enemy to them. That's why they just do the meter drains as they go. And for the water people, they have a responsibility to provide people with water, either for domestic or agricultural production. And for agriculture people, they really need to ensure that people have enough water to produce, or they have to enhance their agricultural production. That's why for me, I view these three people being key in this dialogue for us really to brainstorm together. And apart from having these three, the community where the road is passing, they first need to buy in the idea why road harvesting on this road. Because you find that when the engineers just do the cutoffs, they don't tell the communities why are they putting the cutoffs. In my village where I come from, they come back and close. So when the road engineer comes, it's closed, it's open. So it's more like a mind game that they're playing. So we first bring on board the community, do the sensitization. They know exactly why do these engineers put these cutoffs along a specific distance within the road. After the communities are aware on that, you now add them to these people you want to bring on the dialogue. And from there now you can now bring on board the local administration that really stay together with the communities here. And then in Kenya, we have what we call the member of parliament or member of county assembly offices. These are the people who take issues to the parliament or to the Senate. So we engage in those offices. Those are the key local people in that locality whom you bring together, discuss, brainstorm, and for me usually not have questions. Have it an open discussion. We have the road, it's passing here, or this road is going to be maintained. What can we be done? And then from there, you'll find the community are like, oh, this, what is happening with this road? Recently, I was doing a baseline study, and it was interesting. They're like, there's a big gully somewhere there. Even it killed somebody's and somebody's cow. So I was like, where did this gully start from? They're like, it's starting from the other road, that end. So you probe a question, when did that gully start? What happened? And what do you think we can do? And then from there, you'll find the communities like, we can do this. The county people are like, oh, we as the road people, I think we can do this. We people from agriculture, we can do this. And then from there, you have a concrete idea that is not from yourself, but from the people themselves who have developed this solution amongst themselves. And when it comes to implementation, it becomes easier. After you've done that, you now have another bigger dialogue where now you bring on board different parties. Now, for example, for the case of Kenya, would bring on board the national government, different development agencies like the World Bank, IFAD, name them. You now try to bring them on board to continue discussing on this idea on how can it go ahead. And then from there, you again now go back again to the community, do again another co-designing because the project is theirs, the problem is theirs there, and the solution is theirs. Again, go back and now do a concrete now plan with them and what can be implemented. And then you take it again back to the county and come back together with a clear implementation plan. I hope I've tried to respond.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Nancy, for that elaborate response. Co-creation, I like that. Yes, Davina, your hand is up. Please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Thank you, Nancy, for this wonderful presentation. I'm really amazed by the work you're doing, and I never thought that we can harvest runoff from the roads for agriculture. In Mauritius, I know there are some schools that are harvesting water from the roof for the old. So basically, majority of the school has an endemic garden here, the public school, and they are harvesting water from the roof. So they have adopted this strategy. And also they are focusing with working with special needs students. So now I saw that the shift is really going toward underutilized plant, like jackfruit and everything. So this kind of project, there has been an interest from the private sector, big companies to fund this kind of project at the level, regional level and national level. I don't know, for your scenario, maybe the private sector is one major stakeholder, can be one major stakeholder. Just a comment. Yeah. Thank you. It's really, really inspiring.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Davina, for the comment. Perhaps as we wait for more questions to come through, there are a number of comments in the chat. I'll read a few for Nancy. I know it may not be easy to keep checking in the chat and responding. There's a comment from Shaheen who says, brilliant response, Nancy. Really helpful on how to realistically address common challenges. Then Park says, wow, that's a lot of challenges. I would have given up. Okay. Then
Tachri has raised the hand.
Okay, yes, Tashri, please go ahead.
So I just wanted to build on what Davina mentioned about getting involved with industry or partnering with innovation hubs. Let me just reflect on what we've done at our university. So we have, for example, not just researchers and academics that get funded for innovation, but we invite the students from the university. And if they can find a way, for example, to use the water that comes out of the residents and cycle that. And then we have something called like a tech transfer meeting where we try to teach entrepreneurialism. And in this way, we have so many big ideas, but we need someone to back us up. So I think your ideas are amazing, but maybe we also need to think about it from another level. And how do we get funding for these ideas so that we can implement them? And my last comment would be for you. In my context, sometimes implementation takes place, but it's so difficult to check that the funds are distributed to the right plan. So how do you think we could also get the community to be part of the system that also oversees the implementation and make sure that there's no misuse of the funds?
Godwin, can I comment?
Yeah, sure, please.
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot, Ashi, for that comment and also the previous speakers. I know it's really difficult also to monitor how the funds are being distributed. Currently, there's a program I'm also managing on the northern parts of Kenya. We call it reversing the flow, whereby we want everything to go back to the community, start from the bottom with the community. If I can give an example of these projects, whereby you find we have the lead organization, which is a grassroots NGO that receives the funds, but it's not doing implementation. They're only allowed to take 20% of the budget for the administration. 80% should go to the community. How? We allow them to have open call for proposals. Let the communities write the proposal in their own way, their own language, how they understand it. And then we get an expert to help in reviewing that and selecting of what the communities can do. And indeed, I can tell you for the last 6 months, I have seen really amazing work that the communities has been able to do, because you find they develop the proposal by themselves, they do the work plan and the budget by themselves, and the money is given back to them. If you can look at one group that was given 1 million Kenya shillings to do something on water supply within their community. They've really done a tremendous job compared to what even the government or a bigger NGOs will do, whereby you find with NGOs or whatever, much of the budgets goes within the administration movement. But when we gave the community the money themselves, they did even the bill of quantities to find the contractor amongst themselves, and they're the ones who are determining what are we going to pay him and what is the community really going to do. By now, as we talk, these communities have water and they have a frequent water supply within their system that they're really managing by themselves. We really didn't want to monitor them so much on what they were doing. We gave them a chance to plan the project themselves, execute by themselves, do the reporting by themselves. What we only checked was also on their financial records. How are they going to keep their records? My idea was we need to train them. But when we went to do this capacity needs assessment and engagement, we found actually people in the community have their own plans. They had their own books and their way of monitoring funds through their small groups on how they do. And you are like, if you're fine with that, it's okay, proceed with that. And recently I was reading a report that have really given us a very good overview. And when you go to the field, you can see what the funds are really working. So I would say that is one approach. Have one overarching organization that brings together these different small organizations or community-based organizations that can really do the actual work, actual implementation by themselves on the ground without being monitored or being followed so much with the overarching organization.
Yes, thank you, Nancy, for that response. Friends, any more questions or comments? Let's keep the dialogue, the conversation going. I'll just do a quick check to see if there are any more comments or questions. Check in the chat as well. Okay, I don't seem to see anything in the chat. Okay, there is nothing in the chat, no hand raised. I want to thank you for the engagement, friends. It has been very exciting. It has been it has been informative, actually, and I think some of us have picked a thing or two, a leaf of some of the things we would want to try in our communities. And Nancy, I hope when we come knocking at your door to consult, you will find your door open and you'll be willing to share experiences with us. I'm sure there's a lot we can learn from working closely with the community. So, friends, at this point, we are going to go into a very short comfort break, considering the fact that we missed the first break, the earlier break, because we are not doing very well on time. But I'm happy to report that we have managed to recover, to redeem some of the lost time. And we'll have a very short comfort break with a musical interlude. Let's enjoy this interlude. Let's stretch a bit as we prepare for the next session. So the next session chair will be my friend and colleague from the Global Young Academy, Taufik Ahmed Shifa, to take us through. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have this short break, the short health break as we prepare for the next session. The music, touch with this particular song, like the grass. Who's playing it? Okay, wonderful.
Taufik, you can get going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tasreen. So, hello, welcome back from the break. Salam nachu, akkam jirtu fayyaadha. I just spoke two languages, local languages from Ethiopia. My name is Tofik. It is really a pleasure to be a moderator for this session. I'm originally from Ethiopia, and I work in Italy, and I'm an associate professor here in Italy at the Ca' Foscari University of Venice. I came to know about this session from my friends at the Global Young Academy. We normally specifically work on the science diplomacy in Africa. So it's really honor for me to be here and especially for moderating this session. So the housekeeping rules are remaining again within this session as well. So we'll just follow all the housekeeping rules that have been mentioned in the previous sessions. And of course, I will be a little bit generous with time, don't worry. So without further ado, I will be inviting the first speaker. We're supposed to have 2 speakers, but I'm not sure the second speaker is not yet available, but we'll see what would come as the first speaker is taking the floor. We'll see what would come, and then we will discuss on the issue further. So I will be calling upon the first speaker, who is Ehsan Khalifa. She's based in UK, but originally from Palestine. She will be discussing on protecting olive tree. It's kind of documentary. So it's agricultural heritage and land rights for the indigenous Palestinian practices and resources. Wow. So Ehsan, the floor is yours, and please, everybody, you can pose your questions after the presentation, or in the meantime, if you find it useful, you can put the questions in the chat session, and I will be very careful to point out the question and forward to the presenter. So Ehsan, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Tawfiq. Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone, wherever you are, and in whatever your country you are from. I will speak in my presentation in my mother tongue language, in Arabic. So please make sure that use the wordly translation. And now I'm going to share my screen. Can you all see my screen before I start?
Yes.
Thank you.
العلاقة بين الإنسان الفلسطيني والشجرة الزيتونة.
أحسنت. My subject, the topic, الموضوع الذي أتكلم فيه الآن هو العلاقة بين الإنسان الفلسطيني وشجرة الزيتون. هناك علاقة عضوية وطيدة بين الإنسان الفلسطيني وشجرة الزيتون لما تمثله من رمزية تاريخية وثقافية كرمز للصمود الفلسطيني والتمسك بالأرض حتى الجذور والبقاء في الوطن الغالي المقدس. كما ترون في هذه الصورة امرأة تحضن شجرة الزيتون. لماذا؟ لنتعرف لماذا تحضن هذه المرأة شجرة الزيتون.
جيت أنا عبط شجرة الزيتون من غلاطة، عبطتها على في حضني زي ما أحضن ابني. أنا زي حضنتها زي ما بكيت أحضن ابني هو ما ربيته لما وربيتها. يجوز حوالي 500 زيتونة حميلي، يعني باكت الزيتونة شوالين تسوي. لكن كلعوا الزيتونات ورجعن مثل ما هن وخدمناهن ورجعن مثل ما بكانوا وزيادة أخرى. فشروا المستوطنين ولا يأخذوها. إن الأرض إن مشيلهم من هان تاتكم بالساعة إحنا وياهم.
شجرة الزيتون ليست فقط حاضرة كشجرة ورمزا للبقاء والصمود، هي حاضرة في كل الجوانب، حتى أن كيفيتنا الفلسطينية هي تحوي أوراق شجرة الزيتون. سأعرض لكم الآن فيلما قصيرا 6 دقائق عن الهوية الفلسطينية والمتمثلة بشجرة الزيتون.
She doesn't move, man. In Palestine, there are around 10 million olive trees that cover 50% of its land. They are hundreds of years old. The olive tree is a symbol for Palestinian. It's a part of Palestinian culture, food, and heritage.
شجرة الزيتون هي تاريخنا، حضرنا ومستقبلنا وتاريخنا اللي تربوا عليه جدودنا في بلادنا في فلسطين المحتلة. شجرة الزيتون رمز للشعب الفلسطيني، الاحتلال الإسرائيلي بحاول يستهدف هذه الشجرة دونا عن كل الأشجار اللي موجودة في فلسطين، بحاول يستهدفها، يجرفها، يحرقها، بحاول يقضي على هوية الشعب الفلسطيني. على التلفزيون وبنشوف على القنوات الفضائية الاحتلال بتعمدوا انه يجرف الزيتون ويحرق الزيتون، طبعا ما بحبوا شجرة واحدة تضل في الضفة الغربية.
It's a lot of work here, so I'm gonna help farmers out by using this ladder, which is usually used to reach high branches. The farmers work long hours every day to harvest olives. In the meantime, I'm smelling amazing things. Let's see where it's coming from. So fried spiced tomatoes and eggplants are a favorite among farmers. And of course, we have here hummus, we have here fool, and we will not forget this olive, okay? We have black olive and green olive. It's look yellow, but it's green, okay? So, and the taste of this olive is really, really good, man. It's really good. And of course, they would not miss tea made on firewood, really. After the farmers have done the hard work, they take the olive to a mill to start the process of pressing it into olive oil. There are many steps to olive pressing. Let's check out how this process works.
يتم استقبال ثمار الزيتون وفرزها من الأوراق ومن الشوائب ومن الحجارة ومن أي شيء ممكن يكون موجود أثناء عملية حصاده. وبعد هيك بتم كبسه في داخل المكابس لمدة نص ساعة، بتم فرز الماء عن الزيت والجفت بخرج من مكان ثاني. طبعا ال100 كيلو تقريبا بيعطوا حوالي 16 لتر زيت، وفي نوعية من الثمار 80 كيلو منها بيعطي 16 لتر زيت، وفي نوعية من الثمار المخلطة ما بين سري وكي 18 ونبالي ممكن يعطي 90 كيلو 16 لتر زيت.
the milk, and I am a big fan of olive oil. I cannot miss the chance to buy some for my family. So here we have Ramzi to give us advice on how to buy a good olive oil. رمزي لما بدنا نشتري زيت زيتون كويس كيف نفحص جودة الزيتون هذا؟
أفضل زيتون موجود هنا عندنا اللي هو الزيتون السري. هذا زيتون مقصر ببلاد الشام وفلسطين بالذات. طعمه مميز عن جميع أنواع الزيتون، عن أي زيت موجود في العالم. طعم، ريحة قوية، شعطة في الزور، تاكل منه ما تزهقش منه نهائيا لأنه مميز، يعني مميز بمعنى الكلمة.
The olive trees hold a special status for Palestinians and symbolize our connection to our land. It's a connection that passed down among generations for hundreds of years. And as the saying goes, no one makes olive oil better than a Palestinian. See you in the next time.
كما ترون قصة أشجار الزيتون في فلسطين تعود أقدم شجر الزيتون في العالم إلى 5500 عام وتوجد في قرية الولجة جنوب مدينة القدس. يعتبر الزيتون من أكبر المحاصيل الزراعية في فلسطين وتمثل 45% من المساحة الإجمالية المزروعة. يوجد في المجموع 11 مليون شجرة مثمرة تستفيد منها ما يقارب 100,000 عائلة فلسطينية. وقبل أن أدخل أو أطلب منكم بمشاركة ثقافتكم الخضراء سوف أختم ما رأيتموه بقصيدة دائما نرددها عبر الأجيال. هذه القصيدة تقول: يا شجرة الزيتون يا زينة الأشجار، يا أمنا الحنون يا بهجة الأنظار، فيك لنا الطعام في الزيت والثمر، ومنك كما جنينا ما ينفع البشر. يا شجرة الزيتون يا راية السلام، الله حقا فيك قد بارك الأنام. هذه قصة شجرة الزيتون وقصة السكان الفلسطينيين الأصليين في فلسطين، ونحن نحاول بكل ما أوتينا من قوة بمساعدة المنظمات الدولية والمحلية لمحاربة اقتلاع شجر الزيتون من جذورها. وأختم الآن بطلب منكم مشاركة ثقافتكم الخضراء عبر الهاشتاغ Olive3 and GIYSCC 2024. So please انضم إلى هذا الهاشتاغ وحاول أن تلتقط صورة مع شجرتك المفضلة، نباتك المفضل من مزرعتك and try and حاول أن to post it on the social media. شكرا لكم.
Thank you very much, Ihsan. It's a very nice talk and kind of touching. And we hope the situation there in Palestine comes to the way that these people have the freedom to live on their land. I really hope that. So with that very nice talk, I would like to open up the floor to everyone who would like to put a question. Not just a question, by the way. You are really welcome to comment, to put your remark, to kind of, make any point, and the floor is open. I encourage you to have your chance.
I can see Rizal. Yes, please, Rizal.
Yes. Unmute yourself, please.
All right. Hi everyone. So I'm Rizal from Malaysia in Asia region. I don't really have a question, but I just would like to comment a little bit for Ehsan. Just would like to say thank you so much for sharing on the culture of the Palestinians with the olive trees. Because from my side, the Palestinian cause is very close to my heart. I have been following the Palestinian stories even before October 7th, and without getting too political or anything, the story of Palestine is a socio-economic story that has really changed my lifestyle, and it's just something that is really close to my heart. And I just would like to thank you so much for the
You are
representation
welcome. You are welcome.
here in GIYSCC. And I am just so proud of you and just so happy that you are sharing your culture. And I don't know if I can represent all the Malaysians, but we Malaysians are really standing with you. And I cannot, words just cannot say enough how much I am just so happy to see you presenting for Palestine. And I'm so happy that you are sharing your culture with us. And my heart goes out to all the Palestinians, and we want all the indigenous people from Palestine to be free. So free Palestine, and a lot of love from Malaysia.
Thank you so much,
Right.
Rizal.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much,
so
Ehsan,
much.
for sharing.
Yeah, I can understand your feeling, and we just, as we know, we are like in here in this conference, we are all indigenous, and we're fighting, to keep our knowledge, to keep our roots, within, the community. Especially, when we're talking about, I'm not talking about other aspects in Palestine in general. I'm just talking about the olive oil, the olive tree, and what exactly olive tree means, even for the economic, in general for the country. It's not just about the culture symbol for the Palestinian, but it's just like you can imagine when you uproot one tree, what does this means? And it's just like a normal tree. What's it what happened it with if this tree it has like culture, economic, even in terms of for curing for some disease. It's just it's not acceptable at all. And not us like Palestinian indigenous people need to fight. The whole world needs to fight with us in terms of protecting this olive tree. So hopefully the purpose from this conference is to make the world listen, is to try to do something, is to shed the light on a problem, something is not right happening there for the indigenous people. So hopefully one day, just we will have enough support to be able to protect our olive trees.
Yep. And yes, so for us, we are really rooting for you, as well as all the other struggles that the other indigenous communities are going through in ensuring like their land are taken care of, their livelihood, as well as how that impacts the environment and the climate change. All of that does interlink together, and basically, I really appreciate all the voices that are voicing out for the protection of all of these cultural significance and so on. Just thank you.
Thank you very much. I did see a hand from Paul. Paul, you're welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Tawfiq. Ehsan, excellent presentation. And I appreciate your navigating a very difficult discussion with the olive tree. And I wrote down a phrase that part of a poem, the fighting the uprooting of olive trees. And when I saw that, it resonated with the concept of survival. And in a sense, anything that uproots the traditions, the cultures, in a sense, compromises survival. And you're being brave, and it's to be acknowledged and supported. Part of being a leader is being brave, speaking to power, seeking to build common interests in the face of opposition, thinking in ways that are inclusive. But most of all, I appreciated that you operating with hope. And I would say the existential battle that we face as a world at all levels is between fear and hope. And to a significant extent, the world right now is compromised because of fear. Leaders are dealing in fear rather than in hope. So what you're expressing, I think, is very important. And my hope is that the other Indigenous youth leaders recognize the importance of being brave, speaking to power with passion, with sincerity, with solutions, but thinking in terms of survival. And this is not something that's unique to anybody. We all, every one of us, all 8 billion of us, have an interest in survival. And this is our common interest. This is our world that we have. We all have an interest to survive, our cultures, our families. And so I just wanted to thank you as well for being brave and for offering hope in a very difficult situation.
Thank you so much, Paul. As I mentioned, like before, it just, like it's important in such this conference or any conference, like related to the science for social justice, even, like, which I like the idea of science for social justice. Science should support social justice. Science should be employed, like, towards, like, achieving what's right and what's wrong. But what we are experiencing nowadays, science almost going to the dark direction, not supporting, like, human being in general. They actually, like, especially those who abuse power, taking, because they are in a position that allowing them to do things, they taking this power and employ science for their benefit, not for the social justice. And maybe, like, as I said, like, as indigenous, like, communities, international communities, we need, like, to work together, support each other, like, force the world listen, especially those in abusive power, to listen to us. As I mentioned, like, if we just put everything aside and just look at the tree itself, if we just uproot one tree, what will happen to the environment of the whole planet? What about, like, uprooting more than 1 million trees? So it's just, like, it's insane. So we need, like, I don't know, but I'm just being now, like, have, like, a different direction in thinking about science for social justice. Like, trying, like, to work more on this, like, field of, like, how we can make science, like, serve social justice in general for indigenous people, for the whole, like, for other communities. So yeah, as I said, like, we will try to make the world listens, like, try to take any opportunity that come to our, like, way to discuss this, like, sensitive topics, which is, like, in terms of sensitivity, yes, but depends on the person in front of you, why, like, they think it's sensitive topic. If we're talking about helping, protecting our environment, so it's not sensitive. It's for your benefit, for my benefit, and for most of all, for the generation to come benefit, not for just. So yeah, thank you so much, Paul, for your comment.
I would note also there's an indicator of control, and that is self-interests are represented by short-sighted thinking. And so the concept of thinking across generations isn't self-interested. It's in terms of common interest, at least with yourself and the future generations. And so an indicator of and the challenge, in a sense, is as Tope mentioned earlier, to think and operate short to long term. And in a sense, the science, and I would add also religion, science and religion, whether it's natural sciences or social sciences or indigenous knowledge, they've all evolved over thousands of years. They didn't come up, they just didn't happen. They've been improved and refined and iterated, but they've led to decision making. They've led to the development of our civilization, local civilization, global civilization. But over thousands of years, interesting feature of religion and science. You know, they're often seen as odd bedfellows, but both religion and science have a common interest as well, and that's survival. And so, in a sense, this is the challenge. This is the challenge we collectively face. And it's represented by indigenous cultures very prominently, but it's a challenge everybody faces. A person and the planet is one of survival.
True. Indeed.
Very true. Do I see any other question? Okay. I have a kind of question or a comment, but if there are some other questions, you feel free to raise your hand and or interrupt at any point, no problem. Aysan, well, okay, you mentioned about this olive oil, olive tree, okay, and then I was also following this kind of symbol for Palestinians. Can you really, I mean, explain us what is really unique about this olive tree other than any kind of, you know, trees around the world? And why is this olive becomes really symbol for the Palestinian?
Because olive tree, it's just not representing, as I said, you know, like a symbol, you know, like of our heritage. It's inherited, you know, like in the economic, Palestinian economic, or in the, you know, like Mediterranean, you know, like basin in general. So olive tree, as I said, you know, like it can be used, you know, like as a source of food, can be used as, you know, like a source of curing from some diseases. It can be used also as a symbol of peace. Even like if you can see the United Nations, if I am not mistaken, the United Nations symbol, I think it has, you know, like olive branch.
Yes.
So it's, you know, like representing like so many values for Palestinian people. And it's just there, the olive trees, you know, like the first one they, you know, like discovered 5,500 years ago, and it's in Al-Qudus. And so far it's there. The very old olive tree is there. And as I said, you know, like because it's inherited in our heritage in general, like for everything. Even like when I remember my grandfather, he used to teach us some songs. They used to sing when they used, you know, like to harvest olive.
Do you remember those songs? We don't
One
mind
of
about
one of
but if you can, please.
I just can remember the first two, the first, you know, like sentence when he used to say.
If you wanna hear the song, you can raise your hand.
I can, you know, like show you some of them on the YouTube, but to be honest, I can't remember. But I remember the first one, which يا شجرة الزيتون يا زيتونتنا فيكي أكلنا وشربتنا. And to be honest, I can't remember the other. But the one that the poem, I just read it about the olive tree. This is the one we used to learn when we were in, you know, like schools from very, very young age. Because,
Of
you know,
course,
like,
that obviously contributes to the attachment.
yeah,
You have to
so
the
we
olive oil.
pass, even for my son, I'm passing this information to him. You know, like I'm not just, you know, like stopping at myself, although I'm living in here in UK, but I'm just, you know, like keeping this heritage to my son so he can carry it to his, you know, like family in the future. This is the secret for Palestinian, you know, like indigenous people. We don't forget. We keep the knowledge, we keep the information. And I heard, you know, like some of the indigenous youth talking about the knowledge. Knowledge is important. Try your best not to abandon your knowledge. Keep it. And you know, like try to make it, you know, like as a source of food that you give it to your future sons or daughters, but don't give up about your knowledge as indigenous. To keep it, because it's a treasure, and you won't be able, like, to feel it till you just, like, be, like, a full grown up and think about it from, like, other perspectives. So yeah, we keep it, like, generation by generation, and I'm proud that, like, I still, like, I actually I have a diary, like, writing these songs and trying, like, not to forget it, because I wanted to teach it to my son.
Pass to your generation. Okay.
So yeah.
My question is answered. Tashreen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Tawfiq. Firstly, Ihsan, I could listen to you the whole day. What a beautiful language. I don't even need wordly to see your passion and your love for this. So my first comment, I guess the olive tree is seen as not just identity, but also a symbol of resilience. So I was wondering, how can we encourage, with the theme of what we've been discussing today, how can we encourage the next generation to take up olive farming and to continue in this tradition in Palestine? What could we do to help?
The local community is important to support you first. Like in the cases of some farms in Palestine, because, like, they uprooted, like, the trees, because of the Israeli authorities. What they do, they plant trees. They plant olive trees again and again and again with the support of the local people, like, together, the family, like, the relatives, like, in the same, like, village, the surrounding village, they go together and help each other in the farm to, like, make this farm alive again with full of, like, olive trees. And of course, we will need, like, sometimes, like, we will need, like, other support from international, like, non-government organization, to be able also, like, to have the financial support, because sometimes, like, the village itself, like, people in the village, they can't, like, planting those, like, uprooted trees, so they need, like, some support. So first of all, I think, like, working as a community, as a local community, is important, like, in the village, or, like, within your, like, local city, and then try to find connection links to be able, like, to have some support from, like, some international organization or some, like, organization. They take, like, they care about the environment. They take care about the environment, because at the end, it's not for the benefit of the people, local people. It's the benefit for the whole, like, planet. So this is what people, like, in Palestine, like, in general, they do in Palestine. They try, like, to gather themselves, because, as you said, it's a symbol of resilience, and it's always being, like, a symbol for them, like, to stand up again and fight for their trees again, to make sure that it will, like, it will not be ended or finished by this action.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, when it comes to planting, it's sometimes when your grandfather planted something, it's that knowledge and those inner knowings, the only way you actually learned was by planting with him, and then, or planting with your dad, and that's how the knowledge was transferred. But if we take away those interconnectivity, so it's difficult, to engage people. So it's nice for you to phrase it as it's not just the olive tree in Palestine, it's everything. We need the knowledge systems to be preserved so they can be passed down, but also adapted to how the world is changing as well.
Yeah, but don't forget, Thash, also, it depends on the local community itself. Some people, like, they don't want, some local, even indigenous people, like, in other communities. I worked in other indigenous communities in Middle East. I noted that the young generation, they don't want to be like their, like, fathers, like, or their grandfathers. They wanted to go in a different way. But to be honest, it's varied from, like, community to community. I can't generalize what's happening in that community with Palestine community, because in Palestine there is a special case.
Yeah.
It's a source, it's economic, like, source for their economic livelihood. So they need to fight for it. it's not just, you know, like something, you know, like they wanted, you know, like to go, you know, like living in a city, or it's just in Palestine, it's unique. I don't know, but from what I have, you know, like from what I have experienced, you know, like along my journey, academic research journey, I don't know, not because I'm Palestinian, but I I feel that, you know, like indigenous people, especially Palestinian people, they have their own reserve for the knowledge, their own reserve, you know, like for their local community, how they need, you know, like to fight for their existence, for their, you know, like livelihood existence, for so many things. So as I said, it depends on community. So I can't generalize. Maybe, you know, like having like comparison is, to be honest, you know, like is a good, you know, like idea for our research, to just, you know, like to compare this one with other, you know, like engineers community, and why this like to transfer knowledge, and why those, you know, like people, they don't want to transfer knowledge. So many factors, economic, you know, like social, even, you know, like the way that, you know, like the government control people, you know, like it affected them also. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Raza, if it is really a quick one, I can allow you. You raised your hand, Raza. Unmute yourself and then make it a little bit quick.
All right. Just out of curiosity, Ehsan, I agree that traditional knowledge, not just for the Palestinians but for all indigenous communities, have to be preserved and so on. But I'm kind of curious, for the diaspora Palestinians, for Palestinians who are pushed out of their local homes, how do they preserve this knowledge of, let's say, replanting olive trees? Like, for example, does olive trees in Palestine can only be planted in Palestine, or there are certain conditions in other countries that allow olive trees to be planted elsewhere? But this is just for the diaspora Palestinians. Thank you.
Thank you, Reza, for this, you know, like interesting question. To be honest, like I remember my father, he forced to leave Haifa when he was 6 years. And he used to go with his you know, like with his dad to the farm and plant, you know, like olive trees and all of these things. When he moved to another country, he used to, we have a farm, like it's not like, it's like a garden, and he used to, you know, like to plant this garden with olive trees. And my mom learned from him how to do this. Now my mom, she has her own, you know, like garden, also in another Arabic country, and she's planting around her garden with olive trees. And she teach my elder sister about it. And now my elder sister teach her son about it. And now they have a farm in Arabic country with olive trees. My uncle, he was elder than my father when he forced to leave. He was 12 years old, and he's now living in a European country, and he has a farm just full of olive trees in Italy. So this is how, you know, like transfer knowledge. And they documented what they're doing, you know, like in video, like, you know, like you need, you know, like to plant it like this. And now social media make it very, very easy for young generation to learn. You don't have, you know, like to go sometimes to see it by yourself. Just if you have a passion, you like to do what your grandfather or your father was been doing, you can just, you know, like go to like their they documented, like actually my nephew, he liked to document things like this, and he just, you know, like say, look, I've planted today 2 olive trees, you know, like we have like this harvesting from those trees. So it's really good, you know, like social media now, we need to employ social media to serve local knowledge, especially the indigenous people, because storytelling is just, you know, like we just not hear it and that's it. We need to make sure that we implement it, especially for the youth, indigenous youth. So yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully I did answer your question.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And with that, I have to conclude this session. But before that, I would like to thank Ihsan. Really, it has been very nice moderating your talk. I mean, you didn't give me any hard time. You just completed the time. So before wrapping up, I would like to have a couple of words for summarizing the points that has been discussed. So the discussion was on the olive tree that has been presented by Ihsan, and then she mentioned that this tree is a kind of symbol of resilience for the Palestinian people that has been, we're talking about um, uh, culture that has been passed from generation to generation for hundreds, thousands of years. So still now it's being transmitted to the incoming generation. So it's a kind of important symbol for a Palestinian. It's kind of backbone for their economy. So we hope everything gets settled and they got their freedom to live on their land and to have this olive tree prosper once again in the world. So with that, I would like to conclude the session, and I would like to pass to the next moderator. That will be you, I think, Ihsan. So thank you very much,
Yes,
guys.
Tawfiq. Thank you. Again, hello everyone. Just let me adjust my screen. Hello everyone. I think it's now 1 o'clock. So I just wanted to say hello everyone, especially for those who joined the call recently. My name is Ihsan Khalifa, and I will be the moderator for session number 4. We will have speakers, which I'm gonna just to call them their names to make sure that they are here. Dr. Ovi Idijin and Hawa Tijani Muhammad and Roth Nouakwi and Ismail Midian. And yeah, so we do have 4 speakers in this session. So if you can, if Dr. Ovi Idijin, is Ovi Idijin here?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ovi Idijin. I will, as we know, we need to keep up with the time. 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for a question. Hawa, please, make yourself ready after Dr. Idijin finished from his presentation. Yes, Davina?
Just a small reminder, all speaker will need to put on their camera so that I can spotlight them.
Thank you, Davina. And please make sure to use Wordly if the speaker is speaking with their own mother tongue language. Now the floor is with you, Dr. Idijin. Dr. Idijin? Yeah, great. Yes, please. You can start, Dr. Idijin.
Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, evening, from wherever you are. I am Ovi Edegbene. I'm currently a member of the Global Yoga Academy. I'm the co-lead of the Climate Change and the Disaster Risk Reduction Working Group. And I'm currently the Deputy Director of Institute of Global Health and Health Security at the Federal University of Health Sciences in Nigeria. So briefly, I'll be talking about climate change advice in Africa. I don't know if you can see my slide. Sorry?
So, yes, Idijin, we can see, yeah.
Ovi, can you go into presenter mode, please?
Sorry?
Can you go into presenter? Perfect.
It's okay.
Now it's perfect.
Okay, sure. So we science advice. Climate policy advice in Africa. So we know that Africa is one of the continents that contribute less to global warming, but mostly affected by the global warming. And Africa as a continent has little or nothing to even tackle this impending danger. So it's very important that we put into consideration how we make our policy to mitigate this issue of climate change. So, okay. So who are the major pushers of climate policy in Africa? The ACPC, the Africa Climate Policy Center. Their main focus is to strengthen and enable the position of climate resilience development in Africa through responsive policies. And of course, try to trickle this down to other sub-continental level, regional level, West Africa, East Africa, and others. So what are the history and mandate of the ACPC? The ACPC is a subset of the UNECA, Economic Commission for Africa. It was established in 2008 after a process of reflection on need to mainstream climate change issues in Africa and how they can plan to mitigate this issue of climate change. So previous recognition of this challenge posed by climate change for the achievement of the 2015 MDG in Africa. And they had their first, before the creation of the ACPC, there was a meeting in Addis Ababa in April 2006. So all this is to try to come together to look for a way forward on how to make policies for Africa as a continent in a bid to mitigate climate issue. Okay. So I'm having a little bit of issues with this thing. Okay. So then the climate of Africa, the climate of Africa, is also an initiative of 3 institutions: the AUC, the African Union Commission, the ECA, and the Africa Development Bank. And what is their main focus? To create solid foundation for Africa's response to climate change, then bring it to bear the collective effort of these 3 institutions, then guide the effective integration of climate information and service into planning development planning. Now, what are the goals of the ACPC is to strengthen African countries to participate effectively in international climate negotiation. And we are aware that most of the international organizations where issue of climate change is being discussed, we have very few Africans. Sometimes I attend some kind of meeting, you hardly see Africans being represented there, and so that means we are lagging behind. So that's the main goal of the ACPC. Then enhance the African countries' ability to develop a current policy framework in a bid to fight this impending issue. Then improving African countries' efficiency in mainstreaming climate concern. Then ensure a solid foundation of applied climate science. Know that, of course, the issue of climate science needs a combination of a lot of experts. Of course, we are lagging behind the issue of scientists who are climate experts. Now, the ECA, the Economic Commission of Africa, under the UN, was established in 1958 as like an eye at the eye of the UN in the African continent. And their main mandate is to promote the economic and social development of the member states of Africa. And currently, they have 54 member states. And their main function is to convey the information about governmental issue about the climate change. Then the think tank conduct a multi-sectoral analysis of the issue of climate change, then operational issues as well. Now, the ECA have 9 pragmatic clusters, and one of them is the issue of climate change, technology, and science. Sorry? So, of course, we are aware that the issue of climate change in Africa, I keep on saying, is still lagging behind. Of course, most of the 9 clusters have been tackled to an extent. Issue of microeconomics, of course, we are still lagging behind there. Issue of poverty is quite there. But I believe, in my opinion, issue of climate change and even technological advancement is still lagging behind. Now, we look at some selected core agencies for climate advice in Africa. Now, for the West Africa, like in Nigeria, for instance, we have the National Council on Climate Change, and which was established in 2021. And not until recently, when the former boss was appointed by the president of Nigeria, Dr. Nkiruka, I hardly hear much about them. So it means that most of their activity are quite docile, and and Nigeria has a continue to wake up in that regard. There's Senegal. They have the Directorate of Environment and Establishment. They are the major agency responsible for climate policy advice to the government of Senegal. Now, for South Africa and Botswana, South Africa, they have the Department of Environmental Affairs and Tourism. Of course, like I said, there is not going to be holistic in that regard. They are not the main people. Of course, they have other sub-agencies that work with them to advise the government of South Africa on how to deal with the issue of climate change. Now, for Botswana, we have the Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources Conservation, and Tourism. Now, for Central Africa, the Central African Republic, we have the ACEDD. Then while for Cameroon, they have the Ministry of Environment and Nature Operation and Sustainable Development. Then for North Africa, we have for Tunisia, they have the Tunisia Ministry of Local Affairs and Environment Development and National Climate Change Strategy. Then while Algeria, they have the NCC, National Climate Committee, under the Minister of Environment. So we selected climate policy target in Africa. We have for Africa, you can see from where I was split there, most of their policies are centered around issue of greenhouse gas emission. So, but I think we need to go beyond that, because aside the issue of greenhouse gas emission, presently I said that Africa contributes less to global warming, but we are the most hit in here as a continent. So the issue of plastic, which is called by us here, we hardly talk about that. But in Nigeria, I don't think there's any policy on multiple use of plastic bottles. But I think Morocco, I think Rwanda and some South Africa and some other countries have done this effectively. But in Nigeria at the moment, there's nothing like issue of policy on use of microplastic, and I believe that this is one of the issues causing flooding. We had a series of flooding 4 years ago in Nigeria, and it caused a lot of damages. So I think Africa as a country needs to start looking at that, aside the issue of emissions. So how do we get involved? How do you get involved? Of course, the governments and other bodies need 1 or 2 persons that want to contribute to this climate policy advice. So you can do that as an author. You can write a piece on that. Then you can be a reviewer or review editor. And currently, we have we just floated the journal, Africa Journal of Climate Studies, hosted by Stellenbosch. And we are currently looking for even editorial board members who are experts in the issue of climate studies. So you can be an expert reviewer, you can attend conferences. Of course, there are so many conferences coming up that center around the Africa, issue of climate in Africa. You have one coming up in Botswana, November 23rd. Then you have one coming up also in Côte d'Ivoire, Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. So we as scientists and experts in climate studies need to come in and see how we can push this thing forward in Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ovi. That was really, really interesting to hear about, the climate policy in Africa. Now, moving to the audience. Any questions, please? I can see, Divina. Yes?
Thank you, Eshan. There is a request from Rod. Maybe we can take the question later. So there's a request from Rod because if she can present, because her laptop is going to run out of battery and there is no electricity since 3 a.m. in her country. So
Okay.
I will, with the permission of Hawa,
yeah.
yes, if Rod can present, because she might not present later.
No problem. Please go ahead.
Okay, Ruth, if you can share your screen and start your presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Davina.
Right. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Greetings to all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Greetings from Zambia. I am Ruth Nawakwi. I'm the founder of Inclusive Education for Sustainable Development, which is an organization promoting inclusive education in Zambia and beyond. So my presentation is based on the need to promote climate change adaptation in Zambia among the youth, and also including the young people with disabilities. We'll consider looking at how climate change in Zambia has affected the young people with disabilities. Let me just start sharing my presentation. Okay, I need to be co-hosted because it's saying my document cannot be supported.
Okay, just give us a second. If
Do you want me to share it from my screen?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Let me just open it and then I will share my screen. Okay. How do you? Can you see my
This is
screen?
not my presentation. Yes, but this is not my presentation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, mine is on climate adaptation.
Oh, sorry. Climate adaptation. Oh, yeah, this is
First one.
Sorry.
Yes, this one.
Okay.
So that's the title of our presentation is Climate Adaptation Among the Young or the Youth, including the young people with disabilities in Zambia. Subtitles, we have strategies and challenges. Yeah. So introduction. Climate change in Zambia has become the challenge of the day because it highly affected every community in the last rain season. Zambia experienced the highest rate of droughts, affecting the farming or the agriculture sector of our country. Business sectors are affected, and that has increased the poverty levels among families in Zambia, having a huge impact on the 2023 and 2024 agricultural production in our country. So the reduction in agricultural productivity and water scarcity, as well as its health impacts, has made Zambia to be identified as a country which has the highest number of challenges in the year 2024, including its economic status, social status, as well as the levels of development at large. So the direct impact on the youth and education and healthy and the livelihoods of everyone in Zambia is highly bad or negative. Next. Okay, so the droughts or dry spells were largely as a result of little rainfall, and also it affected food production, which has made the country to have food insecurities. Most families are complaining of hunger issues, and most young people are affected, especially the unemployed youth in Zambia. So as an organization, we have a project that is running to promote environmental literacy as well as climate change literacy among the youth in our country in highly affected areas such as central and southern province of the country. So the droughts have only affected the agriculture sector, but also electricity, given the fact that Zambia is dependent on hydropower. And this has also highly affected businesses, such as small and medium businesses. And due to lack of electricity, we have had power cuts from day to day. And the businesses of our people or the citizens of the country are highly affected. Hence, it has also disadvantaged the production of our main crop, which is maize, because all the farming crops that we planted in the last farming season dried up. So the dry spells highly affected almost all the parts of the country. And this has brought concern in the central parts and southern parts of the country. Next. So this is a picture showing the crops. This is the main wheat crop in Zambia that is grown by mostly farmers, both small-scale farmers and commercial farmers. So most of the farms that did not have irrigation methods of farming, all their crops dried up. Yeah, this is now the results that we are now there after the farming season. So there was completely no production in some parts of the country because of lack of rains. So youth involvement, how can we now ensure that the youth are involved in climate adaptation, and what is the role of the youth in climate adaptation? So the youth are the future leaders, and they are the decision makers that need to ensure that they have the knowledge, they're equipped with the skills, and also be actively involved in national policies, especially policies to do with the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Green Economy. So there is need to promote innovative initiatives and tech surveys, as well as directly impacted by climate change. The youth are directly impacted by climate change, increasing the number of the young people losing employment because some companies cannot keep them, and they are being fired as well as being cut off from their employment services. And also the initiatives that need to be introduced in our country include awareness campaigns and educational programs to promote knowledge sharing among young people, and also community-based projects such as tree planting to renovate or restore our environment. Then also waste management and advocacy. Then the challenges faced by young people with disabilities. The specific challenges include physical access. It's very difficult for young people with disabilities to access certain services, such as access to food and access to some resources that require their survival or call for their survival and equal participation in national affairs. So there is need to increase physical access among the disabled young people. Then there is also need to increase information access. Certain materials prevent young people such as the blind to have full information access to what is happening in issues to do with climate change. Then there is also language barriers. There are certain young people that cannot read or write. So there is also need to increase literacy levels among the youth with disabilities. Then we have social exclusion, limited participation in community awareness programs, as well as in the process of policy making processes. It becomes very difficult to have everyone included, and hence the young people with disabilities are usually left out. So there is also need to promote social inclusion among the youth with disabilities. Then we have intersectional issues. combining disability with other socio-economic challenges such as poverty, lack of employment, and lack of innovative ideas or initiatives among the youth is also one of the challenges that is affecting young people of today. The next, the strategies. I'm sure this is our last slide. So creating accessible programs among the youth is one of the strategies that would promote inclusive climate adaptation among young people. So there is need to develop materials, accessible formats such as Braille, sign language, and easy to read, meaning we can have materials interpreted in different languages. Ensure physical access to adaptation activities. There is need to promote inclusive education, integrate disability awareness to climate education programs, train teachers and facilitators on inclusive practices. There is also need to promote empowerment and participation. Involve young people with disabilities in planning and decision-making processes. Support peer networks and mentorship programs, as well as increasing awareness campaigns within our communities. What are the opportunities for the young people? There is need for funding and support grants and programs, especially for targeting inclusive adaptation programs. Then there is also need for partnerships. Collaboration with NGOs, government, and local communities to promote the well-being of everyone in our community. Then there is also to promote innovative initiatives and technology, leveraging accessible technology for greater participation for everyone. Then there is also promoting call to action activities, encouraging stakeholders to prioritize disability inclusion in climate change, as well as advocating for policy changes that support youth with disabilities in climate adaptation and promote community awareness and involvement. The last slide. Thank you so much, Zikomo Asante. So that is our presentation from the case of Zambia.
Thank you so much, Ruth. It was really interesting to hear about, disabilities, and what exactly needs to be done in terms of inclusive them in the climate policy. I need to open the floor for questions for Ruth because I know that she has some issues with the laptop battery. So anyone has questions? I'm gonna just check the inbox. Okay. So anyone has a question for Ruth before she leave because of the issue of her laptop?
His son Paul's hand is up.
Okay. Yes, Paul, please.
Thank you very much, Asan. Thank you very much, Ruth. You talked about strategies for inclusive climate change adaptation, and among the elements were decision-making and planning. The Global Indigenous Youth Summit has as a concept by, for, and among Indigenous youth with global inclusion. The question I have is, perhaps, can you provide some guidance as to what is inclusion and how to achieve it?
Okay. I can give an example of our current webinar. If we ever thought of having our deaf participants included, would have had some sign language interpreters included for them to understand and feel part of the program. So that is just the best example I can give at the moment.
Do you see a relationship between inclusion and science itself in terms of the process of science?
science.
Or indigenous
Yeah.
knowledge. I mean, in the sense that the knowledge emerges from questions. So in the first session in Region 1 today, for example, they talked about insects and that the indigenous communities had an understanding of changes in weather patterns because the cultures had developed an understanding of the insects and what the patterns of insects. So those presumably emerged from questions people were asking at some point. And I'm just wondering, in terms of inclusion, to think with you in terms of how to achieve practical development, implementation of those strategies, the elements of inclusion, more than just an example, but are there elements of inclusion that you would characterize in relation to, particularly in relation to questions?
Okay, I think the best answer would be the best practices that would be placed in place is first taking research works and identifying how best can this be done, because they themselves, the people with disabilities, know how best they can feel included. So it starts with them. It starts with having access to their needs, having the best knowledge and having the knowledge about their challenges. So there has to be the know-how. When there is knowledge identified and gaps identified, then the solution can be set.
Thank you. Thank
you. Anyone has a question? Okay. Ruth, I have a question actually. So I'm just thinking, like of your topic, because it's my first time, to be honest, to think about, like disabilities, like people with disabilities and how we can include them in climate policy. So can you just give us examples? Because you mentioned that, like in order to make them involved in the climate policy, we need to think about, like starting from them as first, like point to approach. Can you give us examples of, like the accessibility, like play, like within these community disability people who have, like certain disability in certain, like things? Do you have examples how they approach local community or, like government to, like expose themselves and, like to tell, like the people, we are here, we need to be heard, like we need, our voice to be heard? Do you have some examples, like how did they do this?
Yes, quite a number of examples. I can give an example of the project that we had as an organization. We've had this project implemented in the inclusive schools, where the learners with physical disabilities and those maybe the deaf, the blind, could be involved in tree planting. Then they would be free to talk about other challenges. So it's about identifying programs that would bring them close and enable them to express themselves. So that then will help to also see the way in which they can fully be involved. Then when it comes to governments, there are programs that government, like the government of Zambia, runs under the Zambia Agency for Persons with Disabilities, where these persons with disabilities are encouraged to be registered. Once they are registered, they would be identified with their disability. Is it a physical disability? What kind of disability is this person having?
Oh, I think there's a problem with her laptop. Rose. Yeah, might be that. Oh,
Sorry, I got disconnected.
You just freezed, yeah.
I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, yes, of course. Thank you so much. I was just interested, like to know more about how their voices can be heard within the community or, like the government. But thank you so much for stating some examples. Any more questions? Okay, I can't see anything also here in the chat box. So now I will introduce the next speaker, which is Hawa Tijan Muhammad. She will speak about current realities on climate change. Hawa, please.
Hello, Ehsan. Good day. It's good afternoon here. It's already 1. Thank you so much for having me. Can you please help me with the presentation slides?
Yes, of course. Okay. Okay. So Hawa, okay. Yeah. And I'm going to share my camera now. Okay. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see the
Okay.
screen. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Good day. My name is Hawa Tijani Mohammed. I'm from Nigeria, particularly from the northeast part of Nigeria, Borno State. So I am here to present to you all the current realities of climate change. So first, I would like to appreciate the organizers of this event, of this program. It's very insightful. I've been here, listening to all the presenters. It's a wonderful presentation. It's quite an eye-opening sessions where I get to understand all the indigenous groups and the problems of climate change from various regions. So this presentation that I would like to give is a current issues we have in Africa, but particularly in Nigeria. We have so much issues around the world. Even in Nigeria, we have so many issues, but one of the pressing issues we have is the insecurities of food scarcity and the issues of flood that has been happening. So in my presentations, I have a lot of graphics, so I hope you all enjoy. Thank you. So on this slide, great, thank you. So it has been established that climate change as an essential threat is capable of triggering or exhibiting other forms of insecurities which compromise the socio-economic lives of people. If climate change is a threat to existence, it must certainly elicit certain responses for victims which are capable of disrupting law and order. This is already a reality of various parts of of the world, Nigeria inclusive. Thank you. Next slide. So one of the impacts of climate change that has become very prominent in communities all over the world is displacement and forced migration, which occurs as fallouts of extreme weather events, such as floods, droughts, etc. These events displace people from their homes and agricultural lands, forcing them to seek safe havens elsewhere. One of those consequences of such displacement is the increasing competition of resources between the displaced populations and host communities, which can spiral into conflicts of not properly managed. Thank you. Next slide. So besides, while the displacements last, the insecurity of property and other valuables of displaced persons is not guaranteed. Many of them return to their home, to their house and homes to count their losses and treat their injuries. Some of the property which were not washed away by floods have been burgled. Thank you. Next slide. It's almost natural, predictable that when people suffer displacement and lose their life earnings, they become desperate of survival, can do anything to keep the body and soul together. So this issue is when people are being displaced and they happen to regain what they lost. So many things can happen. Sometimes there could be survival of survival of the fittest, where the strong can win. Everybody is really is struggling to survive in this in the present time. So they tend to resort to activities that threaten the generality of the society. This is more so for those who believe that the end justifies the means. Okay, please, next slide. As climate change accelerates, its impact exacerbates existing social, economic, and environmental challenges in many contexts, which can contribute to insecurity at local levels or even internationally. So for Nigeria, this particular issue, we've had years and years, decades of farmer herders clash. This is due to which has led to loss of lives and properties of people in the region. So some of this have led to loss of lives and property is linked to increased competition over natural resources. This is because as arable land becomes scarcer due to desertification and land degradation caused by climate change, competition for land resources intensify in the northern part of Nigeria, leading to incensed violent attacks between the farmers and herders, both of whom are desperate for survival. Those attacks have discouraged farmers from accessing their farms, heightening fears of food insecurity unless decisive measures are taken by all tiers of government to tackle the situation. Farmer herders clashes have become a grave national concern, affecting both the northern and southern part of the country. So another climate-induced security concern is livelihood vulnerability, which with increasing tendency of crop failures, livestock death, and declining fish stocks, small-scale farmers, pastoralists, and fisher folk, who constitute a significant portion of Nigeria's population, lost their lives while they get plunked into financial hardship, increased poverty, and exacerbated social tension, contributing to insecurity. So despite growing recognition of the interlinkage between climate change, peace, and security, it is regrettable that nothing appreciable has been done so far to integrate programmatic approach that address specific risks at the intersection of climate change and insecurity. This is a gap which the government needs to play a very big role in strategizing and working on how to fix, because it's a national issue. So also worthy of mention is the fact that insecurity hinders climate change adaptation efforts, leaving already vulnerable communities even poorer and less resilient to interlink climate and insecurity crisis. But climate change adaptation initiatives often fail to fully integrate peace building or conflict prevention objectives. Those who drive Nigeria's fight against climate change must bear this in mind to increase the tendency of success. In conclusion, the adverse impacts of climate change on the security architecture of the country must not be lost on those who design its security apparatus. Efforts must be intensified towards tackling effects of climate change, which this is done, its gain will translate into less security concerns for the country. All right, so in 2024 presents the world, so far we are 7 months into 2024, but we still have hope that the world will with another opportunity to convince the global community of the seriousness with all the commitments in terms of climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. And events like this, I feel like we are heading towards a very good direction in ensuring that voices are heard and these issues are being spoken to the world, so that mitigations could come in. So thank you so much. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Hawa. Interesting topic. Do we have any questions? Sorry, I was just sharing my screen, so I just need to open. Yeah, I can see there is a question from Omar. Yes, Omar? Unmute yourself, Omar.
Okay, thank you so much, Hawa, for the wonderful presentation. Mine is just an addition to the climate condition, especially in Nigeria. When you look at locations, especially from the northern part of Nigeria, around the Lake Chad Basin, it has really been more affected by the climate change than any other places. I remember when the Sahel region decided to have the Great Green Wall, and that was as a result of the impact of the climate change and how it has caused quite a number of migration, especially at the shores of the Lake Chad region. Giving an instance with how the Lake Chad Basin itself has dried by almost 90% within 40 years. I think it is one great impact that has really affected and has imposed some of the crises that was mentioned by Hawa. If you look at the headers farmers crisis, it's also one of the crises that I believe the climate crisis in Nigeria has also contributed to. The Boko Haram crisis that has been for as long as a decade has also similar contributions. So much of these things, I believe, would only be affected when indigenous people within the communities are involved in the process of decision making at a global level, involved in the process of decision making, like I mentioned. Most of the decisions that were made, it's more like a high level decisions where perhaps the president or maybe the governors of various states would be on the media talking on their behalf, which I believe it has not been yielding the right result from inception. So I think I would like to use this platform to call on the heads of most of these states, countries, to look through engaging indigenous youths, indigenous populations within the community, in having conversations and dialogue sessions around understanding the real root causes of some of these crises and making them or enlightening them on some of the solutions to this climate crisis. They've been staying in those locations for quite a long time, growing up to see their parents and grandparents living in that locations. But because of our actions and inactions around climate change, it has attributed to where we are at the moment. I believe this is the right platform for me to, advocate for this, and I would really want other colleagues and leads, especially in the Sahel region, to come together to form a better forum of addressing that. That's just a contribution from my end, and thank you, Anoma.
Thank you so much, Omar. I'm just a bit concerned about the time. I can see now Ismail is here. Ismail, I'm going to share my screen for your presentation. Okay, are you ready? Okay. Yes, Ismail, the floor is
Yes,
yours.
please, I'm ready.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Go ahead, please.
Okay, good day, everyone. My name is Ismail Abiodun Medin. I hail from Ibadan, Oyo State in Nigeria. I'm a lover of nature and conservation, and my love for nature made me to pursue a background in animal science, which opens my eye to animal production as well as cultivation of crops for both animal and human consumption. My love for nature further pushed me to pursue a master's degree in environmental toxicology and pollution management. And I also plan to further my PhD degree abroad, also in environmental line, so as to use the knowledge acquired to tackle environmental challenges that are facing Nigeria presently. So I'm here to give a presentation on the Oyo heritage, brief history, climatic change effects, and possible mitigation strategies. The Oyo Empire was a very large West African empire founded in approximately 1300 CE, and it was the largest West African empire to exist in present-day Yoruba land. It was also the most important and authoritative of all the Yoruba principalities. Next slide, please. So the Oyo Empire was founded by Oromiye, who is a prince from the ancestral home of the Yoruba people, which is Ile-Ife. The strategic location of the empire enabled it to become a major trade hub, facilitating commerce with northern and southern regions. The empire expanded its territory through conquest, dominating much of present-day southwestern Nigeria and parts of Benin and Togo. Next, please. So the empire was highly centralized with a sophisticated administrative system, which is led by the king, known as Alaafin in Yoruba language, and is often advised by a council of chiefs known as the Oyomesi. So the major religion and beliefs of the Yoruba people is the Yoruba religion, which is often practiced traditionally, and it includes the worship of pantheon of deities known as Orishas in Yoruba. Each Orisha is represented with different elements of nature and human endeavor. Ifa divination is also a crucial aspect of Yoruba spirituality, and it is used to seek guidance from deities. The Babalaos, known as the priests in English, perform the divination rituals to interpret the will of the Yoruba gods. So the arts and crafts of Oyo Empire. The Oyo Empire was renowned for its weaving and dyeing techniques. The indigo dyed Adira fabric and the richly patterned Ashoke clothes were highly valued. So the first picture on my left here is an example of the Adire fabric, while the second picture on my right is the Ashoke fabric, also known as Ofi in Yoruba, while the central picture here is showing the process of the Ashoke making. Next, please. So the metalwork for the Oyo Empire includes different tools and weapons. The central middle here is showing a powerful weapon used by the Yoruba people. It is known as Ida in Yoruba, also known as sword in English. Why this particular metal here is a musical instrument, and it is beaten with the stick beside it to produce rhythmic musical sounds. Next, please. So another artwork of the Oyo Empire is the bead making. This central picture here is showing the picture of beads that is worn by majorly Council of Chiefs and it is known as Ileke-Oye in Yoruba, while the third one by my right here is majorly worn by priests known as the Babalawos in Yoruba. Next, please. So drumming is a particular integral part of the Oyo culture, and we have different types of drum. The most important one is the talking drum, which is known as gangan in Yoruba, and it is used to communicate with dancers and entertainers. We have different types of dances too in Yoruba language, in Yoruba heritage, and it's a form of entertainment for festivals and the likes like that. Next, please. So there are different types of festival. You have the Sango Festival and the Egungun Festival out of many. So the Sango Festival is a festival that is dedicated to Shango, who is known as the god of thunder and lightning. It is believed that he is the one that has the power to produce thunder and lightning back in the days then in the Yoruba heritage. While we also have the Egungun Festival, and it is celebrated it is celebrated to welcome ancestral spirits who are believed to visit the living during the festivities. It's involved masked dancers and rituals to honor the ancestors. So the next picture is showing a picture, different pictures of Egungun dancers. These are the masked people explaining the Egungun festival. Next, please. So the currency of the Oyo Empire back in the days was, the main currency then was cowrie shells, while we also have the others such as manilas and brass rods. So the picture here is showing the cowrie shells, and it is known as Uwejo in Yoruba language. Next. So the trade network of Oyo Empire was very wide, and it's facilitated networking with African states and other European merchants. And the major goods then were ivory, kola nuts, and textile and other manufactured goods like that. Next, please. The market system back in the days was that Oyo and generally the Yoruba people used to have markets within every 4 to 5 days, which means if there is a market today, then the next market will be in the next 4 or 5 days, and it helps sellers and traders from far and wide to converge on a particular day to do business. Next, please. So climatic change effects on Oyo heritage. There have been several climatic change effects in the Oyo heritage, and the number one of them, which is concerned by everybody in the present day, is agricultural practices and food security. The unpredictable rainfall and extended dry seasons disrupt traditional farming cycles, and the crops that have been cultivated over centuries are now struggling to survive, and this has led to reduced yield in the production. I was a victim of this around 2016 or 2017, whereby I planted more than an acre of land with watermelon, I and a colleague, and back then we used to target the August break, so that when the August break finish, the rainfall that remains before the cessation of the rainfall is planned to water the watermelon and make it grow to the beginning of fruiting. Afterwards, it needs what's it called? It needs sunlight for it to continue to thrive. But during the time, we only had continuous rainfall, which led to total loss of cost of production and efforts back then. So it was a very, very devastating something for me back then. So another effect of climate change on Oyo and Yoruba principalities generally is that there have been soil degradation problem, and this has actually affected farmlands wide and near, and it's also affected cities. Next, please. And this is a particular picture of a particular place in Oyo State back then around 2016 or 2017 when there was heavy flooding due to continuous and massive rainfall back then. Next, please. So the rituals and ceremonies of the Oyo heritage have also been altered, and many traditional rituals and ceremonies depend on specific environmental conditions and natural resources. For example, water scarcity affects purification rites and the availability of certain plants and animals essential for rituals is decreasing day by day due to climatic change. Next, please. There have been various structural damages of historical buildings and ancient compounds, which has led to poor heritage or poor conservation of the heritage till now. Next, please. There have been lots of medicinal plants. This particular plant in this particular picture here is a picture of a particular plant that is known as Akintola in Yoruba. This particular plant is known for its healing effect. And back in the days, if you have either little or large, little or major or minor bruise or injury back then, you just have to take this particular leaf and squeeze it and apply onto the injury. And believe you me, within 24 hours, the wound will be dry, if not totally dry, but almost dry. So it was very, very, very important back then, and it was almost everywhere. But now, due to climatic change, it is struggling to find its way in the environment again. So we have disruption of ecosystems, and the changes in local ecosystem impact the availability of materials for traditional crafts, such as specific woods for carving and planting, dyes, and planting, affecting the continuity of artisanal skills. Climatic change has also contributed to traditional livelihoods becoming unsustainable. There is increased migration to urban areas, leading to the loss of cultural continuity in rural regions. We have the mitigation strategies. The number one thing is climate awareness program. As it is said that an informed user is a safe or safer user. So if we carry out climate awareness programs, it makes the mass more informed about what you're saying, and it makes them dance to the tune of climate change processes. Next, please. So sustainable agricultural practices. There is need for us to practice crop rotation, overcropping, integrated pest management instead of the widely known pesticides that are also contributing to climate change through global warming and less. Then the use of natural fertilizers and agroforestry is highly encouraged.
I'm just concerned about the time, Ismail. So can we just try you like to wrap up your presentation, because it's 2 o'clock now.
All right, thank you very much. So I guess this is the last slide, yeah. So thanks for listening.
Sorry, Ismail, again, because of the time.
Yes, please, I'm done. I'm okay.
Yeah, anyone has, like any questions for Ismail before leaving, like to the next session? Because as I said, I'm just concerned about the time. It's now the time, like even. So just a quick question.
We have 5 minutes, Isan. I think we can take questions from the first speaker as well, if possible.
Yeah. Ismail,
Yes, please.
do you want, like to add any, sorry to cut off you, like with your presentation, but do you want, like just, like to conclude what exactly you like, the final, like points you want us, like to draw attention about?
Okay. So, like I said initially, one of the major instruments that we can use to combat the adverse effects of climate change is awareness programs. That is the major thing, because when we make people be aware of the consequences of climate change and the actions that are doing that are causing climate change, then they will be sure to actually go back on it too and further ensure climate change actions. Thank you. And one of the most important things for us to do again is reforestation. It is actually very, very important, because when there is abundant forestry or abundant trees in the forest, then they absorb the adverse chemicals or gases that have been emitted into the environment through industries and companies and the likes like that, the likes of methane and even the burning of fossil fuel. These trees provides the cool environment for us, and they further absorb the adverse gases, making it very, very important for us to do reforestation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ismail. I'm gonna just to read the Paul comment. He said, interesting culture traditions. Thank for sharing. In my community, the Christian missionaries said that we cannot practice those culture festivities. Now we have lost those beautiful traditions and identities. Yeah, really interesting to know about this, like community. And thank you so much for sharing these beautiful culture traditions. As I said, like because we are concerned about the time, and now it's almost, like 2-3 in UK time. So can I just move to the second session? I don't think that we can even have, like some slides. We were planning to have 5 minutes slides to show the Gabon, but I don't think that we do have. Maybe if we could, like later today. But can I move now to the next session, which is led by sorry, John? Yeah?
It's you and Ruth. You just and Ruth.
Okay. Is she here now?
Yes, they are. They are the moderators for the session.
Okay. So please, yeah.
Okay.
Hugo's, yeah. Ruth, yeah. The floor to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the floor. I'm really happy to be here to moderate this session. Discussion has been really, really interesting since this morning. Time is going fast, and we don't realize because the discussions are quite interesting. My name is Hugues Nana Jenga. I'm a research scientist based in Cameroon, member of the Global Young Academy, co-lead of the Science Diplomacy in Africa Incubator with Tash and Godwin. I will be moderating this session with Ruth. Ruth, you have the floor to introduce yourself. I don't know if she's online.
I'm not sure she's online because earlier she had a problem with electricity. So I guess
Okay.
the battery, yeah.
Can you guys, sorry, can you guys just allow co-host for the storytellers? I've renamed them Zambia as their country.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
You are going to do it, Devina, or
Yes, I'm
should
working
I?
on it.
Okay, thank you.
So, sorry to.
Are you going to share the PowerPoint? Because the students may have limited connectivity, so they've submitted their stories ahead of time.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't find the student actually.
Okay, so I've named them. The first student is John.
Okay.
Then Jamia.
Oh, so John is already
co-host, yeah.
a co-host. So I will. He will
They
need to put it on the camera so I can spotlight.
Okay. John, Jamea, and Jonathan, can you please turn on your camera very briefly, and then we'll go ahead with the session. Thank you so much.
And Jamelia as well. Thank you.
Oh my word.
Thank you, Davina.
Hi.
The floor is yours. You can take over.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Jemima from Zambia. I'm a public health student at Copperbelt University. So I wrote an article based on some of the climate issues that Zambia is facing. So I'll quickly run through my article. So the title of my article was Zambia Grapples with Climate Change. And my article deals with the challenges and also some of the solutions to the current problem. So Zambia, like many African countries, is vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Rising temperatures, changing rainfall patterns, and increased frequency of extreme weather events are affecting the country's agriculture, water resources, and human health. So the problems that are being faced are deforestation, agricultural practices, and fossil fuel consumption. So these are contributing to the gas emissions that are being faced in Zambia. And so far, during our rain season, our previous rain season, we didn't have enough rains due to the same issues. So these greenhouse gas emissions are really getting worse, and droughts are becoming frequent in Zambia. So also facing soil degradation, which is as a result of improper agriculture, and it's also affecting the productivity of the country. So I'll also quickly run through the solutions that I came with in my article. So Zambia has to employ renewable energy resources. We have to implement climate resilient agricultural practices, and where fossil fuels are being used, people can be educated on the alternative sources of transport, because mostly the sources of transport that are used in Zambia are those which generate a lot of fossil fuels. So the other solutions that we as a country, I thought we could come up with was coming up with new irrigation systems in terms of farming so that we can help save the ozone layer. And also the government can implement the climate change issues in our education system. We can implement these solutions and these issues in our curriculum so that as a country we can be educated on climate change and also know how to come up with the solutions. So that was basically my article. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. That is really instructive. I don't know if someone has something to, a question, comment. We just shared about the challenges and the solution of climate change in Zambia. And as Jemina rightly mentioned, deforestation, greenhouse gas emissions, soil degradation, mostly due to inappropriate agriculture, and they come up with solution mostly based on education, and those solutions can be used because mostly based on education, as I said. So I don't know if someone has a question or a comment. I do have one question for Jemima. Please, I would like to know as you experience that educational based system. Do you have any data about or measuring the pre and post intervention when you use your solution? Do you have any information if it's improved any the situation?
Yes, I do have some information. So based on what I said, I believe some of the information I have based on the climate change is I believe we should come up with ways on planting crops that do not take up much of water so that we can conserve our water, seeing that we are experiencing a bit of drought. And also we can also make use of our resources and invest in other sources of energy because of the climate change crisis that we've been facing. Zambia has been facing load shedding most of the time, which has been affecting our productivity. So I believe we can consider our other sources of energy and use them rather than relying on the same source of energy, so that as a country we can be more productive. So I believe we can educate as fellow Zambians on the same issue and come up with a proper way of helping our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, Godwin, you have a question?
Yes, mine is a quick one. I was wondering if you could share a link to that article for reference, those of us that may want to read it. Thank you.
Okay.
Maybe you can post in the chat.
Okay. Jemima, can you post the link of the paper in the chat so that all the participants can have access to it? the study was really interesting, and people are really eager to see in details what you did. Any other question? So we still have a few minutes. The next presentation is from Ariel Prince Lu. I don't know if she's.
Sorry, you.
Yes.
There's
Yes.
other students that have also submitted short stories. It's Jonathan, and then John is just going to give a few words on how he collected the short stories. And then the other two students is in the PowerPoint presentation. They've submitted a video submission. Okay, let me share my screen while you get coordinated.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Tash. John, can you give us some details on how you collected those data?
Buena.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we are hearing you.
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm actually attending a adolescent health in-lab here in Zambia. I'm a climate change advocate and a writer as well. I do write stories, and when I was approached by the college, I think that was like last month, and she approached me with ideas on how we can amplify youth voices on climate change. And I did return to her with my idea of calling for stories, because climate change is affecting us differently that globally. So that's why I came up with the idea is, and I believe that each and every voice must be heard, and we must really concentrate on their cries as well, and also their call to actions. And I hope, what I hope from this summit is that each and every voice of these young people, my fellow young people, and that they are heard to the policy makers as we head to the COP29. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this experience. Any other comment, question to Jemina or to John? Otherwise, okay, thank you, Tash. Maybe we'll move ahead with the story.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Tash.
Hi, my name is Brianna Castella. Like this, okay? The main reason why I wanted to be part of this is because climate change not only affects the commercial farmers and the world at large, but also us as literary subsistence farmers. At a young age, I was introduced to farming by my parents, who are in fact farmers themselves. But due to the erratic changes in weather and a lot of other things that have been affecting the environment, it being production of toxins that are now affecting the atmosphere, the seasons themselves are quite erratic. You never know when it's going to rain. Suddenly it's hot, and imagine you've planted, let's say, your crops, and you're expecting the rains, and all of a sudden there's this sudden dry season, and no one actually even knew that it happened. That's how bad it has affected us.
because being a farmer, you notice that you know your seasons well, you know what crops do well in what season, and then all of a sudden things have changed in such a way that you can't predict what's coming next. So if I would say rather my plea to organizations or rather anyone that is just listening, what we can do is far larger if we work together. We don't just ignore the problem, because the more we ignore it, the worse it becomes. My plea is that everybody, as much knowledge as you know about climate change, share it so that a lot of us can have that intel and information. At the end of the day, this is our global protection. It is protecting our world. And if climate change continues at this rate, we will lose a lot. Our glaciers will be melted, our animals will be extinct, those that can't survive these certain weather changes and cycles. My plea rather is for everyone to just share the information that you have. If you have some sort of support, carry out campaigns, carry out global pleas so that everybody comes to say this is how bad and this is how very affecting everybody, different parts of the world. Thank you so much for listening. Hi.
Wow, that is a really great story. Maybe should we continue with the other one, Tash?
Sure. Jonathan, would you like me to play the video, or would you like, you can take questions afterwards? Okay, I'll take that. Okay.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Yenyembe from Kabwe, Zambia. I'm the one who came up with this story called, the short story called The Wrath of the Nyami God. So where I got this inspiration from is from a mythical god which is found near the Kariba Dam called the Nyamunyamu. During the construction of the Kariba Dam, there was these supernatural happenings which people believe to have been caused by the Nyamunyamu. So this story briefly talks about a wood gatherer called Munyenyembe who was out gathering wood. Then he accidentally invaded into the Nyamunyamu's territory where he had cut some trees. And in this context, I had made the trees to be the wife and children of the Nyamunyamu god. So this young gatherer cut down these trees. The Nyamunyamu god was so furious that he put a curse on the young man and his village that they won't see water in his dam until they had planted the trees they had cut down 10 times more of the trees they had cut down. So the moral of this story is that in as much as we cut trees, we should know the repercussions which are attached to our action. So, as I said in my story, I put it to say the only way the case can be lifted is when they plant trees. So what I meant is planting trees is an essential aspect of us preventing this climate change. Yes. Then the other thing I also want to make mention is climate change has an adverse effect on what's this, not only the climate, but it also affects the people. Like we are currently facing load shedding. It is because of climate change that we didn't see the rains in previous rain season. Yes. And if we're facing load shedding, there's an economic crisis, as well as small scale businesses can't run because they do not have power to power their businesses. And as we know, other alternative sources for electricity and energy for countries like Zambia and other countries in Africa, it is really expensive to find an alternative. Yes. So that's basically my thoughts and my view and why I came up with this story. So I would urge the government. Hi, my name is John.
Thank you very much, Dash, for the two stories. Thank you to John and to Nyendwa. These are really captivating and interesting stories. And I really note down the strong message by Nyendwa, who said that the more we ignore the problem of climate change, the worse it's become. So it is really interesting. Just wanted to mention that Jemima shared her story in the chat. So if you want to have it, to have that piece, you can also collect them. I would like to know if anyone has a question, a comment, so that we can continue this interesting discussion. Or maybe, John, do you have something else to add in addition to the story we just heard?
Jonathan, would you like to add anything or have any questions you'd like to share with us since you've been waiting eagerly?
I would only like to share a few things. Yeah, so as you've heard, my story just basically talks about the effects and the impact of climate change. So I would like to urge everyone in this field of climate change to say that in as much as we give people information to say, no, climate change does this, the effects of climate change include this, we also have to focus on the part of implementation. Because at the end of the day, we just waste our time educating people who cannot implement what we're educating them. So I would like to urge everyone, or all advocates and ambassadors who are in this climate change journey, to focus more on implementing what they teach other than just leaving people with the knowledge, and at the end of the day, people don't implement that knowledge. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, John. We should all be climate change ambassador and try at best, as you said, to move from just idea to actions. Any other question or comment? I don't know if Nyendwa is online to also give a thought about what she presented.
She's not online. She's on another summit, but she asked me to play the video on her behalf. But
Thank you.
can still take questions from the audience. Yeah.
My name is Samaya Nyendwa, and with the climate change that we are experiencing as a globe, I feel that they need for action as the young leaders. We need to take action in order to save Mother Earth and to preserve our planet. Through planting many trees and through taking action like each person at least plant trees in order to reduce global warming, that we should also take part in the planting of trees to reduce deforestation. So with the climate change, like how it has affected my nation, my country, Zambia, we find that since last year, we never had enough which has now to us experiencing load shedding, which is also caused by the climate change, the cutting down of trees. That is the major cause to the power cuts that we're experiencing. Apart from this effect which climate change has brought about, it has also brought about hunger. I think I should even say it as hunger, because last year we never had good crop yields due to lack of rain. So our crops we did not produce in a large quantity, or we didn't have enough crops in stock, which has now led to our country experiencing high rise in price of milling meal, which is because Zambia we depend on maize. So the milling meal prices have increased, and most of the people now are experiencing hunger. Even the levels of malnutrition is increasing. So I feel that there is need for most of our people, each and everyone, we should take action. We should help plant trees. We should help recycle. We should also sensitize the community on the effects of climate change, how it affects our planet. Because I strongly believe that we only have one home, which is Zambia, or which is Earth. We do not have any other home. So it is up us to make our planet a better place for us to live in. Thank you.
Thank you to Unyedwa. That is a really important and interesting story, calling for action to together work against climate change. So I think we have a question from Paul. What is the time frame that humanity will need to address climate change? How can indigenous youth be at the forefront of climate diplomacy? So I think it is open to discussion, not only to. Am I right, Paul?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it is not only to John or Nyendwa, so it is really open to discussion, and maybe Paul, you can still specify your thoughts so that we can all together discuss.
So this is a general question, as you identify, Hughes, and it builds on the title of the Nature commentary that Tope and team published last year, that indigenous youth must be at the forefront of climate diplomacy. And there's a lot of emotion and discussion globally about climate and climate change. But it's not clear to me, at least, as one among 8 billion, that the world really understands the time frame of climate change. And I'm an oceanographer by background, and the climate system goes between warm periods and cold periods. The warm periods, the sea level goes up and the ice sheets melt. In cold periods, the sea level goes down and the ice sheets go up. So there's this sea level seesaw. But that happens over, at the very fastest, hundreds of years, but generally on the order of thousands of years and tens of thousands of years. And so the question really relates to climate, how we address climate as a civilization, because climate is a planetary scale process. How we address climate on a planetary scale, and the role of indigenous youth in particular to think about climate as stewards at the forefront of climate diplomacy. So part of the question was to tease out in this discussion the time frame that's involved with addressing climate change. I mean, there's a lot of politics and posturing with it right at the moment, but is it only relevant to 2030, for example, when the Paris Accord in 2015 addressed? Is it something that will happen across the lifetimes of all of us, however long we live? Will it happen in our grandchildren's lifetimes? What is the time frame that's involved with thinking and addressing climate? So it's a general question.
Thank you very much, Paul, for this question. I don't know if someone would like to start first to the discussion around this question. Maybe I will say something like really close to what Paul said, and it will join my comment, my first comment when we started with the first discussion. It is really hard, maybe at the level of indigenous people, to measure the effect or the impact of their action, the environment. That is something close to the time frame as you was talking. Because when, for example, you educate people to regarding the climate change and to change what their way of doing things, how can they measure the impact of what they are doing? Because when you see the impact of what you are doing, you can be encouraged to do it more and more. So if you don't see the direct impact, sometimes it is difficult to capture and to use it as a good practice. Devina, you have your hands up. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Nana. So it's not really addressing what Paul is saying, but it's one comment that I would like to make. You know, climate change is already here. We are experiencing its effect, especially some countries are really suffering from it, like the small island developing state. So for countries like Mauritius, for instance, it's more about coming with, it's not mitigation, it's adaptation and preparedness. So we need to really have a preparedness plan, how we can adapt to it, and also what we can do when there's a flash flood, there's a strong cyclone, so that we don't lose our people, we don't lose our home. So this is one comment I wanted to add from someone representing the small island developing state.
Thank you very much, Devina. I really love the preparedness plan. We need to do that to make sure that we are really working against climate change. John, you have your hands up. You can unmute yourself and give your thoughts to us.
We were talking about how long or the time frame, rather the period in which this can be implemented. We don't have a specific period in which to implement this, because there are a lot of factors and a lot of things come into play when we're talking about the implementation. So when we're implementing something, we have to have an understanding and to engage people on the topic. Then we also have to assess the needs of the people. Then we also have to set goals and objectives. After we set goals and objectives, we develop an intervention. Then after we develop an intervention, we implement the intervention. Then after we implement the intervention, that's when now we can evaluate or rather the impact of what our aim was. So we can't specifically say we have a specific period. No, periods might differ on a lot of things really affect the period, because sometimes you can have political interventions. You might want to implement something, but the structure of your government can't allow you to do that. So it's really hard. We can't really tell to say we have a time frame in which we can implement it. However, as goal setters, we just try to to put a time frame in which we might think the objective can be achieved after considering all these factors. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you, John. Yeah, it is really important to have a plan. Devina just talked about the preparedness plan, and you are mentioning all the steps to develop, first of all, to evaluate the needs and to assess the needs, and then develop objectives and to make sure that you will have a right intervention that will really have good impact. Any other comment? Yes, Ash, you have your.
Sun can go first. It's okay.
Thank you, Tash. I was just thinking about, like in general, how indigenous youth, should be, or they actually should be the forefront of climate diplomacy, because they have the knowledge system. They are equipped, with the knowledge, includes their sustainable management of, their natural resources, their agriculture. They know more about how to conserve their biodiversity, their climate, they have so much rich of knowledge. Then, of course, they can bring attention to what exactly happening in their societies. They can make, the world listen, to the problem that they are facing as indigenous people. And by doing this, every community, I'm sure that they have a source of, some leadership, in their community, in their indigenous community. And this actually will help them to provide, long-term stability and vision for the action for the climate, what they can do. And then, of course, it's important for those, indigenous youth to have a global network and solidarity, so they can have links with the networks that can amplify their voices to the international stage, making their effort and helping them to make the required impact in general for the climate change happening not just in their communities but globally.
Thank you for this quite interesting talk. Yes, for sure, the indigenous people have very, very good knowledge that we have to make sure that we make use of that, not just maybe come with solution, but involve them in the development of solution, so that we really have a sustainable solution. And it is important, as you said, to see how to make their voice heard. Let me check if I have anything in the chat. Yes, there are many things by Pak. Maybe I will invite Pak to unmute himself and share his talk, because I'm seeing really interesting things in the chat. Maybe he has problem. I will read what he just put in the chat. A researcher gathered a transcript from more than 20,000 videos posted between 2018 and 2023 across 96 YouTube channels that have promoted climate denial and misinformation. Where once climate denier would outright reject climate change as a hoax or scam, or claim that humans were not responsible for it, many are now shifting to a different approach, one which attempts to undermine climate change, climate systems, cast doubt on climate solution, and even claim global warming will be beneficial at best, harmless at worst. Really interesting. So I think it is also something that can generate a discussion here among us. I don't know if someone would like to add something or to react to what Park just posted in the chat. There is also a question or a reaction by Peregrine. Peregrine, can you unmute yourself and share your thought with us?
Sure. I just, Jonathan's message about needing to focus on action rather than kind of educating people who don't meaningfully contribute to implementation was really resonant and poignant, I thought. And I wondered if he or any of the speakers had any thoughts on how to best utilize the limited time and energy of Indigenous youth.
Really interesting. I think we can also discuss this. Any thoughts? Any other comment?
I had a thought previously, maybe I can link it to this question. One of the things I've noticed is that, we talk about transformational leadership, but there's also intersectional leadership. And I think the Indigenous youth are in a position to give us that type of intersectional perspective, because they can highlight the connections between climate change, social justice, and cultural survival. So maybe, if they cannot get support, they can still be the glue, the network, the nodes that we need in order to connect all of the local and the global context together. So I don't know if I'm shifting away from the question, but I think that is something, we can look forward to from the youth. And even though I myself, I don't know when we will achieve our goals to be carbon neutral, but I surely think that the youth can maybe shift how well we reach that goal, and even though we're not yet there yet, I really think that this is something that they can shape the policies and they can be part of the solution. So that's just a little bit on my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tash. You are really in the topic. It is really what we are talking, what we are discussing, to really see what is the place of indigenous people in the fight against climate change, because it is something that we need to do it together. And as we said, they have many knowledge to share and be part of the solution. And as I like the intersectional leadership you mentioned, it is something that really need to be taken into account.
So we have 2 more talks just for time purposes. Sorry to interrupt you. The speakers are not here because they have to attend a field event, but it is our theme, so please don't forget about them.
Yeah, I have, normally we have the talk by Ariel on quantifying climate sustainability for tourism for Reunion Island. I don't know if you have them.
I have them.
Okay, maybe if they are not, even if they are not around, maybe you can just put on the slide and we'll together discuss the topic. Thank you very much.
Okay, give me a moment. Sorry, I have so many screens open. Let me just close all my unnecessary screens. First up is aerial. Can I go ahead?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, it's that part of the day where I can't see anything.
Hello, my name is Ariel Prinsu. I am a PhD candidate from the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, South Africa. And today I'm going to be talking a little bit about my research, linking it to the previous speaker, my colleague Alexi Maranaki, around quantifying climate suitability for tourism in Reunion Island through multi-index approach, and really emphasizing that while we have these things of accessibility, what can we do with it when we do have information to share? The research took place in Reunion Island. Reunion Island is a French department. It's a small island that belongs to France in the middle of the Southwest Indian Ocean. It's located between Madagascar and Mauritius and is about a 4-hour flight from South Africa and an 11-hour flight from France. It is a really under-researched part of the Southern Hemisphere, and particularly in close proximity to research done in Southern Africa and the Indian Ocean. Reunion has amazing tourism. It is mainly marketed around outdoor tourism, particularly around its gorgeous beaches, waterfalls, and lush forests. It markets aspects of hiking and camping, and is really focused on being outdoors. While it is incredibly lush and forested and has these magnificent beaches, it also has these beautiful towns and cities that one can go explore and visit old churches, markets throughout the week, and particularly on the weekends, a cable car to look at the city from above, beautiful graffiti in the city, and of course French pastries that are the key draw for some people. And so because of the environment of Reunion, from beaches to urban activities to camping and hiking, and a vast amount of general sightseeing that one can do, we wanted to look at how suitable is the climate for tourism, because in research, weather is a big draw factor and a big motivator for tourism. In addition, tourism contributes about 9.1% to the annual GDP. This was taken in 2023, or about 1.9 billion euro to Reunion's economy. And within this, there are about 28,000 jobs that rely on a successful and repeated tourism. And if weather is not great, if tourists don't experience a good climate when traveling to Reunion, they might not return, and this has a big impact on the overall tourism of Reunion. So to understand how suitable the climate is for tourism, we used available meteorological data provided by Meteo France. And in climate science, in order to show a valuable climate trend, you need 30 years of meteorological data. Reunion Island has 11 stations located across the island, but not all of them were complete. And the only complete station with 33 years of data was Roland Garros Airport. Now, understandably, one is not going to the beach or camping at the airport, but given the size of the island, Roland Garros Airport data is relatively representative of the entire island. Once we had the data and we cleaned it, we decided to use particular tools that have been developed to understand the interaction between climate and humans, particularly in the tourism space. These are tourism climate indices, and they have been developed and used over the past 40 years, the first being the Tourism Climate Index in 1985, developed by McCarthy. And these tourism climate indices range at looking at suitability from a general sightseeing perspective, like the Tourism Climate Index, to more sector-specific tourism activities, such as the Holiday Climate Index for beach and urban tourism, and very specific tourism activity of camping, which is the Camping Climate Index. In the literature, all these indices are really argued to be, or rather they're argued that one index is better than another. But actually, all these indices have pros and cons and inherent assumptions that don't actually hold true in particular contexts. And so for that reason, we decided that it was important to get a broad picture of Reunion as well as a very specific image of certain tourism activities. And so we decided to use all four of these indices together. What we found, and I'm just going to show you very briefly what these sort of scores that had come out of putting meteorological data into these indices is that for general sightseeing, it doesn't look very suitable from January to April and November to December, but it looks quite suitable in the middle of the year from June to September for general sightseeing. Climate suitability for urban tourism is quite similar, but a little bit shows a little bit of a better picture in terms of being a bit more marginal from January to April and November and December, and quite suitable in the middle of the year, particularly from June to October. For beach tourism, the picture is very good, and it shows that beach tourism is climate is very suitable for beach tourism on Reunion. We can see that there's quite a lot of green, and the more green, the more suitable, or rather the better, but still having January to April not being quite as suitable to go to the beach. When we're looking at camping and climate, we can see that it's not great, but it's not bad in the sense that throughout the year it's generally acceptable and it will generally be an okay experience. Within this research, we also try to understand what seasons are the best in terms of climate for Reunion, and look into the future of how this tourism and climate will change in the next century. And we found that the best time to visit Reunion is in July and August for all types of tourism. Camping seems to be relatively acceptable throughout the year, though. And when we look into the future or in the next century under climate change projections, we see that general and urban tourism will decline, and beach and camping tourism won't really change at all for the island. So what does this research actually mean? It means that for Reunion's tourism agency, it has a clear image for marketing. In the Southern Hemisphere, it can market destinations, particularly targeting South African travelers and other tourism destinations in the Indian Ocean, during slower winter months, particularly drawing in travelers who want to escape cold temperatures, because Reunion is lovely and warm during southern hemisphere winter. On the other hand, there is increased travel opportunities for travelers from the northern hemisphere in summer, when there is a lot of summer crowding and heat, particularly when there are heat waves, to escape and have an alternative summer destination in the southern hemisphere. At the same time, rather, when it's winter in the northern hemisphere, travelers also have the opportunity to travel to Reunion to escape to warmer climates, but they can be then affected by warmer temperatures and stronger winds and rain, particularly during tropical cyclone season. And so this also links to creating travel opportunities outside of their tropical cyclone season, when they might actually want to close and protect their citizens during this time. Okay, so we know that there is important climate research that could help tourism in Reunion. And we know that there are opportunities for Reunion's tourism agency to use this information to its benefit. But how do we link the two, and how do we use our voice, and particularly as young people, to get research into the spaces it needs to be? Well, we could create reports, and they don't have to be long reports, but reports can only get us so far, and we don't know where they land up. They could land up on somebody's desk for years without actually being turned into action. We also know that from this research that language is a barrier. Reunion is a French department, and French is the main language spoken, but there is also Creole French that is not acknowledged as much as it had in the space. Having done fieldwork in the space, it is an in-situ change that French tourists may not be very aware of in the slight nuances, and also that when you're providing information, you need to provide information in the language on all fronts. And so how do you turn this climate research into French and Creole French? And then the broader challenge of turning this climate science into common and usable knowledge that can actually reach the tourism operators on the ground and tourists in particular. And so to be proactive about how we do this, one could look at engaging local youth to find in-situ opportunities, to have a sort of buddy system to connect with youth to see how this information could actually be expanded in Reunion. And in this era, particularly, technology is our strength. This, of course, cannot be done everywhere with their technological challenges, but in Reunion, it is possible. And so collaboration really is key with Reunion students and even young French students who want to be linking themselves to the foreign departments available to them to develop ideas to get this knowledge to the right places. But even if it isn't, and we know that there are so many challenges when youth want to raise their voice, raise their concerns, that we have these bigger authorities where it might not be as heard as it could be. And so one can always step outside of this and develop an application, an independent application that can be accessed by both tourism operators, travelers, and anybody really with a phone that could link this climate research with in-situ data. How that looks currently, I am not sure, but I think it would be important to have meaningful conversations with people in context to see how we can move forward. Thank you for listening to my presentation. I hope that we can encourage more research and youth engagement and collaboration across various spaces in the future. Thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me. Thank you. Hello, my name is Ari.
Thank you very much for this interesting, very, very interesting research by Ariel. Maybe you can go on with the next one and then we'll have a quick general discussion.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Just give me 1 second.
Hello and welcome. My name is Alexi Marinaki, and I am a master's student at the University of the Witwatersrand. Today, I want to talk to you about the beautiful Reunion Island and its tropical cyclones. My dissertation is on how tropical cyclones impact the short-term weather conditions on Reunion. However, today, I want to speak to you about how this research is being conducted and why I feel this is important. Firstly, let's talk about the geography of Reunion. For context, Reunion is a French department situated over 8,000 kilometers south of France. As you can see on this yearly average rainfall map, the island experiences a large volume of rain and is extremely variable over such a small space. So the idea here is to see how much influence a tropical cyclone can have in a region where rainfall can exceed 800 millimeters on a particular day. Of course, there are all kinds of processes that influence this, such as seasonality or the orographic effect of the mountainous terrain. However, the only way this is really possible is with in situ data. So, for this research, I'm using a combination of rainfall, wind speed, and temperature data from Meteo France, the French meteorological agency. The tropical cyclone data from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, is also quite prominent in this research. This is what I want to highlight in terms of accessibility. It is possible to study and research a region that you have never or probably will never visit. So let's dive in. This is NOAA's tropical cyclone or hurricane database. Firstly, we search for our desired location, which in this case, we're looking for Reunion. You may also search for specific tropical cyclones or ocean basins, depending on your requirements. This will load all the tropical cyclones near Reunion from the early 1900s to present day within a search radius. The default is 60 nautical miles. However, we want to set our own search radius. This is 500 kilometers. This is the zone where tropical cyclones will potentially have an impact on Reunion. This is quite overwhelming when you first look at it. However, it is very simple to use. So I'm going to go ahead and clean up some of these cyclones so we can zoom in more detail. You can see here how every category is present, including tropical storms, tropical depressions, and extratropical cyclones. So we really do get a full picture of the lifespan of a cyclone. At random, I've selected Cyclone Harry from 2002. You can see here how we can now focus on one at a time, giving us a starting point with the state of the cyclone, including the wind speed and pressure on that day. Bear in mind, each one of these little circles represent 6-hour intervals, so we really do get that full picture. We can also see what category of cyclone was nearest to the island within that radius we set earlier. So while this is a maximum category 5 cyclone, the point nearest to Reunion was a category 3. So this changes our understanding. The cyclone may have been more intense over Madagascar, but it was only a category 3. I speak relatively close to Reunion. So this changes how we might deal with its potential impacts. What I really want to highlight here is that we as modern scientists have a responsibility to see how we can stretch our data resources to their absolute fullest, whether that is using social media tools, existing free databases on the internet, or a simple chain of emails to the relevant meteorological agency to obtain the data we need to ultimately understand our environment. This is important because the focus of research resources should not be prioritized over the potential impact of their output. In closing, I hope this presentation has given you some food for thought about how we understand our resources and about how we conduct research. Thank you for your time, and if you have any further questions, please feel free to email me.
Thank you very much, Ariel and Alexi, for this beautiful talk. I think now we are running behind time, so we'll have a quick discussion before handing to Tash for the last session. Anyone would like to comment? I think mostly discussion because they are not with us online, but we are really thankful for the presentation.
Yeah, it is a pity that we're called in at the last minute, but the students are very willing to engage. So any questions, I'll share their emails with you. They're really looking forward to having more conversations other than just today.
Thank you, Tash, for the great job you shared their presentation, and we saw the really interesting work they are doing.
I think the last thing that I shouldn't be speaking for them, but obviously they are South African students that are working in a different space. And I think the idea that Alexi and Ariel wanted to bring forward is that we should be working together. So across the SADC regions or the Southern African regions, we should be working as a united front, hopefully, to actually get the research message out there, like they clearly pointed out. But if there's any other suggestions, questions that you guys may have, can you please post it in the chat? I do apologize for the students not being here. It's just that it's Women's Day in South Africa, and we have a lot of events taking place. So sometimes you get called to action on different fronts.
It seems like there is no question. Maybe as we are running behind time, I will thank you once again for your time and for this really, really interesting discussion we had today. And the day is not yet finished. We still have many interesting things coming. So I will pass the floor to, yes, Tash?
You still have time in your session if you want to summarize the key points.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, if I thought that I was running out of the time.
You have like 7 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much to remind that. We really had very interesting discussion today. The stories were quite informative, and we saw that it is as we all discussed that indigenous people really have important and interesting knowledge. They need to be at the center of the solution we are developing, not just coming to teach them solution. We have to work with them to develop those solutions. And as Tash pointed out, that intersectional leadership that should be that should really be used. And maybe I would like to go back to the first statement I mentioned during the first presentation, and I think it is really a call for action, that the more we ignore the problem of climate change, the worse it's become. So it is really a call for action, and we should work together to solve the problem of the Earth. We have just 1 Earth for all of us. So we need to work together to fight against climate change. Unfortunately, my co-moderator, Ruth, had some issues. She couldn't make it, but I really appreciate you are present. I really appreciate what Tash done to with all those presentations that she shared. Thank you very much, Tash.
Unfortunately, we lost Ruth during the call, but maybe we can at this stage also highlight, accessibility is an issue when we have such virtual dialogue. But I'm so appreciative of those that really made the effort, and maybe that is something we can consider next year, and how we also adapt our dialogues to be more inclusive for those that are having hearing, obviously use hearing aids, or those that have other concerns, but also accessibility. Paul did post a question in the chat to you.
I saw his hand up. I think that as he is here, he can just unmute himself and share his thought with us, please.
Thank you, Hughes, and thank you, Thash, and thank you, Thash, for your students. The question is along the lines of analysis, which your students are embarking on. Would it be helpful to analyze the 24-hour dialogue across the 3 regions and to identify adaptation, mitigation, and preparation strategies among indigenous communities, to begin to reveal the commonalities and the differences that may exist around the world from these different communities?
So to clarify, these are not my students, but a colleague student, Professor Jennifer Fletcher. She's also a member of the South African Young Academy of Science, and definitely she's one of the great ambassadors that I know working at the forefront. And I think you can see that's evident in her students' presentations. I think we can definitely analyze the dialogues. Hopefully working through region 1 and 2 and 3, we can get something positive and actionable going forward.
So maybe as a strategy, after the celebration of the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples, after the 24 hours, we can, as a next step, request from Future Earth to send us not only the Zooms will be on the live streams will be online in YouTube in perpetuity, but we could also access the chat sessions and the transcripts in a way that would be available for analysis. Is that correct, Stefan? That those could be available for analysis later? Yes.
So Paul, you're looking at thematic analysis, those kind of things, and then looking at the evidence. Yep.
So it's a very rich discussion, many different perspectives openly, inclusively shared, and perhaps in terms of value add is to investigate, to ask questions in an open way, to think about commonalities, to think about strategies, challenges, initiatives, and to have this be a way to empower the indigenous youth leaders in terms of beginning to work together as a global team.
Excellent.
That's perfect. Thank you very much for this position, Paul. I think it is something we need to take into account to take advantage of all this rich discussion. And once again, I think we should be all climate change ambassadors. With these words, I think I will now close the session and pass the floor to Tash for the next Thank you very much. Thank you all, and nice next session.
Okay, I'm going to take this opportunity to welcome anyone that's new on the call. Speakers for session 6, please can you rename your description by just adding South Africa or which region you are representing so that we can make you co-host. This will really assist the Zoom administrators in that role. Okay, so essentially in this session, we're going to be covering 2 types of Indigenous themes. It's going to be Indigenous climate change and Indigenous heritage. The session will be in English as far as I know, but I will encourage speakers to also share their Indigenous languages as well. So as far as housekeeping is concerned, please let's have a final energetic session. Let's keep the discussion going. Audience members, if you can also please put in your questions so that this can really inform the open discussion that will follow at the end before we close and adjourn the Region 2 program. So I'm just checking. Dr. Constance Coupe, can you please make her co-host? Adandi, Prof. Sandy Van Vuren, Prof. Kumar. If you guys can just help me on your side. Tommy, can you please help me as well on your side?
Noted, Prof.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one more time, Constance Coupe, Sandy Van Vuren, Pradeep Kumar, and Anandi. If you can please make them co-hosts, and then we'll get started shortly.
Yeah, I'm not able to make spotlight them, even make them co-host. Maybe they, if they can try to switch on the camera, it would be
perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, Davina. Colleagues from Region 6, can you please turn on your camera briefly so we can identify you and be able to spotlight you when your presentation time is up? Thank you so much.
Wow. Just 1 minute. It's Professor. Adnan.
Okay, so we're good to go. Okay, so it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you our first speaker for the session, Dr. Constance Coupe. She has a vast experience in Indigenous knowledge systems through her field work in many of the rural regions in Southern Africa. And I felt it was best fitting that she share with us today some of her experiences. And I think she just corrected for me last week that she wants to talk about celebrating what was. So Dr. Constance Coupe, please can you share your presentation, or if you'd like to just start your dialogue, let me know what works for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Johannesburg in South Africa. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to thank everyone very much for this opportunity to be part of the conversation around climate change and how that affects the younger generation among us. And I will be sharing my perspectives from I will be sharing my perspectives from the Karanga people of Zimbabwe in Southern Africa. I was informed that that I should record a video, and I posted that online. I'm not sure whether that is going to be played because I had been informed that I would then be answering any questions or comments. So I don't know whether
I can
understanding
play yeah, I can play it. It was just a contingency plan, but I can go ahead and play the video. Okay, cool.
Okay, all right.
Okay, colleagues, I am a bit tired, so bear with me. I may be much slower than the morning session.
Greetings to you all, and thank you to the organizers of the Global Youth Summit on Climate Change, who have allowed us to meet virtually and be part of this global learning circle on this very important subject. But before I proceed, I would like to pay my deep respects to the traditional custodians of the land on which I now live. My name is Constance Cook. I was born and grew up a Karanga child under the care of my maternal grandparents in the tribal trust lands of Mashingo. Tribal trust lands are the marginal lands to which our foreparents were pushed through the Land Apportionment Act of 1930. The act that formalized the racial land segregation in favor of European farmers and crowded Africans under communal tenure. Although our foreparents were pushed to these less than ideal conditions, they did not abandon the environmental conservation practices that had sustained them for centuries and that had kept climate change, or whatever form it was known then, to a bare minimum. Their subsistence way of life was sustainable in terms of the impact on the environment. Practices such as selective use of trees for firewood, selective hunting practices, the cultural issue of totems meant hunting would not be indiscriminate, but some animals would be sacred while others could be hunted for food. They practiced intercropping or mixed cropping, also keeping certain places sacred. However, this was at some point also disrupted because they were pushed into a cash economy. Cash crops such as tobacco and cotton became more important than food crops. Small grains were replaced by exotic corn. Increasingly larger tracts of land were cleared and exposed the ground to erosion by wind and rainwater. And the story continues. Fast forward to 2009, I was privileged to be part of a research project that sought to identify indigenous knowledge among the Zulu people of Mqatsheni in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. The purpose of that study was to identify indigenous knowledge that could be used in school sites. Some findings from that study reminded me of what I had learned as a child. For example, that home or place is a collectively owned place for which myself and everyone else had a collective responsibility. that the sense of connection to place can be undying, especially when seen through the symbol of the umbilical cord, which is often buried in a place where one is born. That as people, we are in collective coexistence with the natural environment. That we are interconnected and not to be seen as apart from nature. That we view nature as helpful, giving to us. So in return, we need to be grateful and caring for the same environment. And that our view of reality is not just social and physical, but also deeply spiritual. Following this research, I have become more awakened to what we have lost as we pursued modern life. How we have been part of the cause to droughts that have become more frequent and more severe. How years of abundant rain have become flood traps. How we have robbed ourselves of shelter from the sun and the wind because we have lost respect for vegetation. And how wind direction and cloud type are no longer open to interpretation because it's due to now have mood swings. The birds and insects that used to signal the coming storms are either facing extinction or we just cannot hear their horn. So now my work includes passing on the little knowing that I inherited from my elders to my children, and sensitizing others to the existence of this knowledge through research and working with university students. Thank you.
Thank you, Constance. Can I just double check that the video was visible on everyone's side? Maybe you can just give me a thumbs up. Was it not playing?
Was just
so we could
audio.
hear the sound.
Okay, it's fine. So as long as the audio went through. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what happened. But I think everyone could hear the passion in Constance's voice and her deep stories that echoes through her childhood to where she is now. Thank you, Constance. Would you like to add anything to the video? I'm sorry that they couldn't see you, but I'm happy that they did hear you.
Thank you. So what I can add is how in the culture where I grew up, learning was not separated from the life that we lived. Learning was not something that just happens at school, but we learned as we lived life, as we tended goats or cattle, or as we worked in the fields. And that connection of life with learning, I think, made learning of taking care of the environment much more meaningful than the way that it appears now when we confine learning about these things only within the classroom space. And I think it is something that this is something that is not peculiar to the Karanga culture, but I think most indigenous cultures live the same kind of life where there is no separation between who we are and what we do, where teachers are not foreign to students. The older family members are teachers as well, and they pass knowledge from themselves to the younger people. And so it's not confined by the syllabus if I were to put it that way, where we have rigid disciplinary boundaries that we have. So let's say climate change might only be taught in geography, and those who do history have nothing to do with climate change because it's not part of what they teach and learn. So I think the interconnectedness of life, interconnectedness of the social and cultural life with the environment sustained the environment in a much better way than we see now, because we have there are only certain people who are would be qualified, if I would put it that way, to speak about certain things. If you are not within that discipline or within that category of people who are meant to be experts, then your word cannot be heard, and you must keep silent. And I think that is part of what has brought us where we are. Maybe I can stop there for a bit and hear from the others.
Yeah. Questions? Anyone on the panel would like to ask some questions? Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot. Apologize for the audio. I'm not sure what went wrong on that side. I'm just looking at the chat to check that everything is updating. Okay. So I'll just start with a question, Constance, and then hopefully we can ignite some conversations. I just wanted to know, how do you think, like someone like you who's been involved in education and you've been involved in Indigenous knowledge systems, how could we use that to now start more conversations on climate change and Indigenous knowledge practices? What can we learn from the strategies you employed to now? We're not changing the focus, but we're just trying to build on what we have and then try and get more climate change awareness and, you know, different Indigenous youth involved in that type of setting.
Thank you very much for the question. It is a very important question because I think the issue of climate and environmental awareness in general, just apart from climate change only, I think it's about conversations that we need to keep blending into everything else that we do. So coming from the background of education, we observe generally that what is assessed is probably learned much better than what is not assessed. So perhaps if climate change and awareness of climate change would be included in assessment in different forms, it could be in mathematical problem solving, it could be in language comprehension, maybe comprehension passages. It could be in terms of the questions that we ask when students have to write essays and so on. So we can make it important by talking more about it, blending it more within what we do on a day-to-day basis. And that will definitely be leaning towards the indigenous ways that even though maybe climate change was never a topic in my childhood, but the care of the environment, the love for the environment, that it all belongs to us all, and we need to take care of it. We wouldn't be trashing the way we are trashing things now. Today they now talk of using circular economy or following a circular economy where we have less waste, which was already something that was part of many indigenous cultures and indigenous ways of doing things, because everything that they used almost every bit of it, and reused, recycled, and so on. So I think it's tapping onto that knowledge, and also acknowledging that these things were being done already before we westernized. It's not like we are we have suddenly become wiser, but let's acknowledge where some of these practices are coming from. I think it will lead our young people to see that within their cultures, there is definitely there is value in some of what we have lost, which we can try and regain.
Thank you, Dr. Kuber. I'm really sorry about the video. It's a bit late in the day for me, but hopefully I can make up time later. I'm now gonna move on to Andani. I'm gonna remove you guys from the spotlight in case you feel like the camera is only looking at you, and we'll get back to you when we have the open session. Colleagues, I'd like to have the honor of now asking Andani to please, you have the floor. You can unmute and start your presentation. Perfect.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Sandani.
Sorry, can you please go into presentation mode, please? Yeah.
Can you come again?
Can you please switch to presentation mode, then we can see the lovely pictures.
Oh. Presentation.
Just at the bottom right. Yeah, perfect.
On the slideshow.
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Excellent. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Sandani Budde. I am from the University of Venda in South Africa, and I represent youth in the Wembe Biosphere Reserve, where the study was conducted. This is actually a highlight of, a part of a bigger study that I did on my master's, and this is some of the parts that I've already published in 2022 that reflect some of the work that I have done. And maybe just to introduce you to the Wembe Biosphere Reserve, which is located in the Limpopo province of South Africa, and where we share the borders with Zimbabwe. This is an environment, or this is a landscape that is known for its rich biodiversity, including plants and the animal species that are there. And there you have, grassland, forests, wetlands, and mountainous terrains that are there in the Wembe Biosphere Reserve. So this area, the whole Wembe region of the Limpopo province, is designated as one of the areas that are important for conservation and sustainable development, that looks into providing balance between the needs of the people and also the need to protect the environment. In most cases, when people pursue their needs, they forget the need to protect the environment. And that is why this environment, or this landscape, has been designated as a biosphere reserve, so that it can be taken care of. It is mostly dominated by rural areas with rich indigenous knowledge systems. And I like the previous presentation because it also talks to some of the things that I will talk to in this presentation. So what you find in the Biosphere Reserve, in the Wembe Biosphere Reserve, is, the Mapungubwe National Park and World Heritage Site. You have part of the Kruger National Park that is within the Wembe Biosphere Reserve. You have the University of Venda, Zata Reigns, that talks much about the history of the royal kings of Venda people, who are mostly the ones that are dominating the area. But you also have sacred sites. You know, you have Lake Fundudzi, the famous lake, you have Tatia Holy Forest, and many others. And these are some of the areas that we'll touch on in my presentation, particularly the issues of sacred sites. But what we see here is some of the pictures that I took when I was at home, just for you guys to have an idea of, you know, what it looks like being in the Bembe Biosphere Reserve. It's mostly green. So the first and second picture, that's me in the pictures. I was out hiking, and that's what I enjoyed during my time. The third picture on my far right is a picture of my village. I took it when I was on top of the mountain. I remember I was going to a spring to clean the spring so that it transport water to our houses. But what we find from the study that I've conducted, it acknowledges that African indigenous people have had their own ways of doing things before Western knowledge was introduced, or even before colonization. And these local ways of knowing, or these local ways of doing things, which are known to be indigenous, are common in the communities, but they also differ from one community to another, particularly because when you come to the Bembe Biosphere Reserve, you have the Venda-speaking people, you have Tsonga-speaking people, the Pedi-speaking people, but also you have other languages within the region that of the people who came, and also those that are living there. And what we see there is that indigenous people have managed to maintain their cultural identity, and that has been through the relationship that they have with their environments. And, you know, as time goes, we now realize that governments also now are gaining, you know, are giving indigenous knowledge attention to say, this is the type of knowledge systems that can be used to address issues of water conservation. But as much as that is the case, not much is known, particularly by the youth, and particularly, you know, in the areas that are now urban. Not much is known about ways in which African indigenous people manage and conserve their waters. And that this becomes very important in learning that most of what the indigenous people have been doing was much to ensure that there is better access and, you know, maintenance of the water sources through the rules and you know, through the taboos, through the myths that have been developed in the communities. And that these, at the point that we're in, where there's climate change and so many issues affecting our environment, becomes important to give indigenous knowledge a special attention. So when I was conducting the study, I grounded it on the Afrocentric theory that, you know, puts the principles that Africans must be able to express themselves through the knowledge that they hold. And that during this study, you know, what I was most interested in is the concepts of the indigenous people and the cultural aspects that they relate to indigenous knowledge, but also the socio-cultural theory that provides the tools for human intelligence to say, how does a child know what they know? How does a member of the community knows what they know in an indigenous community? And that's where you have taboos, you have myths, and issues of stories that have been developed to communicate stories of indigenous water conservation in the communities. So the understanding and communication that comes with the teaching of indigenous methods of conservation of water speaks to two variables: the activities as a spiritual item, and also as a physical way of doing things. So that's how indigenous people understand the environment. So it is not just water, it is not just trees, it is not just, you know, soil, but it is part of their spirituality as well. And that's why it becomes important for them to be able to have a good relationship with their natural environment and be able to conserve the environment, particularly because they believe for the environment to take care of themselves, they have to take care of it. So water conservation in this case, in terms of the teachings and method, are understood from a very broad case, and I just tried to summarize some of them in the term that you can say. So the first thing that indigenous people do is to look at the relationship that they have through sacred sites, through sacred areas, through sacred groups, or through places that they have stayed before. So those are the ones that allows them to have a relationship with the natural resources. So that comes with the communication that has to be done through the use of taboos. And the taboos in the communities shape the behavior and how we relate to our water. And that becomes important because then water does not just become a commodity to be consumed, but something that is spiritual that people depend on for veneration and for communication with their ancestors. And that becomes important because for you to communicate with your ancestors today, you must have water. So you must take care of water so that you also be able to communicate in the following day or in the following month. Then you also have, in the taboos, you have two types of taboos, where you would have what they call surface taboos and also the true taboos. So surface taboos are those taboos that bring fear to people. You know, you're scared to do something. You don't know whether it is true or not, but you're scared to do something because something else would happen. And when you do this, or when you disobey this type of taboos, you can even get penalties from the traditional leadership. But also you have the true taboos, you know, that speaks to practical activities. You, growing up, we were told stories of, you know, a water snake, a snake that guards certain sources of water. And we're told if you see it, just let it pass. Do not bother it. Do not kill it. So those are some of the taboos that you get to learn. And we are told once you kill it, then the water source runs dry. And these taboos also comes with the understanding of the water spirits. The water spirits are existing, and they have the dislikes and likes. So their dislikes are about, you know, pollution. They don't like pollution. They don't like people to mistreat water. And those are some of the ways in which indigenous people relate to their environment. But also the controls over the usage of resources, because it is not to say resources should not be used. It is not to say people should not have water, but there must be a way to make use of that. So you have controls over cutting down the trees. I use this picture because, you know, that area, the waterfall, is covered with a lot of trees, and most of them are known to be indigenous. So there's control over cutting trees. Those that are there are not meant to be cut. People are encouraged to cut trees that are far from the water sources. In Chivenda, they call it, you know, a blanket of water, to say these trees, the ngubo zama, the ngubo is a blanket, you know, something that you wear, something that covers you. So they protect the water from either human beings, either animals, in terms of them entering or accessing rivers and springs from any point of water that would lead to pollution. So in indigenous communities, you have designated areas of access to water. But you also have controls over killing, you know, aquatic animals and you know, fishing, where people are not allowed to catch, you know, small fish, but only those that are already big, so that the cycle continues, because it is believed that these are also important in keeping water alive than just water keeping them alive. Growing up, we were told if you kill a frog, you will develop scabies, and we grew up, you know, scared of developing scabies. But you also have an element of time allocation, where time is allocated according to the natural order of life. And this now allows people to access water without competition with domestic and with wild animal, because those are some of the common water users that I identified. So the natural order is also respected by the members of the community, where early morning is for wild animals to access water. You know, the morning time is for human beings. Before noon or before afternoon is for domestic animals. During sunset, human beings also go back to the water sources to draw water. Early evening, you have your domestic animals going to draw water. And evening and night times is reserved for wild animals. And there are a lot of proverbs that goes around with this, you know, that tells people to go at the time that is naturally allocated to them, and that people respect this as part of what the community is built upon. But during interactions, you know, between human to human, intergenerational learning activities that happens in the communities, you have also, you know, indigenous games that are played. There's a game in Japan that is called Maundwane, where children imitate the life of the family. You know, people you know, these children live as if they are members of the family, parents, you know, the elderly child becomes parents, the younger ones becomes children. And in these cases, they also learn to share, you know, the common view of the community, which is very important in terms of water access. They cook, so they also draw water from the rivers. And you know, they have to draw enough water so that they don't always go to the rivers every day. And that, in a way, instill a sense of conservation in them, because you need to save the water that you have today so that you can be able to use it tomorrow. But also you have, you know, indigenous stories that were used to make sense of the things, but also to shape the behavior towards water, in terms of how people should behave towards water, because most of them would include, you know, stories about sacred sites that are associated with wetlands, with springs, and if you're not part of the family that has custodianship over a certain sacred site, you cannot be able to access that. And that is what has been able to maintain the landscape and the environment. But also you have physical activities where people go to clean the rivers, where people plant trees, where, you know, people go out as the community to take care of the springs that are there in the communities. But much of it is that you have families that also serve as custodians of certain sources of water. If I am a Buderi, then you have a spring that belongs to the Buderi. And that belonging is not to say others cannot access it, but for a sense of responsibility. So the Buderis would have the responsibility to take care of that spring and ensure that members of the communities who come there also are responsible for taking care of that. But what we now see from the general study that conducted is that what we find is that African indigenous people, particularly in their communities, have been at the center of these activities. And what we see also is the respect and maintenance of peace that they have with their natural resources. But all these do not come without challenges. And, you know, at the moment, the challenges that we have would be talking to issues of, you know, climate change that has been presented. But then also the introduction of the Western ways of doing things, or the modern ways of doing things, should then be able to be seen as a way to, or as a blueprint to then be able to incorporate these two knowledge systems. And that is what we are currently doing, where I'm actively involved with the Vembe Biosphere Reserve, where we now have a project on climate change, and we look at it from both the indigenous and also the, you know, scientific ways of doing things, so that we're able to respond to the call to protect our environment. I'm going to end here, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will have an open session at the end, so please stay on. I'm sure there'll be many questions coming your way. But colleagues, please, if you can also share your stories. I'm sure in all our cultures, we have these so-called taboos or sacred places. And that's another way in which we conserve. And like Nandi said, we got to take care of the environment so that it can also take care of us. So we're gonna move swiftly along. Our next speaker is, I would say, especially on Women's Day in South Africa, an inspirational leader, in my opinion, and also a woman of science. And it's kind of taking a spin from looking at indigenous knowledge from what Dandi spoke, but now shifting towards a laboratory setting. Prof. Van Vuren, can I go ahead and play your video, and then we can engage in some interview-like questions. You can unmute. Sandy, please unmute. Okay, go ahead. Please, guys, if I am not 100% sharing, please let me know before I continue. Okay. Is the video or visible on everyone's side? Can I just get a thumbs up? Can everyone see the video? Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna play now. Sorry, I'm gonna mute someone. Hi everyone. So on your screen today is Prof. Sandy Van Vuren, and what you've just seen is some glimpses of her research. Without giving away too much on age and etc., she is a well-established researcher at our university and research unit. And today we wanted to just have a dialogue just to share some of her experiences while working in the field and experimenting with various plants, and also working with different indigenous communities in Southern Africa. Prof. Van Vuren, maybe you can just introduce yourself for us before we get started. Can you just increase your volume? I think you are muted. Let me double check on my side. Sandy, can you please unmute?
I think she needs to just to
Sandy,
check her audio.
Sandy, can you please check your audio? Can you hear us? Okay, we cannot hear you. I can't really do much on this side. Can you possibly
Sandy,
go to
perhaps,
audio settings? Yeah.
Sandy, perhaps if you look in your settings on your computer, on your Zoom, you'll see a setting for audio. And if you check that audio setting, there may be more than one audio on your computer, and you might have to toggle it to the other audio.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. At last. My apologies. Thank you very much. Tashia, the sound of the video was a little bit distorted, but hopefully everybody got a little bit of an idea of what I do. Basically, what I am involved in, and Constance alluded to some of the research that she has been doing in Zululand and KZN. So what I am is a scientist that is really focused on antimicrobial activity of natural products, and specifically South Africa. So what you saw previously was a little bit of a snapshot of how we go about our research, and it's all about finding out indigenous knowledge, ethnobotanical uses of medicinal plants, and we focus a lot on South African traditional uses. And then what we then do is we take those traditional uses and try and put some science behind it so that we can validate them, these uses, for infectious diseases. So one of the areas that you saw a snapshot was Northern Maputo, which I have been working in for about 10 years, looking at various infectious diseases. And I'm happy to say that many of these medicinal plants and their combinations prove very well when tested against microorganisms. So one of the things you may be asking, well, what has that got to do with climate change? And maybe what we need to think about is, again, it's indigenous knowledge. And if we protect our environment and we protect our indigenous knowledge, we won't have such a drastic decline of resources.
So Prof. Furen, I know that one of your hobbies is photography. How many years have you been taking photography and shots of nature?
Okay, so probably since 2012. I've been working and playing around. So when I'm not doing research, I'm in the field taking photos. Probably natural areas are my go-to and what I enjoy the most, yes.
Okay, so I was just wondering, have you noticed any changes in the environment through since 2012, 2011? Have you ever noticed through your photography lens any significant changes, and how that possibly affects your research in natural products?
So from a photography perspective, it's a little bit difficult to say, because I try to look through the lens and always look at the beauty and the interpretation of the land. So I'm always looking for the good side and not really looking for any decline. From a scientific point of view, we have done some work where we've exposed medicinal plants to extreme temperatures. So basically artificial simulation of what will happen if the environment changes. And what we did find is, depending on the pathogen that we're studying and depending on the plant that we're looking at, we can get some great variances from a decline in antimicrobial activity to some cases even an increase in antimicrobial activity. So it's all about how the plants adapt. And I mean, they adapt by changing their chemistry. And it's great to see that we are, as a plant, as a human, we can adapt and we can make things better.
So, I mean, what do you think are the parallels you find? I mean, this in the lab first, looking at, let's say, through a camera lens and a microscope. Are there any parallels to that type of life? You know, you see both lenses, but you get different responses. What are the parallels that you've noticed?
I think the parallels is that it's all about life. So whether it is about anything, it's, if I'm looking through the lens and I'm looking at nature, which is what I love, it's all about the life and depicting the living. If I'm looking in the laboratory, I'm looking at antimicrobials, so bacteria, and how they respond to humans, or how humans actually respond to bacteria. And that's also about life. So that I would say is the parallel.
Okay, that's so cool. So I think we have about a few minutes over, but I guess my last question would be, I mean, you've been working within the realms of traditional knowledge, but what in your perspective have you found as possibly, what are the examples of the natural products or indigenous plants that you've characterized as being the potential a potential, you know, something that worthwhile we could get into as an antimicrobial agent for the future?
Okay, so I do think that we've got to be cautious of saying we're going to take a medicinal plant and make it the next antibiotic. We've seen that there's been very few antibiotics developed in the last 10 years. And the ones that have been developed have really been based on previous analogs. But as anybody knows, I mean, I am from South Africa, and if you know South Africa, you know that there's a big five, right? So I believe that there's a big five in medicinal plants too. So if I have to select my big five, the first one would be Artemisia afra. So that is wormwood. Its sister plant is being used for malaria, but I'm talking specifically antimicrobial. The second one is Lipia javanica, which is commonly known as fever tree. And there's a lot of commercial interest in this medicinal plant. It's aromatic, produces essential oils, and there is some commercial interest for this medicinal plant in South Africa. The third one is Pelargonium pseudoides, which is known as Unkolobu. It's a German remedy, and it is used for respiratory infections. And here I really like the concept of its combination with fungal synergy. So basically we have endophytes within the plant that can work to aid in infections. So that is number 3. Number 4 is Aristia eclonia. It's known as a blue star, beautiful blue flower, and it probably has one of the most excellent antimicrobial activity I've seen in medicinal plants. And last but not least, and Constance might know this plant, is Sclerocarya marula. So anybody who has ever seen the trees from Africa with the marula fruit and the elephants getting drunk on marula fruit, well, this comes from this particular plant. It does have medicinal properties, not just alcoholic properties. And we've done a lot of work of combinations with this plant, so it's been quite phenomenal. I've been very happy to see these successes.
Okay, and then just to end with, before we can collect questions from the audience, I know that you're also an avid researcher of honey. Can you maybe just a short snippet on what type of honeys you've researched, and maybe link that to a little bit on the climate changes or differences that are affecting this type of sources of honeys?
Okay, so natural products for me doesn't just mean medicinal plants. It also means things like honey. We've, about 12 years ago, we did look at around about 80 different honeys, and we looked at the antimicrobial activities. When we talk about 80 different honeys, we're talking about South African origins. So keeping in mind that our South African natural flora is one of the hotspots in the world, we really thought that the honey derived from these beautiful plants would have superior antimicrobial activity. And definitely what we found was it had activity equivalent to some of the samples, not all of the 80, but some of them were equivalent to or better than the Manuka honey, which is a global sought after honey. How climate change affects that, we all know that bees respond to climate change. We're one of our most sensitive. If we destroy the bees, we actually have a huge problem, because we really destroy everything that is sustainable for the future. So we can see that that would obviously have an effect on the honey. I've done a little bit of a pilot study recently, and I'm starting to wonder, because I'm not getting the activity I had 12 years ago. And maybe that is a response to climate change. I hope that our bees are still sustainable, but it is something that we need to protect. If anything, that is one resource we do need to protect.
Thank you so much, Prof. Van Vuren. Please stay on for the open dialogue, and hopefully I will be able to get more questions from the audience. Thank you so much. Everyone on the call, I am going to invite Prof. Pradeep Kumar now to join, and he's going to hopefully continue where Prof. Sandy left off and focus on sustainable manufacturing processes. Pradeep, please share your screen, and I have an honor of inviting you to the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Tashri, can you hear me? First
yes,
question.
Loud,
okay.
loud, and yes.
Thank you. No, thank you. And can you see my screen as well?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so let me put it in the presentation mode. Yeah, and hello everyone from all over the world, and we have a Women Day today in South Africa, and I have some women in background. So we were doing some science experiments today with school kids from my daughter's school, and we do elephant toothpaste as the best one. That's always a hit, but we don't let them do that one. But we also do some bead formation with biopolymers, and I will cover some of that part. And I hope you're enjoying this conference. It's a full round the world global conference, actually, in the real sense. And thank you, Tashri, and everyone from GIYSCC to invite me, including Paul, who sent me a very special letter of invitation. It's the first such letter received by me, I suppose, a 7-page invitation letter confirmation. Okay, so I'm very honored with that. Thank you, Paul. And yeah, let me start with the presentation. So my presentation is very simple in 2 terms. So I'm a pharmaceutical scientist. I work at Wits University with my colleague Tashri, and we have a big research unit here at Wits. I also work with Sandy on some projects. And so my work is mostly pharmaceutical sciences, and it includes biomaterials. So I will include both of them. So I'll give a very brief 30-second snapshot of what exactly is medicine. Okay, so we have a drug as a pure chemical, and then we cannot give the pure chemical to the body. So we need something which we call excipients, or you can call it stuff. So drug mixed with stuff makes medicine, and then we give the medicine to the body. So that's how simple it is. So a tablet, or okay, I'll show you then later. So whenever we have a dosage form, then we have a therapeutic response, which means if it is for fever, fever must go down. If it is a painkiller, the pain must subside in 15 minutes or 30 minutes if it's a tablet, or it's faster if it is a injection. And we need a large scale production. So I included large scale production on purpose because of the sustainability aspect. So we're doing so many production of so much automated production of pharmaceuticals these days, and it has a big environmental impact. And the last one is a reproducible quality product. So even if we change or use sustainable products, we still need to maintain the quality of the product. So it's a very nice balance. In pharmaceutical sciences, if you don't have balance, then it's very challenging to meet all the goals. So here are some examples of medicines. And so, for example, I said the drug is paracetamol, and if you make tablets and capsules, you can make intravenous injection, you can make suppositories for children, and you can make solutions for children. So there are so many ways of doing converting a single drug into a pharmaceutical product, or which we call medicine. Okay, but we use excipients for that. I brought a very special example for every one of you, which I got from a paper from 2021. So if you see, okay, it looks like data is not like big data. So there are two examples of formulations. Let's say F1 and F2, and we using ibuprofen as the drug. So if you see, the top one is F1, is formulation 1, and formulation 2. So in these two formulations, the formulation 2 is the one which we are targeting a lot these days, which with much less amount of ingredients. But the thing is, the problem with using less amount of ingredients to save cost. Okay, but the problem with that one is then you have to use extremely expensive or extensive processes for manufacturing. So it shows, okay, two formulations, and then if you go into the formulation design of it, I highlighted that for how much electricity they consume. So if you see the joules of energy it is consuming in F1 and F2 with every process. Okay, so to make a tablet, you need granulation, and then you need to dry it, and then you tablet it. Okay, so I'm going very technical here, but you have to just bear me for one more slide. Okay, it won't be technical after that. So if you check the electricity used, mixing time is 15 minutes, F2 is 21 minutes. So by changing excipients, you can change the mixing time. Look at the speed, 300 rotations per minute to 150 rotations per minute. So by changing excipients, you can change the amount of electricity and the time as well. Okay, for example, if you go to, let me say one more example, as drying temperature is in both the cases 30, but drying time reduces. Compressed air is same, drying temperature is same, but the drying time reduces from 40 to 30 in case of F1. If you go with the tableting, you can see the mixing time from 20 minutes to 5 minutes. So by balancing out the excipients, and you can choose excipients of your choice. For example, if you look at the excipient, lactose is from milk. PGS is pre-gelatinized starch. Starch is also sustainable, very sustainable. You can get for potato, rice, starch as a binder. Now we have a plastic here, PVP, okay, which is 28% in the top one, and the 45% in the bottom one, 45 gram in the bottom one. So it's a 28 gram and 45 grams, almost like say 50% increase in the plastic. So by changing to, let's say, talc is also sustainable. So reducing the plastic binder PVP, we can have a lot of we can actually reduce the amount of PVP, increase the amount of lactose, and then we have very less production, very less electricity consumed. If you go to tableting process as well, you can see the time difference, you can see the speed difference, and you can see again, if you add them together, you will see that the originator product, which was the previous one, had 110 megajoules of energy consumed. Okay, but in terms of generic product, which is the new one with less amount of ingredients, or you can say, like you use a sustainable, it's only 90 megajoule, which is a very good saving in terms of energy. And then you can see the product as well, the quality is not bad. Okay, they're equivalent quality in terms of percentage yield as well as content uniformity. So by just using changing from a plastic to starch based excipient, we have a big difference in energy consumption. So the next part of my presentation is then how do we do it and what do we do? Okay, so we can use carbohydrate polymers. I will just give a few examples. So we only have 3 examples here. Alginate is from sea kelp. Now you can grow your own sea kelp in the sea. Okay, and it doesn't affect, because it uses the salt from the sea. You can control the area where you grow the kelp, and you can extract alginate in tons in a week. Okay, pectin is from peels of any fruit. Okay, let's say apple-based pectin or lemon-based pectin. So you can use the apple in so many confectionaries, and you can use for juice. Okay, but the peels can be used to make pectin as much as you like. Chitosan is also a waste product. Okay, so if someone is eating crustaceans, or they're using crabs for their food, you can really grow chitosan. You can get chitosan from the shells, which are waste anyways. But you can also grow chitosan, as Sandy was saying. We can have a a combination of a fungus with something. So chitosan can also be grown by fungus, and they grow very well. And you won't believe what can you can make with these 3 polymers alone. You can do drug delivery, tissue engineering, wound dressings, 3D printing even, and as well as nanomedicine. So you can go as advanced as you want and as basic as tablets. So the time is to change to carbide polymers. I will give you some examples. This is how alginate looks like. It's a polysaccharide in nature. It makes a very easy cross-linking with calcium. So it's a calcium cross-link system. And you can use 3D. So I'm showing you a 3D printed structure that is made from alginate alone. Okay, and it is as good as any plastic polymer like polyethylenimide. Okay. Pectin is a very complex molecule. It looks very complex. It is very complex, but the good thing with this is it's very easy to extract. Okay, you extract it, you can make a drug delivery system. We made a very amazing mucus adhesion system with this one, with a very good profile for anti-HIV, as well as this is the chitosan. Okay, it shows 20,000 things about chitosan, but it's amazing. Tashri working a lot with chitosan these days. She's going even for peptides with chitosan, which is amazing how she's now getting into the really deep science into how we can extract chitosan and use chitosan for very advanced purposes. And look at this, we did a study with Portugal. I'm just showing because we do a lot of collaborative research for oral insulin. We had another one, we can make blood vessels, artificial blood vessels from chitosan. Okay, so which is very, very amazing example. Instead of using PLG or PCL, okay, so you can use this one, and it's not very difficult to make. And then we had an anti-TB molecule with lecithin. Soy lecithin is a byproduct of soy crops. So you can use soy lecithin and chitosan together to make an anti-TB medication. So that's how we can go, and that's how we can actually save our planet by using sustainable polymers. Use alternatives, but keep the quality the same. Sashri, I will end my presentation here. I hope I'm still within time. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. We kind of ran over, but I'll just ask you 2 questions, and I just want to check quickly. Adnan, did he leave already? Okay. Sorry. So my first question, Pradeep. Amazing talk on linking pharmaceutics to sustainability, but what really inspired you? I mean, from a pharmaceutical perspective, wouldn't you rather focus on what is known and what works and sells well? What inspired you to go down this route?
Yeah, what inspired me was was a grant call where it was regarding saving the earth. So it was a grant I applied in 2012, which was saying that you have to have a paragraph on how you're gonna save Mother Earth, okay, like, or life on Earth. It was very sustainability. Those 17 sustainable goals were very new at that time, and it was so difficult for me to write one paragraph. I was said, okay, no, we had to really do something regarding this. And then I thought, okay, what so, and before that I was doing biomaterials anyways, but I never thought about biomaterials in terms of high functionality excipients for tablet manufacturing or capsules. We can even see vegetable capsules these days, HPMC capsules that is a cellulose derivative. So now it is like, let's say the inspiration came from sustainability forums as well as the academic citizenship work that we do. But yeah, but the thing is, when you get to do it yourself and you have to write something down that is really impactful, then it really hits you hard.
So, Pradeep, I wanted to just highlight, I know that you are part of the Global Young Academy as well as the South African Young Academy, but can you just share with me some of your experience in science advisory and maybe use an example of how your role in this position has really helped with either science communication or correction of disinformation?
Yes, no, thanks, Tashri. And I think I will have to thank COVID for some reason. Okay, we can't thank COVID for so many things, but this was one thing that. So I got GYA membership when it was peak of COVID 2020. So I was you can say COVID members. we all call COVID camp members, and then SIS. I was already a SIS member, so we are currently actually doing an incubator group on antimicrobial resistance, as well as then we had, and then from SIS another thing that so this incubator is at GYA, and then there was another SAGE came out from advisory to government on emergencies. That was the biggest one, where we commented on even from foot and mouth disease to even Shell was doing gas exploration in the Western Cape. Okay, so it has been a good journey, and I will say many examples. I can give you more examples if you want, but research assessments, as well as how to improve EMCRs, and how to include sustainability in all your publications. Even if you see my email signature, it includes 4 sustainability, the logos. So wherever you go, the papers you publish and the talks you do, it's all about sustainability and how to keep our planet alive still, and kicking. Thank you, Tashri.
So, okay, so I know you're a very positive person, and that's what I like about you, the energy. So I guess, Pradeep, if you now, as you approach being you are an established researcher, what advice would you give to the youth that are on the call, or are also aspiring researchers? How can they embrace sustainability, even though their research is not at the moment, classified as climate change? But what could the youth actually start now incorporating as a strategy to consider holistically how their research can be more sustainable and beneficial at the same time?
Sure, Tatsri. So I will say, we have to give it to the UN for coining these UN SDGs. I have not seen a single research, or I can imagine a single research which will not fit into any of these 17. Let me say that. Okay, so be it economics, it is social sciences, it is arts, management, whatever you do, you can fit if you think really deep. You can have a socio-economic input. You can have even so. Remember, when we write for all these applications, everything, the good thing is they ask for these things. Okay, and so my advice to the young people listening here is, don't look for one, look for 4, 5 sustainability goals that you can find. And you will, I'm sure, write an email to me, Thashri, or any of the established researchers on how we can help them to actually align their research with one of these goals, even if it's not climate change. Okay, but I don't know, it goes around to some way, and it does connect to climate change and environment and socioeconomic aspects. So yeah, it can be done, but we need to look very deep into it.
Thank you so much, Pradeep. Sorry for the multifaceted question there. I don't know where that came from. Overthinking of it on my side. But I know that you're always an inspiration to me, and definitely I know that your advice is something that comes from a lived experience, and it's definitely worth sharing here today. So colleagues,
yeah,
I would really appreciate if you can put some questions in the chat. I'm not sure if Dandi was very our talk on indigenous knowledge systems, whether he's gonna stay on. He just messaged me that he has another meeting. But like I said, the conversations don't end here, and I'm happy to connect you to all of the speakers in today's session with their email addresses, or just even we can set up a Teams link and break the ice with that regard. So I'm going to welcome on board our postdoc fellow, and also someone that's been behind the scenes, but today she's now on the front of the lens, Tomi Zanele. You can share your screen or whatever you have planned. I see that you've changed as well. So maybe you can tell us a bit about your culture, your indigenous language, and then I leave it to you.
Yes. So hi, everyone. Thank you again to the speakers and the presentations. So my name is Ntombizanele Nqinayo. I am South African and I have Xhosa origins. My parents are originally from the Eastern Cape and they had migrated to Joburg. So however, today I'm going to do my talk in English. So I'm going to share a screen where I will give a poem.
Sorry, Godwin, we'll get to your question.
Okay, so I'm giving this poem as a voice of young scientists to highlight and capture the challenges and the fears that we face as we move from each stage of our careers, especially in uncertain times and future. So I would also like to give credit and thanks to Prof. Tashri, who's also on the picture, for the poem, which goes: we are curious about the world around us, the clocks and wheels that turn, the land, water, energy, and food we need. We are but a seed waiting to sprout. We question the ways, we accept the systems, we wait for our chance to make a difference. We have grown our roots, leaves of green sway in the light we desperately need. We need to be nourished. We seek out knowledge. We embrace the words of those before us. Learning becomes our soil. Striving to excel becomes our path. Though thunderstorms come, we stay focused and resilient. When the land is dry, we may lose some leaves, but our roots are strong. Our roots have grown, branches of hopes there are, buds appear, we reach out. We aspire to grow tall. We recognize the land is changing. We must continue to question the system. This is our chance to make a difference. Flowers bloom, fruits appear. United, we stand proud, connecting within a forest of great minds. Crafting and adapting our journey, we are making a difference. So again, thank you to Prof. Tashri and credit to her. So I would like to give a short summary about the presentations that have been presented by our presenters. And thank you so much for the lovely and very interesting presentations. Okay, so I was trying to stop sharing my screen. It's okay.
So on the top, you want to click stop sharing.
Oh, yes. Oh, thank you, Prof. So I will just give a short summary highlighting the work that has been presented by our presenters, which includes the importance of possessing, of practicing and passing down indigenous knowledge to the next generation. And this is important in the conservation and sustainability of our environment. And this was better highlighted by Dr. Constance Cooper. And also, she also highlighted that we as people have a great responsibility to care for the land and the environment that we live in. And also with Andan, he also presented on similar views, which are also important, where indigenous knowledge was used by indigenous people for the conservation of their water reserves and their environment. And both of these speakers, they also highlighted the important spiritual part that connects indigenous people with the nature and environment that they live in, that allows them to better understand and better take care of their environment. And this is very, very important, especially with water as a scarce resource, and which is very vital for our lives as people. So this is very, very important information, and it just shows that the onus is on us as people to take care of the land and the environment that we live in. And I also like to summarize the points that were presented by Prof. Sandy van Vuren, who presented a very, very beautiful pictures that captured the people and the essence that live in KZN, and where she also shared that her work is very important and climate change plays a part in her work, where she focuses on using plant materials as well as plant natural products in order to make medicine or for therapeutic applications. So her work, it shows the importance that climate change does play, and also the indigenous knowledge that is passed down from people, that also helps in also contributing into finding good therapeutic applications for natural products. And lastly, with Prof. Pradeep, who also highlighted that the importance of moving from non-renewable and non-degradable biomaterials or starting materials in drug delivery, such as plastics, all the way to using biodegradable materials such as starches. And this is important because it also shows that it can have a good impact on climate change, such as the example that he gave, whereby even the production cost, the energy cost of producing these tablets using natural and biodegradable resources was able to lower down the production energy costs. So again, I would like to thank every speaker who gave their presentation, and now I will open up the platform for an open dialogue, and you are invited to give in your remarks and your final thoughts and questions. Thank you.
So Tombi, I think Paul had a question for Adani. Guys, if you don't mind, can you turn on? Okay. You can turn on your camera and unmute yourselves. Paul, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Thash. And thank you all of the speakers and for the excellent session. I was fascinated with each and every presentation. The concept of sacred sites was introduced, and I was thinking during the presentation when Asan spoke earlier today about olive trees. In a sense, the olive trees were sacred to her community as well. And I can imagine in indigenous communities throughout, there are sacred items. And in thinking about how to get other peoples to understand those sacred items, those sacred sites, perhaps the word sacred is something that translates across languages. And I would welcome your thought on how to use the word sacred to communicate a cultural importance.
Muted.
And then I think if you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Thank you so much. I think that is a very interesting question, particularly because one would then think, oh, this is just a word that people use to define whatever they would like to talk about. I think from this case, particularly because I spoke of sacred sites, then it speaks to, you know, issues of spirituality and a place where people go to in order for them to communicate with their gods and perform their libations and practices. So what makes it sacred, particularly in our culture, is that it does not belong to any member of the community, or it is sacred because not everyone in the community has access to it. So it usually belongs to, you know, royal families or families that have existed in the past. And those sacred areas or sites are governed by the existence of the spirit. So we are told, if you're not if you're not a member of that family, then you cannot enter that place. If you go there, you will not come back. So they use that space as a place of veneration and a place of worship. And that's what makes it sacred in terms of, you know, the spiritual aspects that are attached to it. But I think in most cases, we like to use, you know, or to associate the word sacredness with items or with activities that we do in the community, simply to communicate the stronger relationship that people have with that. So just as the example of olives, it might be that there's not much, you know, spirituality attached to olives themselves, but you would find that there's a lot of, you know, issues that indicates the stronger bond or stronger relationship that indigenous people have with olives. But in the case of the study that I conducted, it was more about, you know, the spirits, particularly because where I conducted it, you have the Tate Olive Forest, Lake Fundudzi, and other areas around the villages. And those are places that not everyone should just go, not everyone should just enter. But when you look at it today, you realize these are actually places that have assisted us in maintaining our biodiversity. Because, I mean, if it's a forest, it performs the function of a forest. But without these attachments, sometimes we could have issues where they're cut down, you know, in the name of development or extending settlement areas and that. But no one plays. Even today, no one plays around the sites that I'm talking about, except for the certain people. So for those who are South African who watch Mubango, you know, the Tate area, that's the place I'm talking about. It's actually a real place that exists, where the Wakwebo people have a relationship with the forest within that whole area, and a whole lot of water sources that are there. Thank you.
As a quick follow-on, one of the opportunities and challenges of a global dialogue is speaking across many languages and communicating. And it seems that the concepts of sacred is a way to communicate beyond indigenous cultures. So, if discussions are about global South and global North, well, the global North also has sacred things. For example, a Bible, other things that are sacred. They would understand the concept, and perhaps as along the lines of rights of nature, when governance questions are related to indigenous areas, a question could be posed that would need to be addressed: is what is sacred? And if governments ask that question, they would begin a dialogue with the indigenous communities.
You're very right. I think when you're explaining that, I'm thinking maybe the most important thing is also to be able to use the indigenous names for such places, because yes, the credit is very general, and sometimes we run a risk of thinking that this is understood by everyone in terms of the context that the presenter might be coming from. So I understand that maybe yes, to find a way to explain it, particularly through the indigenous names and ways of conceptions that are at least different from the other community. So thank you so much for that. I was noting it down.
May I follow up on Paul's issue, maybe before we go to another issue?
Yes.
Yeah, so, and then I get what you are saying, but maybe what we can also say to Paul is sacred, the underlying part mostly is about morality. And because people will not easily take morality, they simply take it and work with it, then they attach a bit of mysticism to it. So for what Danny is saying, for instance, if you have people going to defecate in river sources, it's a source of pollution. So in order to keep people away from that thing, you say something like, I mean, you don't need to go to the river at this particular time, or you don't go to do certain things in the river at certain time. When we were young, there were people who would go, maybe boys and girls going to swim, and they end up doing what they are not supposed to do in the water. And some get carried away by the water anyway, because it's supposed to be a taboo and you can't do it. But they still go and do it, and then they get carried away. So there's that thing that is there to put some fear into people. And then by so doing, it upholds moral uprightness, so that things that are not to be done cannot be done. Like he mentioned, they have in places where you see trees growing, very big, huge trees, nobody can go and cut because it's a sacred grove. And that is a way of, in the face of climate change, you still have those places blooming with tree species that can never be extinct. So there is a moral aspect, but maybe we are saying it that way, calling it sacred because we attach that bit of mysticism to it. And because maybe our people are hard-eared and they will not hear, so you attach that bit to it, and then they don't go against it.
Godwin, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, the presenters. I have a couple of questions or comments. I'll start with Dr. Coupe, who talked very passionately about learning. And I just wanted to put the question to her on, learning and teaching in our indigenous or local languages. In Uganda, where I come from, the language of instruction is English. So it takes away, certain things from the children as they grow up. There are certain things they are not able to conceptualize and learn in the indigenous language. So in a way, it affects the way they relate to the environment and certain things. So I wanted to know what her take on that is. The second was to Andani, who gave a very rich account of the traditional knowledge among the Venda. And from when he was talking, I could draw very many parallels with what actually happens in my country. There are so many similarities. People not, fetching water at particular times, not going to particular areas because they are controlled by certain spirits, wild animals, and that kind of thing. So in some of these areas have been kept intact, even when the areas in their vicinity are being destroyed. So I think These are very important aspects which cut across the African culture. Of course, I want to thank my colleague, Professor Kumar, excuse me, for actually drawing the connection. Initially, I was not seeing the link, but he made it very clear to me, the connection between what he's doing, pharmaceutical production and sustainability, and how, using biodegradable substances can cut down the cost of production and conserve the environment. Last but not least, I want to say a big thank you to Professor Sandy. I interacted with her in 2017 while I was doing my PhD. She may not remember, but she's forever indebted. She read through my PhD work and guided me while I was visiting the VITS on a PhD program supported by Qatar. She was not my supervisor, but she was very kind. She actually took time to read through my work, and I was very, very humbled and impressed. And I relate to the kind of work she's doing, the passion, photography. And Professor Sandy, if you're still there, I'm very humbled. I thank you for your kindness, and I will never forget your contribution to my PhD. Otherwise, thank you very much. Over to you, Tash.
Hi everyone. Yes, we are going to be closing up and wrapping up Region 2 as we transition into Region 3. Thank you so much. I know I sent many emails and I sent many follow-up emails and WhatsApps. Thank you so much for all the presenters who bestowed your rich knowledge, your families, your culture, your history, as well as the scientific evidence that actually brings us all here today in order to inform what we do. So that's my final words. Let's encourage the youth. Let's be proactive and let's continue this conversation going forward. We're just going to end with some transition music from Tombi's background. And thank you all for joining. And I look forward to GIYSCC 2025. I now close the session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.